Morning and happy Friday, everybody. All right. Hello, hello, hello. All right, what a week it has been. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. Okay. Set us up here. How's everyone doing? Everyone okay? Yesterday's stream, of course, got hugely blocked and demonetized, of course. So I had to basically spend all day yesterday as we hit 1,000 episodes of One Piece. We hit 1,000 episodes yesterday. Only took us 3 years of our relationship to get there. But while I was, running back and forth to try to get these things re-edited, it took a while. But they did take out the music, of course. So kind of a bummer. I really feel like that stream yesterday really hit with the music. I think one of the biggest struggles. Hold on, let me pause Elvin's beautiful music. 1, 2, 3. I think one of the biggest struggles I will always feel like I'm going to have moving into this new age of content creation is feeling like I almost missed out at a time on the internet when copyright wasn't so rampant. Even though I was here, I just wasn't like mentally in a place. I wasn't like stable in my career. I wasn't really like ready. But I really feel like music and imagery and art, it needs to be shown and watched and understood so you can understand how we got here, because we didn't just get here randomly, and so sometimes it really bums me out how much we're so obsessed with copyright, so obsessed with making money off the things we make, to the point where, yes, we all want to make money, but also like cross sharing, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, it would be nice because it's like it's a like a timeline, like it's documenting how we got here. So it's just kind of a bummer, because sometimes when I feel like I make content where I just say it, people are like, that's not true. You never saw a video like that. And then you have to like show the video, and then they're like, oh, well, okay, the video doesn't, it's like, so it's kind of a bummer, I think. But also I understand. So as we move into this new era of content creation, it's going to be what it is, right? It is what it is. Chet says, girly pop, your hair looks so good, healthy, and moisturized. Thank you so much. Thank you. I was doing this. I was diffusing my hair this morning, and I was looking at my shadow on the wall, and I was like flipping my hair up and down, and the shadow looked so cool. It was like, and I was like, oh, because we gave it a really big trim, maybe like a month ago or something. I'm not sure, but I feel like it's already grown back, or I can't tell, but my partner helped me. I was like, we need to trim my hair because, the ends are really important. And I was like, and I kind of need help. So we trimmed it, and I really think she came back stronger and better than before, as we all should. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, Chet says there seems to be a lot of fear of current systems, of fear of losing money and having your work stolen. I think the problem is like, it's not small creators, it's big companies. It's people who are worth millions and millions of dollars already are copywriting their stuff, which I understand. But also, like, Jesus, like, how much money you got to make before you just want to share stuff? And I think that's the point, is like, I understand smaller creators who literally making 30K a year, they need every penny they can get. But these big celebrities, or these, like, I don't know. I think in an ideal universe, we'd all just be sharing stuff, and like money would be made differently, and labor would show up differently, and like everything we do would be different. But I understand we live under capitalism and people need to make money. And I get it. I need to make money too. Like, it's just like, it's always a bummer when it's like, big musical artists or famous people are just, but it's their right. It's their work, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, let's see. Chad says, I actually napped and missed the stream, but watching it later was still okay. Great video. Okay, I'm glad. It was so, again, I feel like music is so impactful and so important, and hearing it's really like this morning, I have this just repeat, a lot of the Wicked music still, and I'm still listening to it, and just like listening to it is so impactful, and like listening to the music, just I listen to a lot of the Jessica, I still don't know her name. God, I think one of the things I want to train my brain to do is remember names. I just don't know why they're not, I just don't remember them. Jessica, whatever her name is, she's great at singing Wicked. And then with her, what's her name? Chastain. No, that's the wrong one. That's the redhead. See the two girls on Wicked. How do I watch them? I watch this video like every day. Their names are right there. And I just never put it in there. In my defense, I'm thinking about a lot of other things. Actually, I've been thinking about that too. I was watching one of the therapist guys on TikTok say that, because when I used to read a lot, I remembered people's names. When I would read a lot, and this is one of the disadvantages to audiobooks for my brain, is absolutely when I used to read books a lot, I always knew people's names. I knew dates. I knew countries. I knew how to reference things so well. Like even my partner went back and watched some old content with me and he's like, oh my God, you are so much, like you're so well spoken in these former videos. I was like, I was reading a lot. Yeah, like my vocabulary is way better when I'm reading. My memory is way better when I'm reading. And there have been studies that have been done, like it is literally better for your brain to read. So, because your brain just uses different parts of itself to understand information. And so that's why I want to go back to reading, because I was just like, I was better. I was a better thinker. I was a better order. I just remembered things better. So I need to go back to doing that, to really like reading and consuming information that way. I think it's really important. Discord said, I love the butterfly necklace. This necklace is from Inspired by Mia. It's really nice and heavy. I really like the way it feels. So this is Inspired by Mia. And then these were from Amazon, so ignore those. But like this necklace is from Inspired by Mia. I follow her on Instagram, of course, so please go check it out. Okay. Let's do this. Let's start here. Discord asked me to cover this. So Discord said, I saw a recent critique that had stayed with me lately, and I was wondering your thoughts. Recently, I saw a Black American creator saying that we should stop calling these white supremacists in America Nazis because it divorces them from the origin history in America. They said instead we should be calling them what they really are, Confederates. Okay, so let's see here. So since Discord asked me to cover this on whether or not we should call them Nazis or Confederates, I thought I'd find the original TikTok and we'll go from there and have the conversation. So should we be calling what's happening right now Nazis or Confederates? That's a great question. Here's this content creator Raven to further the conversation.
Calling them Nazis. Should we stop calling them Nazis?
Oh, hold on. I just realized my audio is way low. My bad.
Should we stop calling them Nazis and start calling them Confederates? Think about that while you watch this.
ICE isn't just like the Gestapo. They're closer to slave catchers. And once that clicks, a lot of people get real uncomfortable real fast.
I've seen a growing number of people online saying that calling this regime Nazis and comparing them to Nazi entities like the Gestapo is less accurate than calling them Confederates and comparing them to Confederate entities like slave patrols. And I feel called to lovingly weigh in here, both as a Black and Jewish woman who lives squarely at the intersection of these histories and as someone with a master's degree in Black studies. Most people don't know that Nazis modeled the 1935 Nuremberg laws on the U.S.'s brutality against Black people. For example, in the US, we had anti-miscegenation laws, which prohibited interracial relationships. In Germany, marriages and sexual relationships between Jewish and Aryan people were illegal. In the US, Jim Crow laws legalized segregation. In Germany, Jews were segregated in ghettos. And there's so much additional nuance we could dive into here. Even this obsession with purity, right? This idea of pure Aryan blood, this idea of the one drop rule in the United States. If you have one drop of Black blood, then you're Black. This idea even of blood quantum and how that's been deployed against indigenous communities. But please don't misunderstand me. What I'm not saying is that as Black and Jewish people, our experiences of subjugation are exactly the same. I think it's actually really harmful when people collapse our experiences in that way. What I am saying is that fascism has a blueprint. And across time and space, both domestically and abroad, fascists learn how to be more evil by studying one another. Just like we study liberation movements to figure out how we get free, they have their own twisted version of that. So I appreciate what Sister Ashley is doing here, because to her later point, comparing ICE to the Gestapo and not to slave patrols implies that something that evil could never be homegrown. And if I learn nothing else, get my master's degree in Black studies, it's that when we talk about Jim Crow, Reconstruction, chattel slavery, and the brutality our ancestors endured, we get such a sanitized version. And increasingly so, with the Prager universities of the world putting nonsense like this out. So Black folks in this country acutely understand that what we are bearing witness to is not a deviation from historical precedents, it's a continuation of it. That being said, this feels like a clear both-and situation to me. There's some distinctly Nazi shit going on right now, and there's also some distinctly Confederate shit going on right now. And when we begin to understand that there is a methodology to fascism, it makes sense that there are so many different kinds of parallels that we can and should be drawing. Should we?
I really like this video, and I've seen Ashley's video as well. I'll go ahead and link this TikTok in chat. Okay. I think there's something here that I think is important, and I like that a lot of the comments replying to this TikTok are like, why not both? How about both? And it's like, yeah, I think there's a, did the link work? I don't think it worked on, let me see. I think I already linked it on, okay, maybe that one will work. You can check it out. I think Discord, you already have the proper link. So I'll delete the bad one. I think it's a bad link. I think both, and I think that's correct. I think it's difficult because a lot of us aren't, America is such a unique creation in a sense that, like, this is so weird, but like, there aren't just Nazis and Confederates, right? Like, everyone comes to America, immigrants, with their own version of who the bad guy is. And we create sort of a myth out of that bad guy. And then you have to think about the people who have been in America for generations and generations. They have a myth of their own bad guy. And then I do think there is something to be said about the way that Americans here really struggle to understand how bad America has been for people here, especially Black and brown people. And I think that disconnect is causing some of the issues. But this goes back to what we talked about yesterday, which is even if there's another civil war and there's a right side of history, the people on the right side of history are still going to be fucked up. You are going to have people who are racist and even Nazis on the right side of history. And so there's this idea that people forget, which is like, we are too like simply complicated as a species not to have both and. So I think there's something to be said about how language is meant to convey a meaning that is understood by people hearing it. So right now, we've been openly using the word Nazi for a really long time. Confederate, remember the Confederate statues were coming down? That was like we deeply understood there was a problem there. And yet there were people who were talking about Southern pride and why it's important to them and how it's their history. But the thing about it, and this is why I say update your traditions, is just because it's your history doesn't mean it's worth preserving in terms of glorifying it. So I think there's something to be said about the fact that there's a little, like, we want it to be this perfect world where there's good guys and bad guys, but that is not how it works. That's not how life works. And so, yes, there are good people who do bad things and bad people who do good things. But and this is the part where people start saying like, oh, you're complaining, you're being too picky. You know, you're not going to have a perfect Democratic candidate. You're not going to have a perfect liberal. If you're liberal and still racist, a racist can still be on the right side of history when it comes to this bigger issue of fighting this fascism and this Trump administration and this regime and everything happening. It doesn't mean when we zoom back in, we're not going to have layered problems. And I think there's like this myth that, oh, once we do this, once we figure out this, it's done. Just like we did with slavery, just like we did with anything else. Oh, slavery was outlawed. Racism over. Oh, people were allowed to interracially marry. Racism over. Oh, like segregated schools went to non-segregated schools. Racism over. It's like, oh, gay people got married. Homophobia over. You know, like that's not how that works. And so there is this, but I also don't want you to get overwhelmed and be like, well, then I guess there's no point to fighting, and I guess there's no point to doing the right thing, and I guess there's no real point to doing anything. No, there's always a point to being a good person, a better person, a less bad person. And we have to use language that kind of makes sense, but also we can't use like universal language, I think, in a real way. So whether you call them Confederates or you call them the Gestapo or you call them the Nazis, I think what you need to convey is a group of people who are willing to oppress you at the expense of the people for their own selfish gain and power. And I think like a nice way of, cutting that short is just to say these words we are all agreeing on. But I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. What do you guys think? I don't know. Let me go back to Discord because Discord had some more to say about it. And I just want to make sure I'm because they're the ones who asked me to talk about this. Let's see. They were discussing how people often use terms like Gestapo and Nazi to link things to the current atrocities and how it can be anti-Black because it can be more palatable for people to imagine how painful these atrocities are when it happens to people of lighter complexion instead of acknowledging the actual history that's actually taking place here and how all of this just evolved from what was already in this country. That's what it is. That's the part that I think is so important and so impactful, is to not ignore that bad things have already happened to Black and brown people. And Black people specifically have been voicing their opinions on TikTok. And honestly, there's been a lot of memes, and we love a meme. But I actually do think that's really important, because it is, I can imagine if I was a Black person, I would imagine pretty ignored in like a very maybe neglectful way, to be sort of like, I do think Black people in America get ignored to like an nth degree. Like, I think it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's obviously you know what I'm saying, but it's never a big deal enough. It feels like it's never important enough when it's Black people. And that's what's so painful. And then that's why some Black communities feel like they have to sit this one out, because like, at what point is it enough? At what point are they always showing up? At what point are they always rallying? At what point is it enough? So I do think that some sort of white supremacy is at play here when people are relating it to Germany, Nazi Germany, instead of what happened here in this country. Because it is an easier digestible kind of thing. Like, again, if it can happen to white people, it can happen to anybody, but it's always been happening to everybody else. And you know what's even ironic is like, it's not even just it will happen to white people, that it will happen to straight white people, because we know trans and queer people have already been targeted. So it's like, yeah, I think we should be careful with our language, and we should just add it into our vocabulary to keep it in mind that, hey, that thing that we've, like, these communities have been talking about, it's here, it's loud, and it's coming for you next. This is why we should all come together. The issue is, and I think this is the problem with politics again, is they do distract you with these like, oh, do you want like trans people in bathrooms? As if that's our biggest fucking concern right now. But the truth is, everybody falls for it. I remember watching an interview with a bunch of Black Americans talking about how like they are really anti-trans and they don't want trans people. They're liberals, but they don't want trans people like in bathrooms. And I remember thinking like, okay, I understand this. I understand this so deeply, that every human being on this planet is suffering from being born under bigotry. And so we will hold on to bigotry, minority or not. And it often is related to queer people, because I feel like that's the last, I feel like in many ways that's the last, like ableism and queerness is like, ableism is probably the last, like, you know, I feel like we're still deconstructing these things. So it's gonna be a problem for a long time. But I feel like we have to accept it, and then we can do something about it. I can be very compassionate and understanding to why people of color tend to be more transphobic and more homophobic. And I can also acknowledge that a lot of us are queer in these communities, and a lot of us love our families, and a lot of us don't want to see our families hurt. So when I see content that sort of talks about, you know, if you didn't vote at all, or if you voted for Trump, or if whatever else, like, I'm going to be mean to you, like, you're a horrible person, you don't care about people. You know how many gay people I know who didn't vote? You know how many Black people I know who didn't vote? You know how many Americans I know who didn't vote, because most Americans aren't voting? So when you say things like, oh, if you didn't vote, that's a vote. Yeah, that's so reductive, because you're asking people to get off, like to get out of their already struggling lives, their already exhaustive lives, and you're asking them to get involved in a system that has never served them, that has never prioritized them. And you wonder why they're exhausted and they don't believe in the system. And then the problem is liberals and Democrats will say, we'll make them believe in the system again. We don't want to believe in the system again. We want a new system to believe in, right? That's why liberals are so frustrating, because they keep trying to trick us into believing the system is worth like loving or something, or the system is worth believing in. What part of this system are we supposed to believe in? And I say this as somebody who votes. Like, what is the system I'm supposed to believe in? So I don't blame people for not feeling motivated to vote, not because specifically minority people. I understand why you're mad at white people, because you feel like that's their privilege. But like a lot of minorities, even white gays, white trans people, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't even know statistically if they're going to make it to 35, right? Not to mention disability and ableism that plays a role in this. How many disabled people don't even bother to vote because like they're not even being thought of at all? You know, so I can be very like empathetic and ground myself. And yes, there is a judgment you want to have, but also there's a deep understanding about why this is hard for people. They're already working 2 jobs. They can't afford eggs. Childcare is $3,000 a month. Everything is so expensive. And then on top of that, they're being told, hey, get out and vote for a system that has never, ever cared about you. That's so hard. That's so hard on people. And so I feel like I'm more or less, you know, less concerned that people didn't vote, and I'm more concerned that the system has the audacity to think that we should engage in it or care about it, and yet we should still show up for our community. So the same people I know who didn't vote also protest. Isn't that interesting? The same people I know who didn't vote also protested. Because for them, protesting feels like you're doing something, where voting just feels like a joke to them. And so, like, who am I to cast a judgment on this thought process when that's their limited tools and that's how they're thinking? Because, like, I kind of get it. You know? So when we have these conversations, no matter what we call it, we're really at war with ourselves, our relationship to the system. And honestly, we're already struggling within our family dynamics, within our friend dynamics, within our work dynamics. There is a lot to unpack here. Like, I don't want you to feel overwhelmed, but it will take a long time to deconstruct and pull apart all of these things. But yeah, I think Confederate, I think Nazi, I think fascist, I think rape apologist, I think pedophile. I think there's a lot of words that could fit and be accurate to what's happening in this administration, what are all the different facets of what we're facing. I saw this video here. Let me see if I can pull it up for you really fast. Let's see. Did you guys see this video? This one.
Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody fucking gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying? Less legals. We're going to look at shipping tractor trailer loads of that shit in here. So you catch what it's all about us now. It ain't about them. Professional, legal, ethical, and moral. You know what we're talking about. Legal, ethical, moral. You're on camera. But other than that, it's what we do.
What city is it, Chief?
Fucking ours is Fire fucking City.
No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike.
That was Gregory Bavino, who I know everyone's saying he's out, he's heading towards retirement, but that's him instructing his Nazi group, his Confederate losers, his whatever you want to call him, this gang of losers, bro. He's instructing them on how to basically engage in, if anyone even touches them, like arrest as many people as you want. And by the way, we've got terrible updates coming out of the ICE facility that kidnapped that little boy and his dad the other day. He's ill. He's not doing well. It's devastating to hear the news. It's absolutely awful.
5-year-old Liam Ramos is said to be in poor health after being detained by ICE with his dad. A school official has reported speaking to his mum, who said Liam has stomach pain, is vomiting, has a fever, and he no longer wants to eat. He's been photographed by a congressman at a detention center in Texas, who says Liam keeps asking about the hat and the backpack that are in the picture. I think they took that from him.
So, you know, it's no joke. And I'm devastated. Like, I'm just devastated. This story broke my heart this morning. I was absolutely crushed. Here we go.
ICE detained this 58-year-old Mexican undocumented immigrant while he was working at his job at a McDonald's here in Minnesota. Now, we talked to this man's son, Anthony, about this traumatic incident and agreed not to show his full face on camera.
My dad was working at McDonald's over Southtown, and he was just changing the garbage in the lobby when 2 ICE agents walked inside and they just grabbed him.
So that very same day, Anthony marched into this building, ICE's headquarters in Minnesota, to make sure his dad got the medicine he needs for his heart condition when he says this happened.
I gave an ICE agent my dad's medicine, but I'm not sure if he got it because the ICE agent just smirked at me, like trying to laugh at my face for bringing in the medicine.
Now, a doctor told MS Now that whether or not he gets his meds could be life or death for Anthony's dad. So Anthony came back in today, marched again into that building, and refused to leave until he was 100% sure that his dad got his meds. But Anthony says that the emotional toll that ICE has taken on his family is just too heavy to bear.
I feel heartbroken, I feel alone. I just wish my dad comes home so he could be with my mom and my mom can stop crying at night. it's just like something's missing, like our hearts, some part of our heart's missing when he's not here.
Now, the Trump administration says they're arresting the worst of the worst, but Anthony says his dad has no criminal record. He's just a hard-working man trying to make an honest living for his family while working at McDonald's. MS Now reached out to DHS about this incident. They say that they give comprehensive health care to detainees and that for many of these undocumented immigrants, they're receiving the best health care they've ever received in their entire lives.
You know, that's what they're saying. They're saying, oh, they're receiving the best healthcare they've ever received. I highly fucking doubt it. Okay, I highly fucking doubt that. And so call them what you want to call them. Call them terrorists, honestly, because you're terrorizing the fucking community. You know what I mean? Like, if this isn't terrorism, I don't even know what the fuck is. And that's the thing. That's the thing about all of this is like, this is why categories I think have always been so important to me, because we don't know what to categorize. We don't know how to put people in categories, not to punish them, not to hate them, not to be bitter, but to react accordingly. If you can't identify what you're seeing, how do you know how to react, right? Which, by the way, speaking of understanding how to understand what you're viewing and seeing, huge news. Let's call it justice, if we will.
A former Illinois sheriff's deputy has received the maximum sentence for the fatal shooting of Sonia Massey, who was killed in her own kitchen after calling 911 for help. You may recall seeing this body camera video from July 2024. Former Deputy Sean Grayson said he thought Massey was going to throw a pot of boiling water at him before he fired his gun. Well, today, a judge sentenced Grayson to 20 years in prison and 2 years of supervised probation after he was convicted last October of second-degree murder. A former Illinois...
So if you guys remember, she called the police. They don't know. I don't remember if she was having like a mental health crisis or something, but something was wrong. She asked for help, and when they showed up, they shot her. And he says, oh, he was afraid she was going to pour boiling water on him. I'm going to need you to notice what you're seeing, because what I notice with police is they're so badly trained that often when it's a mental health crisis or a disability crisis or something, they just always react wrong. There was that very, the story that stays in my mind always is when this caregiver was taking care of one of their patients, and their patient got out and was on the street and decided to lay down on the street to feel comfortable. And the police showed up with guns drawn, and the caretaker was like, stop, he's fine. He's just having a moment, relax. And the police just like, guns drawn, guns drawn, guns drawn. And it's just like, what are you doing? And that desire to always pull out your gun, you know, that desire to always escalate to more violence, that desire to just see people as always dangerous. Now, I understand, right? We want to be cautious. We can't always treat our community like it has our best intentions in mind, okay? I didn't even mean to go in this direction, but everybody get ready. Trigger warning. This story is devastating. This all connects, because here's what happens. Let me go to paint really fast, and then I'll explain to you why there's such a struggle with humanizing each other, because it's really hard, right? Like, I'll stand by this every time. Being kind to people is hard. Being a good person is hard. Everybody thinks it's easy, but it's not. And if it was easy, the world would look very different. The world would look very different if it was very easy to be a good person. Okay? So what happens is we have this, let's see, we have our lives. Okay? So here's our life. Here's me and you, girls. Okay, we're so cute. Oh my God. And we have all of these problems. Oh my God, look at all of these problems we have to deal with. And this is just regular life stuff. Getting to school on time, working on our health, our finances are crazy, our kids need help, our neighbor needs help, our parents, our neighborhood needs, you know, the lawn taken care of. Here's just like all of our problems. Okay, that's a lot of problems. And then we have above us our neighborhood's problems, our city problems. So then, oh my God, our city has all these problems, right? All these strangers we don't even know. Okay, they have problems too. And then, oh my gosh, look at our state. Okay. And then it's like, oh my God, our country. And it goes on. And then it feels like the burden of the weight of the world is coming down on your shoulders. And you're like, Jesus, I can't carry the weight of this. Well, you were never meant to. You were never meant to. Right? The whole point is that you maybe hold up this layer, but then the people here hold up this layer and we hold up this layer. And then together, we're all actually keeping it together. Okay. The idea is like the strength comes from the foundation. But instead, it feels like it's crumbling from the top on top of us. And that's why we say, okay, the system isn't working if it feels like everybody is getting fucking pummeled, right? Except for the people who are at the very top, and they're just like sitting on top of all of us while we're being crushed at the bottom. So they're sitting here like, hey, this is working. And I'm like, hey, you only think it's working because you're not getting crushed. Okay? So that's why we have to understand that we are not, when we say like the system is broken, we're saying like the literal system. It's not just people that are broken. Okay? Because you have to remember, people are also broken. Individuals are also broken. I'll give you an example. Just heard this news today, devastating news. Okay?
This morning, a Facebook Marketplace transaction gone wrong led to the murder of a 30-year-old pregnant mother.
You always see it on the news, but you never think that it would happen to you or to someone that you love.
Police say Eliza Morales was stabbed 70 times. They say the 19-year-old suspect, Nadis Revucas, bought a truck for Morales' husband on Facebook Marketplace. And when he arrived to pick up the bill of sale, Eliza answered the door. Court documents say Revucas was angry about the condition of the truck and decided to take out his frustration on Eliza.
We're in shock. We can't believe that evil even exists.
This is not the first violent crime related to Facebook Marketplace transactions. Just last week, a Marine veteran was shot and killed in Missouri while trying to sell his phone on Facebook Marketplace, arranging to meet with a potential buyer at his home. 3 18-year-olds and a minor are now charged with his murder. Facebook parent company Meta says more than 1 billion people visit Facebook Marketplace worldwide every month. Both law enforcement and Facebook recommend meeting in a public spot and keeping personal details like your home address private. Eliza's family now grieving 2 lives lost as she was set to deliver their second girl in March.
I'll spend the rest of my life wishing I can get every last second back with her and just continue to try to live through her for my daughter and continue to be strong for my family.
Prosecutors say Nadis Revucas has now confessed. He's due in court today. And
okay, I'm going to say something because this is what's so difficult, right? First, that's devastating. Just, I cannot even imagine and process it. I believe this was the mother or mother-in-law. She said, we never imagined it could happen to us. I want you to hold on to that thought. And I need you to connect it to everybody else on the planet. Every immigrant that voted for Trump, every white person that voted for Trump, every person that ignores politics, everyone that does everything. There's two kinds of people, you know, who we're at odds with right now. The people who forget that them being informed has nothing to do with other people. They think they're better than other people for staying informed, but it's actually your privilege that you are informed, right? Ironically, okay? 2, the people who don't stay informed because they think it won't happen to them, just like the women who go home and take men home on dates on Tinder. Hey, ladies, what are we doing? Because they think it won't happen to them. Women who open the doors for men, why wouldn't they? Thinking it won't happen to them. We drive our cars every day thinking we're not going to be the one to die in a car accident today. It's in our nature to always assume it won't happen to us. This isn't unique to whiteness. It's just compounded by white privilege. So when people say, oh, this girl Hannah and her husband, this immigrant husband, thought it would never happen to them, that's not unique to whiteness. But I will tell you this, it can be furthered or exacerbated by whiteness, white privilege. So that's the part you want to be critical of. But it actually is, for your own sake, I need you to be okay and process that human beings never think it's going to be them. And then the ones who do are considered paranoid and overthinkers. Have you ever been called paranoid or an overthinker? Me? I tell you guys all the time, my siblings have my location in case I go missing, and some people think that's crazy. Some of you in my own chat have told me, Brittany, like nobody has my location. Yeah, because you think it's not going to happen to you. Because you think you're not the one who's going to go missing. Versus I come from a family that assumes it's going to be us. You know, well, not with everything though, obviously, because they voted MAGA, right? So then you have to really process that like everything you do, it's the same thought in other people's brains. Of course, they don't think it's going to happen to them. They don't probably know anyone who is that person, right? They've never been taken by ICE. Why would it be them? Yes, you can call it privilege, and that could be the case for some categories, but it's also the other side of it. And still, staying informed is a form of privilege. Not for everybody who stays informed, but for some people, it is a form of privilege. How many of us, Ezra Klein, what did Ezra Klein say about politics? Can't we just go back to when we were talking about politics like it was fun? He stays informed because it's his privilege. It's fun for him, right? How many people join political bubbles because they think it's fun? You guys, politics is a sports for a lot of people. When I was younger, I used to describe politics as fun because it was. It was just something that you did, like, it was important, but it was like fun. Because even as a queer person, when I was a conservative, it was more fun. When I became a liberal and a progressive, it was obviously different. Also, P.S., remember how I told you I voted McCain? And one of my thought processes was Barack Obama was too young, but there was also a secondary process. Are you ready for this? In 2008, I was still pro-life. Process that information, right? And by the way, my relationship with abortion hasn't much changed from that person, except my thought process is different. I still think it's a life in the making. I just think it might be better to end that life than continue it to term. But remember that I have a very specific relationship with life and death. That's also why my plant-based journey is so specific, right? Because that's how did you come to change your mind with that? Literally harm reduction. Literally harm reduction. What in this circumstance is going to be more harm in the long run? What is going to be better in this circumstance? And of course, the overall legality of the government doesn't have a business to tell you what to do with your body, right? Obviously, the overall reality that the government should not be in our business, even though there are certain times when I think the government should be in our business. You know what I mean? Obviously, we take kids out of homes, we save children from abusive households, right? But I do think for me, it's always going to be like, what is the most harm reduction? So I went from being pro-life, marching for March on Life protests, talking to people about being pro-life, to literally supporting women after their abortions and either holding funerals and or helping them, being there for people while they've just taken the pill, whatever women have needed from me. I went from being a pro-lifer to being the person. And you know what's funny is I had a woman once, wonderful woman. She reached out to me and said, hey, I know you really want to be a mom. This is the time when I really wanted to be a mom. She said, but I'm going to have an abortion. And I wondered if it would be appropriate to basically lean on you in so few words. And I said, yeah, I appreciate the consideration you had for my feelings, but these are two separate things and they don't overlap. But I can see why you think they would, because for a lot of people out here, they'll say to you, oh, I've wanted a baby my whole life and you're killing yours, right? That's probably what she was used to hearing. And I told her, you can call me girl. It's okay. I get it. You made the choice that was best for you. Let's talk about it. And it was fine because at the end of the day, I am able to, and this took a lot of extrospection, separate my own desires from other people's choices. This is a skill. And I don't think as many people have it as they think they do, because if you did, okay, you would be able to understand why humans do what they do. And then this conversation about free will, because I think that's the problem. I don't think people have free will the way other people do. So I think that probably always overshadows my belief systems about people, which is why I always raise an eyebrow at people, assuming oh, you made a choice. Sure. You made a kind of choice. Yeah. You made as informed of a choice as you could make, I mean, we live in a world where informed consent is such a foreign concept to people. And then people really talk about choice. What does choice even mean if it's not even informed, really? So, again, when we talk about these topics, I just know as a person who's changed a lot that it requires a lot of work, and you have to do it even when people are telling you you're a piece of shit. Because that's the thing I see. Look, I'm not going to hold my breath for former conservatives to be not conservative, especially if they're older. But I will tell them this, it's a journey and you have to keep doing it even if everybody bullies you along the way, because you have to do the right thing even if nobody is supporting you. You doing the right thing isn't about getting praise from other people. You just have to do the right thing. But the problem is in America, we have a hero complex. So we want, and we should get validation from our community for sure. But we have a hero complex. And I think a lot of people want to be given gold stars from being MAGA to not MAGA. right? I think that's the dilemma is like, I'm not going to give you a gold star for like leaving the conservative party, but like, congratulations on your journey. But I think they want to be praised and or people think they have to. So then people want to take them down a peg. I just watched a woman. Oh man, I wish I saved it. Oh, I wish I saved it. Wait, can I look at my own activity on desktop? Hold on. I wish I saved this. Wait. Oh shoot. My phone's not here, is it? I just watched this TikTok about this woman. This black woman was commenting on how Hannah from yesterday, the white woman, and another woman, I believe she was Hispanic, both came out and said their husbands were taken and that they regret where they were. But like, okay. And then the internet, she was like, you guys went for these women so hard that the white woman stayed and got a platform and the Hispanic woman left and got bullied off this platform. And she said, that's really fucked up. And then the comment section was like, I was mean to both of them for the record. And I'm sitting here like, why is anyone being mean to anybody? Like, why is anyone being mean to anybody? Like, I get it, being critical, but I think comment sections forget they're not public figures. Like, I wish the comment section would either get on this fucking app and put their name to their words or stop being so mean in the comment sections. Because, like, you're not even putting your name on the line. You know what I mean? Like, these people are at least putting their faces out there and trying to advocate for their families that were kidnapped by ICE. You're just out here being mean. So it's like, you know, what is that? And then a part of me is like devastated because, yeah, like people of color will absolutely be Trump voters and they will have been kidnapped and they deserve liberation. But, you know, people are going to want to ignore them or say like you sold out or something else. Like people got to do what they got to do. You know, people got to do what they got to do. So, you know, there's always that conversation about like, what is the privilege? The privilege to leave America, the privilege to stay in America, the privilege to live in a nice place in America, the privilege to not vote, the privilege. It's only privilege if it's privilege. It's only privilege if it's privilege. It's like, to me, sometimes I think we just miscategorize people so badly. It's kind of like saying, oh, it's your privilege to stay poor. Like you're so privileged that you're deciding to stay poor. It's like some people are so poor and they see no way out. So they can't even think about getting out of being poor. And they're like, that's your privilege. I don't have the privilege to stay poor. It's like, well, sure. Like maybe in some ways staying in poverty is privilege, but like also, you know what I mean? Like that's what you sound like when you're like, I can't believe you didn't vote. When people are so beaten down by the system, they think vote for what? You know, they don't even think they're going to be heard. We're talking about fraud, election fraud, time and time again. Guys, there is a very high chance the US government is going after Trump again for fraud, election fraud. What if we find out Trump was elected fraudulent, right? Now, here's another reinforcement that the system doesn't work. Because not only did he get elected, but he fucked us all over in, how long has he been president? You know what I mean? How long has he been president? And we have been fucked. Like 10 years of damage has been done so quickly in this man's second term. And then you want people to sit there and be like, oh yeah, I believe in this country. This same country that was founded on genocide, this same system that's been fucked since day one. So again, you can sit here in 5 years. Chad said 5 years. He's been president for 5 years. You can sit here and attack people. And I do think there's a proper place for criticism. I 100% do. But be careful of you falling into this idea that you are better than other people or that you are high and mighty or that you are smarter or more compassionate. You know what I mean? Like just think about that process of you thinking you're better than other people because, again, I think the future is compassionate. The future is community. The future is liberation. The future is less bigotry. The future is less prejudice. The future is more love. The future is adults actually being the adults in the room, which is what I think we're missing. We are missing adult leaders. We are missing people. Hassan was just banned on Twitch for 7 days because of something he said. Honestly, crazy 7 days though. Like that's, come on, bro, relax, okay? 7 days he was banned. Did you guys see?
What's more likely is that they filmed his fucking face.
Wait.
And they put him on a watch list. As Ken Klippenstein reports in this rabid ultra-Zionist pigs.
That's what he said.
All the fucking Israel dick riders out there, you fucking rabid ultra-Zionist pigs.
That's what got him banned for 7 days. It almost sounds like a poem or something. That could be a song. Somebody make that into a song. But okay, I get it. Twitch has its rules, I guess. I don't know. 7 days is crazy though. 7 days. I don't know if it was because he said Zionist and pig in the same sentence, and pig is a Jewish slur. But I don't know if that was what the issue was. But hold on.
You fucking run around going, oh my, out there, you fucking rabid ultra Zionist.
And rabid is like really racist to most groups. So I would be cautious saying that word ever, right? So I don't know. Chet said pig is a Jewish slur. As far as I know, I was always raised with calling Jewish people pigs absolutely racist. Like, maybe I'm like in a different bubble, but I was always taught like rabid is rabid animal. So like rabid is always like animalistic language towards POC. And then pig and Jewish people apparently are like some derogatory term, some relationship to. And then I don't know if it's a slur. I shouldn't say slur. Derogatory? Derogatory? Maybe not slur. That's a big word. Derogatory? You know, I think that's more apt. And then it's the phrase Zionist pig you guys said specifically. Yeah, like Zionist pig. Yeah, chat says, but he's talking about Zionists, not Jewish people. Yeah, but you know the world doesn't know the difference. So the world is like convinced he's anti-Jewish, right? So it's like that kind of thing. But I'm surprised they gave him a 7-day ban and not like a 24-hour one. Okay? Discord said to be frank, Hassan really needs a vacation. Yeah, he does need vacation. Well, you know, don't we all? But look, moving into the future, I understand when we say things because we're angry or being funny or it comes out. I would love for us to not do that. Like, I would love to live in a world where the adults having the conversations in the room were actually able to not say the things. Because I understand, and this is why we say, by the way, this is why I think people are interesting, because when people say like, oh, I talk the same way in public that I do in private, I'm like, do you expect kindergarten teachers to speak the same way to their class as they do at home? You know what I mean? Like a part of me is like, yeah. Chat says it is a Jewish Germany. It's not exactly a Jewish slur, but pig is something Germans like to add to words to make it an insult. So Jew pig is a slur because it's heavily used in Nazi propaganda. Thank you. That's okay. I was like, I know this. I was taught this was bad. Okay. I was taught this was bad, putting them together. So that kind of stuff, like I'd really like for the adults in the room to never say anything that is that like confusing. Like we have to do so much work for Hassan to give him good faith to even dissect that language. Because if a white nationalist had said that, I would have been like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to have to do that for people that are supposed to be the good guys. I don't want to have to work that hard to deconstruct his language and be like, oh, no. And that counts for me too. That counts for me too. I don't want people to have to jump through fucking hoops to explain why Brittany, what she said wasn't da-da-da-da-da. So I would like to eventually, you guys, you know how we keep saying when I'm 40? Guys, I'm still 3 years away. Holy fuck. I'm 3.5 years away. Is it going to really take me 3 years to clean up my language? 3 years? It seems so short. Like 3 years is nothing. But oh my crap, when I think about it, 3 years sounds so like, you know what I mean? Says, was he not referring to the cops as pigs? Well, okay, so yeah, he probably was, given the context of the conversation.
Track protest.
He's talking about Homeland Security. He is talking about people getting kidnapped off the streets. He is probably calling the cops pigs. But it's like that sentence is going to be taken and people are going to hear it. People are going to put together Zionist and pig and they're just going to be like, oh. And I understand we call cops pigs and there's like this whole thing about it. But that's the thing. So again, can we properly identify and categorize people when we see them? Can we actually understand what's happening? Right? So that's why I can understand, depending on how you hear it, why certain people would be like, oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? And then Twitch was already accused of anti-Semitism, right? And Hassan was like the big target of that. So I'm assuming that's why they banned him, but who knows why they really banned him? Right? Because chat says, I hear Hassan call so many groups of people pigs that it didn't connect to me as a Jewish specific thing, but it makes sense on how tense and pro-Israel everything is that the connection would, well, maybe that's just my brain. Maybe that's just my brain, right? Maybe my brain went, oh, I wonder if it's because of anti-Semitism. Because I know they were trying to, you know, right? I know they were trying to come down on anti-Semitism, but I don't know. I don't know what the real reason was Twitch banned him. Chat says, I only know male chauvinist pig in derogatory way. Yeah, true. Like male chauvinist pig is a really good example too. We use pig a lot, which is really sad because they're actually quite intelligent and you definitely shouldn't eat them because they have the intelligence of like a 3-4-year-old. These poor pigs. These pigs are trying to live their life, bro. Okay, they're so smart. They're so smart. Okay. Let's see. Chat said, should people also monitor what they say? I think the what the fuck is this? Holy crap, we're about to watch this. What the hell is this? What we really should be asking ourselves is, in which ways can I show up best for my community, my people, my kids, my family members? In which ways can I express my anger in sassy comments and a little bit derogatory in private? In which ways can I express to my community my upsettedness? In which ways can I show up and be the best version of myself for the world? Hold on, Don Lemon arrested by authorities? The fuck? What is this?
We have breaking news for you. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested late last night on federal charges tied to a protest earlier this month at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Lemon says he was reporting as a journalist when demonstrators interrupted a service to protest immigration enforcement. A magistrate judge previously rejected the case against him, but prosecutors later sought and obtained his arrest. Lemon was taken into custody in Los Angeles and is scheduled to appear in federal court this morning.
Oh my God.
His lawyer, Abby Lowell, calls the prosecution an unprecedented attack on the First Amendment. We have Lisa Rubin here, Molly John Fax joining us. But Jonathan Lemire, can we go through a little more what
Don has been going ham on TikTok. He's always on my TikTok feed. He's always there. And like I said, I've been critical of his misogyny, which I'm not surprised about. He's a man. But at the end of the day, he has been really out there. He has been really making his stance clear against this administration. I'm not surprised if they targeted him.
happened in St. Paul in the church. So then Lisa can break down these charges and how it all matches up.
Yeah, we'll lean on her legal expertise in just a moment. But Don Lemon is now an independent journalist, no longer at CNN. He was in Minnesota covering the protests following the 2 shooting deaths there, Renee Good and then Alex Pretty. This one on January 18th in St. Paul, so just over the river from Minneapolis, protesters went inside a church. They were disruptive to this service. We'll get to Lisa in a moment as to why that would be a charge here.
Are they arresting all of these people? Is it because it was a place of worship? Why? Is it because it's like considered terrorism to bother a place of worship? Why?
And Don Lemon, to remind viewers, is, someone who Donald Trump has criticized repeatedly in the past. Lemon has been pretty tough on Trump. He has called him names. He frequently calls him a liar. Lemon is someone that Trump has gone after on Truth Social and the like for many years. He's always been an object of some ridicule.
Imagine the president of the United States calling you out and making you enemy number one. Girls, the way I start sweating when bigger YouTubers even say my name, and I'm like, oh God, please don't let anybody know who I am. Imagine the president of the United States saying your name. How scary is that?
In the MAGA movement. But what is so important here is this is what matters, is that Lemon says, and we will see if it is the truth, but Lemon says he was acting as a journalist. He was not participating in the protest. He was covering the protest.
That was my question.
And if that is the case, if that's the case, that is indeed.
If I'm not mistaken, because Chad said why this church specifically, is this the church that the pastor and all those people were ICE agents? Is this the same? Is this the same line of churches? There's multiple churches that are engaging with ICE. Is that this church?
A chilling moment here for a journalist in the United States of America doing his job as a journalist and being charged for it.
Now,
that is not.
Did he conduct interviews inside the? I mean, I know the protest was happening, and so he followed the protest in to cover the story. At any point, did he take part in?
Yeah, we'll see if we have footage here, but he did. He interviewed some of the protesters. He interviewed some of the parishioners. He interviewed, I think he tried to talk to the minister at one point, which was perhaps disruptive in that moment. But again, he's acting as a journalist. And Lisa, let's talk about what charge is being levied here and your opinion as to why this is so important.
Let's talk about what we don't know. We know that Don Lemon is still in federal custody right now as we speak.
God.
But my understanding is...
Isn't he married? Does his husband know? Isn't he married? That's so sad. Also, yes, tax churches yesterday. Tax churches. They are forming groups. They are protesting together. Listen, growing up Catholic, not only do they talk about politics every week, but they absolutely encourage you on who to vote for. And they absolutely gather together to go protest. Churches are acting as political, because listen, their politics and their churches, they're one and the same. Which I don't blame them. I'm not criticizing religious people from being religious and political. I'm saying your churches cannot be acting in this way. Your churches are and should be taxed, right?
No charges have been filed and unsealed. Don Lemon and his legal team don't even know when he'll make his initial appearance at a Los Angeles federal court this morning. That having been said, Jonathan, based on the criminal complaint and affidavit that were filed when authorities tried to get initial charges against Don Lemon to stick, I can tell you that it appears that the federal government is pursuing charges under what's called the FACE Act. And the FACE Act is something that folks who follow the reproductive justice movement are very familiar with because it most commonly has been used to prosecute people who block access to reproductive health clinics, who sit there and physically block it. But the FACE Act also prohibits interfering by force with the right to religious worship. And this is an administration who has said they won't use the FACE Act to prosecute crimes of the first type, and they are going to start to use the FACE Act to prosecute crimes of the second.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. And this goes back to the beginning of Street, what we were talking about. What do we call a government that weaponizes its laws against its citizens for standing up for justice? What do we call that? You know, what do we call that? So what are you supposed to do, right? And what if it was church parishioners? So question, just to be clear, what if it was church parishioners protesting their own church? Can they do that? Right? And this is why we have to have these conversations about what do we call this? You know, chat says the baddies. Are we the baddies? Baddies. This is absolute bad. So that's why we have to be cautious about our government utilizing the laws to take advantage of people. Again, it's like when you're dating a person and they weaponize therapy speak to gaslight you. The government. We are in an abusive relationship with the American government, and we are being gaslit to shit right now. Okay? And they're utilizing every tool to be weaponized against us when we gave it to them in the first place so they could help us. It's like we literally gave them tools to make our relationship better, and then they turned around and stabbed us with it. And we were like, what are you doing that for? Okay? So that's the dilemma. That's why these stories are so important.
Look at the affidavit that was filed in that criminal complaint, originally against 8 people. Only 3 of them were eventually charged. There is lots of recitation about what Don Lemon allegedly did during that church protest.
What could he have done?
Talking about him both interviewing people outside and sort of talking with the organizers of that protest, sort of embedding with them.
Interviewing, just being there, just documenting it?
As they prepared to go in, and then live streaming the protest. And as you noted, even the
I bet they got him for live streaming it because they don't want to see any evidence. That's why I say, as devastating as it is, we should be able to see ICE agents killing people on the computer as proof of what they did. Because right now they're going to censor those killings as, oh, you don't need to see this. This is gruesome. The family doesn't need to see this. Yeah, but then nobody sees it and no one believes it happened. Nobody believes it happened. Okay, if I'm historians in my chat, remind me, didn't Germany do the same thing? Where it was like, you know, this, like a lot of people just kind of went like this. I don't see it. I don't smell it. I don't know what's there. But like it's there and they go like this, right? Wasn't the smell from the camp so obvious and like strong that even German citizens who ignored it, there's like a lot of, I heard there's a lot of guilt that German communities have over even like ignoring, or communities have where these concentrations even were, because it wasn't always in Germany. I think there was another one, there was a specific one my friend was telling me about where like they are so offended or so ashamed of what they did by ignoring it that they don't even like when tourists come to see it, which is kind of weird to think about, but people need to see and people need to remember, right? This could happen to, I mean, any population of people. And that's why it's so frustrating to me right now that we can't figure out how to separate Zionism from Jewish people, because nobody in their right mind wants to go back to what the Germans did to the Jews. Like a Holocaust is a Holocaust, a genocide is a genocide, and it's all fucked up and it's all so wrong.
What happened to the children at Auschwitz-Birkenau? More than 232,000 children and young people, most of them Jewish, were deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau. The vast
Jewish, trans, disabled, gay.
majority of Jewish children were sent directly to the gas chambers on arrival and murdered. They were considered too young to work and were selected for death.
There was about 600 or 700 kids come in one day, children, little children. They took them away from the parents, from the ghettos, told them we're going to go to a better life. Yeah, they meant up there. And they were marching into the gas chambers. You know, when I saw that, I was standing there in tears, you know. I wasn't far away. And that's when I lost a little bit of my faith.
Some children arrived with their families from across occupied Europe. Others were born inside the camp itself. Until mid-1943, babies born in Auschwitz were usually killed shortly after birth. Later, some newborns were registered as prisoners, tattooed, and left to survive in conditions of starvation, disease, and neglect. Out of the 232,000 children deported, only just over 700 were alive when Auschwitz was liberated in January 1945. On Holocaust Memorial Day, we remember the children who were murdered at Auschwitz-Birkenau.
Like, absolutely inexcusable devastation. Just like, this isn't the world we should want to live in. But I think this is the world we make excuses for, which is why the memes aren't funny. You know what I mean? Like, these YouTubers, these content creators, you know, arguing about how many Jews died or how many people died. Like, it's not funny. But they're platformed. They're meeting with presidents. They're shaking hands with people in authority positions, right? It's just devastating. And then on top of it, we're watching it happen in Palestine right now. It's so gross. And it's so gross how many people make money off of these tragedies, how many people rise to power, how many families, like, that's where your money is coming from. That's your legacy. It's so gross.
The David quote.
This is back to Don Lemon.
Him as saying, I'm just here to chronicle and report on what's happening. He also, underscores at one point, I'm going to read to you from the complaint. I'm looking at a young man who's in the corner. He's frightened. He's scared. He's crying. People are leaving church. An unknown male parishioner was observed yelling to the agitators, telling them to get out. And then he says, I don't think they know what to do. I'm sure they probably called the local authorities right now. If I'm guessing, the authorities, the federal authorities, are relying on some of Don Lemon's own language to suggest that the protesters themselves were putting the people in the church in fear of their safety, which is how they are criminalizing this protest. But how that means Don Lemon himself is criminally liable is something that I think you, and others are going to be struggling to understand in the coming days. Again,
exactly.
We have not seen the federal charges. They have not been unsealed in Minnesota, nor has any indication of his arrest been unsealed in Los Angeles. We await those right now, along with his legal team, Abby Lowell, of course, saying this is a violent infringement of Don Lemon's First Amendment rights.
And I think I remember watching some of the coverage of Don Lemon covering what was happening inside the church. And I think that he was talking about the children who were crying in the church, that there was a lot going on at the same time, and said, that's what happens in a protest or something.
He said, I'm going to read from that, Mika, you're right.
Get me to that?
Yes. This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. Again, this is from Don Lemon's live stream the day of the protest inside the church. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street and start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And then the affidavit continues. Name redacted, which people understand to be Don Lemon, goes on to suggest that according to the Constitution, again, this is the Department of Justice's words, there are no limitations to protesters on where and when they can exercise their constitutional rights. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, and that's what they're doing, and that's what I believe.
So Don Lemon now being held, though.
That disrupt word is always weaponized, huh?
Official charges at this point.
No, and let's remember, this also comes just a few weeks after.
Wait, why is Chad saying that's not what he said? You're saying she misquoted him? Are you saying they got the report wrong? This was an hour ago. They posted this an hour ago. I'm not seeing any updates. Yeah, did I hear an iPhone alarm? I think her iPhone alarm literally went off. No, the Justice Department? Oh, the Justice Department? Well, we'll look for updates on this because I am curious now. What's this? Is this the same?
I mean, this is, as Lisa has detailed, seemingly somewhat flimsy charges, or at least questionable charges being levied here. But it's almost, that's just the excuse, because the charges were considered flimsy against Letitia James and James
Well, what
Comey.
are they, though? What are the charges?
The investigation into Jerome Powell. The point is not the charge. The point is these are enemies of the president, and this is what retribution looks like.
Yeah.
Correct. And also, look, there are a lot of levels in play.
We don't have a charging document yet, but the Department of Homeland Security confirming to MS Now this morning, and this is the quote, Jonathan.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait on more updates on that. That's crazy. Insane, honestly. Yeah. Ted says I would not advocate for entering a place of worship to protest. Feels like a really bad precedent to set. And how is this reporter in trouble for doing his job? Well, I think the dilemma too is, again, is that worship, place of worship being used to harbor ICE? Are the clergymen working for ICE? I feel like that's different. And I think that's the problem. You can't hide behind your church walls necessarily. But I think I can understand why it might be, it's hard to say. Because as a community, sure, I can't imagine the way that it might feel scary sitting in church and watching all these people show up. Like, I think that would feel like, oh my God, we're about to die. Like, this is a school shooting and like, I would assume it was a shooting, right? And at the same time, I do think like there are forms of protest that people will come to that because they feel like they're being pushed into a corner. They're like, well, what else are we supposed to fucking do? And so there's that comes into it. Like, people are going to be afraid, and I really wish we didn't have to live in a world where people have to make other people afraid, but people are afraid, and that's why I say fear is the root of all evil, but the fear started this. People are afraid and entitled, they become bigoted. They push people into a corner, people fight back because they're afraid. And then it's the whole cycle of like, well, who should be the bigger person about not making the other person feel afraid? Well, again, we have to like deconstruct where this all comes from. But ultimately, we have to decide as a community what is going to lead to more harm reduction. Okay? You said I would not be okay with protesters entering a synagogue or a mosque. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything, right? Like, you're saying it as if it means something. I'm saying, given the context of the situation, is the mosque and is the synagogue, are their leaders in ICE? That kind of changes stuff. That begs a further question. Are your leaders in ICE? Like, are your leaders, pushing fascism in such a direct way? Like, I think it forces a new question. Like, we have to be intellectually honest about this and say, like, that's a different question. So now the question is, okay, if my priest on the weekends is serving in ICE, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean for where I give my money? Like, you know what I mean? If people are protesting a Catholic church because they just found out that it gave $100 million to fight victims of molestation, like, don't they have the right to protest that church in some way? Right? So there's a lot of like conversation to be had about how to show up. Look, this is not ideal, right? We don't live in the ideal world. And so we have to pick and choose our battles. I probably would not participate in walking into a church unless there was like a direct relationship with the congregation that was also anti their church leader. Like, I would want to work with the church participants, like the church congregation, which happened. There was a story about some pastor was sitting there confessing to his congregation about a sin he had committed in an affair. And his congregation at first were like, wow, thank you for coming and telling us the truth, your confession, da-da-da. They were like clapping. And then the victim stood up and she goes, tell them the full story. And he didn't realize she was going to do that. And she's like, tell them the full story. And then her husband was like, tell them the full story. Tell them how old she was. Tell them that you did our wedding. Like, tell them what the story was. And then like he's like, they start to tell the story and the congregation turns on him. They're like, what? Like, some people didn't, but most people were like, the fuck? Like, you were trying to get away with confessing and holding accountability by giving us a half truth. And that's what we don't want. We don't want the half truths, So look, leaders are responsible for creating every circumstance to avoid the population from needing to protest. A happy population is not going to fucking protest. And then if they do and everything is good, at that point, that population maybe isn't even protesting. Maybe at that point they are terrorists. But right now, with the way things are, protest is necessary. As, America that's just how we do things. So, there's something to be said about like, there's a lot of moving parts here. Okay? There's a lot of moving parts here, is what I'm trying to say. Okay? Let's see. You said from the street, though? Yeah, like if you protest from the street, but I don't know. I can't speak. You know what this reminds me of? Minors getting trans surgery. I don't know. I'd have to know the circumstance. I'm not going to blanket give a answer. I don't know. Depends on the circumstance. Like, we're doing this thing where we're trying to put a black and white rule down on a situation that it's situational. I don't know. Like, maybe protest from the street, maybe protest inside. It depends on the circumstance. I'm not going to say we should never do it, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, there are going to be opportunities. There are going to be moments where we have to go inside the church, or we have to go inside the school, or we have to go inside the store, or we have to go inside the White House. right? So to say we should never, I'm not going to bring up the N word, never, when we're talking about this, you know, I didn't mean to make an N word joke right there, but like it just happened naturally. So call me a comedian, you know. You said I understand why they do it, but I think it's a bad idea to enter a confined space in a rowdy way. Feels too easy to escalate. Sure. Once again, I don't know the circumstances. I don't know what the situation was. I don't have the details of exactly why the organizers decided to do this. But sure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think we should start being more comfortable with saying, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Let's switch gears to something a little softer, and then we'll go back to things that are a little harder. Once again with the jokes today, Brittany. Who is she? Okay, so Brooklyn Beckham is David and Victoria Beckham's son. He has cut ties with them. Many people asked me to cover this story. I'm a little late to it. Let's just talk about estrangement, because as we talk about politics, as we talk about this administration, as we talk about should I talk to my mom and dad, we're seeing a very famous celebrity family have to, well, share with all of us, even though we didn't want to know for sure, right? Now we all know they're not talking to each other. They're estranged. And honestly, we could probably relate to some of it. So look at this video here, just so you can get an idea of what's happening.
Nicola posted this dreamy video on TikTok Tuesday.
Okay, that's Brooklyn and his wife.
Spending quality time,
Nicola,
with her husband of nearly 4 years. The couple all loved up with their dog, enjoying nature, wine, good food, and some sweet hugs and kisses.
Sweet hugs and kisses. Oh, I don't want this. I'm going to get copyrighted. Hold on. Muted for you guys. I'll unmute it when it's not copyrighted music. Okay, hold on. Over on Brooklyn's side.
Page, some snaps from their tranquil escape, including his bride in bed, a mid-dinner smooch, and this mouth-watering chicken and waffles dish.
He's the best husband in the entire world.
She's the best, and I'm so happy.
The pair seems completely unbothered when we know behind the scenes, a lot's going on.
David, you disappointed family business is being aired in public?
That's Brooklyn's dad, David Beckham, being asked about the drama last week, after Brooklyn went scorched earth, unleashing his wrath in a pages-long statement detailing his account of his parents' alleged mistreatment of him and Nicola. Brooklyn confirmed reports that his mom, Victoria, backed out of making Nicola's wedding dress, and alleges she stole the spotlight at their reception by hijacking the first dance with inappropriate moves. Brooklyn added, "The narrative that my wife controls me is completely backwards. I have been controlled by my parents for most of my life." David and Victoria have not responded to their eldest son's allegations, but a source told ET last week the Spice Girl has been deeply upset by the issues.
It definitely takes a toll on you mentally.
How do you guys manage tuning out the noise and just kind of staying true to who you are? Does it bother you ever?
It's not the best thing to see people writing not the nicest of things, but you know, we have each other, we have each other's back more than anything. So I think we've just both learned to don't listen to that.
Okay, now let me show you. He also has like a cooking video thing he does where people make fun of him for being like a cook, but whatever.
Judge me, of course you do, because everyone's always like, oh, Brooklyn thinks he's a professional chef. I'm not a professional chef at all. I just love cooking.
Okay, he's like, people make fun of me. They say, oh, you think you're a professional chef? He's like, I don't think that. Here's this video.
The kids, they love Italian food, so I feel that I perfected the ragu and the fresh pasta. It would be like a bolognese.
He does do a good bolognese. I personally think mine's better. You know, he's been cooking it for me most of my life. And I've, you know, taken his recipe and I've changed it a little.
Okay, chat saying he's also got a hot sauce line. Okay, noted. But this is my favorite. If you watch the docuseries of Victoria Beckham and of David Beckham, I've watched both for the record. And this is a clip from, I think this is David Beckham's series. This is a clip everybody might know.
We're very working class.
Be honest.
She's talking about her own family, saying they're very working class.
We're very working class.
Be honest.
I am being honest. I am being honest.
What car did your dad drive you to school in?
So my dad did.
No, one answer.
My dad.
What car was it?
All right, it's not a simple answer
What
because.
car did you get your dad to drive?
It depends.
No.
Okay,
What
in the
car?
80s, my dad had a Rolls Royce.
Thank you.
Okay, it's like funny. Keep in mind, these people are worth a lot of fucking money. Okay. And then, of course, they've been paparazzi'd and people are following them everywhere, asking them about the situation, right?
Family power!
I couldn't even imagine this being my job. Like, imagine you're the paparazzi.
Family power!
Ah ouais, mais c'est lui là.
Family power in Paris. Wow. Where is Brooklyn? Brooklyn is not with you.
Okay, like imagine that is your life. It's like, girl, no, thank you. Thank you. Now, David Beckham did appear on a show where he talked about like social media and giving kids a chance to make mistakes.
Well, whilst Sir David Beckham didn't comment to Paul there or directly about the controversy during an interview with CNBC about his global sports programme partnership, he did say that sometimes parents have to let their children make mistakes on social media.
I've always spoke about, social media and the power of social media, for the good and for the bad. The bad we talked about with what kids can access these days, and it can be dangerous. But what I've found personally, especially with my kids as well, use it for the right reasons. I've been able to use my platform and my following, for UNICEF, and it's been the biggest tool to make people aware of what's going on around the world for children. And I've tried to do the same. I've tried to do the same with my children to educate them. They make mistakes. Children are allowed to make mistakes. That's how they learn. So that's what I try to teach my kids. But you have to sometimes let them make those mistakes as well.
Okay. So then Brooklyn posted this on Instagram. This is from Reddit, okay? Because it's just easier for me to read. It says, this is from Brooklyn directly. I've been silent for years and made every effort to keep these matters private. Unfortunately, my parents and their team have continued to go to the press, leaving me with no choice but to speak for myself and tell the truth about only some of the lies that have been printed. I do not want to reconcile with my family. I'm not being controlled. I'm standing up for myself for the first time in my life. For my entire life, my parents have controlled narratives in the press about our family. The performative social media posts, family events, and inauthentic relationships have been a fixture of the life I was born into. Recently, I have seen with my own eyes the lengths they will go through to place countless lies in the media, mostly at the expense of innocent people, to preserve their own facade. But I believe the truth always comes out. Now, just to give a little bit of my 2 cents here, I do think being a celebrity might be the worst thing in the whole world. I just couldn't even imagine, and I think it's a red flag when people want to be one. I do like watching celebrity stories, and I did enjoy watching the docuseries for both David Beckham and Victoria Beckham. And I do like a reminder of how much they had to do to stay and be famous, because I know people think it's easy, but it's actually really easy to get famous. It's really hard to stay famous and make money off of it. So when I watch these videos, when I watch the documentaries, I just get reminded of like how much this isn't who I'm supposed to be in the story. Because when you grow up in the world, especially in Southern California, there's this idea that like you could be famous, you could be a celebrity. But the truth is like I'm not willing to do what they do to do it, but I can see what happened, like how hard it is. I can see like how hard it is. David Beckham often talks about how his father basically abused him in order to make him the pro player he was, right? And also he loved football, soccer. He loved football, but his father was like borderline abusive, like, in order to kind of get him to that point. So it's kind of like this double-edged sword of, am I willing to do what it takes to be famous and rich and a good ball player? But also, why does it always have to come at the expense of our kids or our health or our relationships? Like a celebrity family whose kids are out there in the media, yeah, those kids are never going to be like regular kids. But also regular kids too, sharing about their family, sharing about their drama. I mean, I share stuff here. My parents aren't celebrities. Sometimes when I talk about my family, I'm always like, am I oversharing? But then a part of me feels like I want to give a real life example of how life can be, because I want people to feel like they can breathe because life is so hard already. So part of me can understand why people really felt like this was powerful, to see that even when you're rich and famous, you still have family problems. And that's what a good reminder of this is. Like, I don't resent rich people. I'm not jealous or bitter or angry. I'm just like, okay, bro, you took that path. I took this one. I really think like anyone can be rich and famous. I just think other people have a leg up, like Nepo babies. But I believe this in a philosophical sense, not in like a conservative way. Like, not, you know, conservatives are like, if you want to make it in America, you can. If you want to get famous, you can. Because all you got to do is being annoying enough, go viral enough, make it happen. If you want to turn it into a long-term business, that's a different game. And that is networking. That is who you know. That is like privilege. That is a lot. That's different. But I think it's possible. I just don't even know if you want it. I wish people, instead of dreaming about, oh, I wish I could be famous, ask yourself, do you really want to be? I wish I was rich. Do you really want to be? I wish my dad gave me a $30K allowance a month. Are you sure about that? Because then you'd have to take daddy's money, which is not exactly the cleanest money. You know, I heard Vivian, allegedly, and I wouldn't blame her either way, but allegedly Vivian, you know, Elon's daughter, allegedly isn't getting paid by daddy. She was like, my dad does not give me money. I am dead to him. He does not give me $1, and I make all my own money. And yes, of course, she's a Nepo baby. Yes, of course, she has privilege. Yes, of course, all those things. But she's not, you know, she's trying to make her own path. Yes, I understand. She's still Elon's daughter, okay? But there's something about this. You know, I've enjoyed the way Vivian has decided to, what path she's decided to go, right? And yeah, there's a lot of layers to this is what I'm trying to say. Okay, now. Next part of Brooklyn's statement. Brooklyn says, my parents have been trying endlessly to ruin my relationship since before my wedding, and it hasn't stopped. My mom canceled making Nicola's dress in the 11th hour despite how excited she was to wear her design, forcing her to urgently find a new dress. Weeks before our big day, my parents repeatedly pressured and attempted to bribe me into signing away the rights to my name, which would have affected me, my wife, and our future children. They were adamant on me signing before my wedding date, because then the terms of the deal would be initiated. My holdout affected the payday, and they have never treated me the same. My holdout affected the payday. Okay, and they have never treated me the same. During the wedding planning, my mom went so far as to call me evil because Nicola and I chose to include my nanny Sandra and Nicola's Nani, I assume a grandma, at our table because they both didn't have their what's a Nani? Is that a grandma? Because they didn't have their husbands. Both of our parents had their own tables equally adjacent to ours. Okay. The night before the wedding, members of my family told me that Nicola was not blood and not family. Since the moment I started standing up for myself with my family, I've received endless attacks from my parents, both privately and publicly, that were sent to the press on their orders. Now, there's two things happening here, right? Discourse said her mom is pretty famous too, right? Oh, does Nicola come from a famous family? I don't know anything about her, to be honest. But there's two things happening here. Either one, the family literally doesn't like her and they just like don't approve because they have bad reasons. She's not good for the brand. They just don't like her for the image, or good reasons. They actually know something insidious about Nicola, think she's a gold digger and something bad is happening, right? We don't know. But, she's a billionaire heiress. Fucking capitalists, bro. Okay, so fine. Her father is Palm Beach royalty. Then why? Interesting. Well, you never know. Maybe the Beckhams are afraid of how powerful her family is. Dun, 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 dun. Or maybe at the end of the day, they're not allowing him to make this decision because they don't think it's his partner, or it's not their business. He's an adult, right? Like, I don't know why you're making this such a big deal. Listen, when people in my family, married people, that I'm like, this isn't your forever person, and I think you know that, but I will back you. I'll be at your wedding, but I hope you know this will end in divorce. And it did. But we still love our family because, like, yes, we're going to marry the wrong people sometimes, and I'm going to be with you through it. But girl, do not do this. And then they do it, and then you love them through it. And rich people are not exempt from this. If they really feel like he is marrying the wrong person, okay, voice your opinion, but also like understand that like at the end of the day, he's an adult. He's going to make his own decisions, right? Her dad is a major Trump supporter. Ew. Are the Beckhams liberal? Aren't they liberal? They probably don't like her family if they're Trump, you know? Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. We don't know is the point. I'm just saying Brooklyn's like an adult. He can make his own decisions. Let's keep reading. Let me see. The night before our wedding, members of my family told Nicola, because she's not family, since the moment I started standing up for myself with my family, I've received endless attacks from both my parents, both privately and publicly, that were sent to the press on their orders. Even my brothers were sent to attack me on social media before they ultimately blocked me out of nowhere last summer. Oh God, this last summer. My mom hijacked my first dance with my wife, which had been planned weeks in advance to our romantic love song, in front of 500 wedding guests. Ew. Mark Anthony called me to the stage. Okay, first of all, humble brag. Okay, where the schedule was planned to be my romantic dance with my wife, but instead my mom was waiting to dance with me instead. She danced very inappropriately on me in front of everyone. Honestly, if he's willing to say this about his mom, he is either the most evil, lying, whatever kind of or that's crazy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I just kind of believe him, but also, like, I don't know, I wasn't there. But also, that's kind of crazy to say about your mom, dude, which means it's probably true. Or he's like an insane liar. There's always a question. Yes, there could be one child who's the scapegoat for the family, or there's the one child that is actually the dangerous, narcissistic, like violent child of the family. So which one is he? Is he the kid in the family that's going to kill his parents in the middle of the night? Or is he the kid in the family that the parents are using as the excuse for all of the bad things that happens? We don't know. Okay. She danced very inappropriately on me in front of everyone. I've never felt more uncomfortable or humiliated in my life. We wanted to renew our vows so we could create new memories of our wedding day that brings us joy and happiness, not anxiety and embarrassment. Yeah, we're gonna have to see that video. You know, we're gonna have to see that video. But I'm more siding on his side in general. Kat says, "Who's Mark Anthony?" Girl, he's a singer. I'm not sure if. You know, we want to side. Well, I mostly side on him initially because I do think adult children have good reasons for moving away from their parents, though I always can take into account the possibility that maybe he's lying, but we'll see, I guess. He said, "My wife has been consistently disrespected by my family. No matter how hard we've tried to come together as one, my mom has repeatedly invited women from my past into our lives in ways that are clearly not intended that were clearly intended to make us both uncomfortable." See, that's crazy. What? Despite this, we still traveled to London for my dad's birthday and were rejected for a week as we waited in our hotel room trying to plan quality time with him. He refused all our attempts and said it was at his big birthday party with hundreds of guests and cameras at every corner when he finally agreed to see me. It was under the condition that Nicola wasn't invited. No, okay, guys. If this is true, there will be receipts and I need to see them. I want to see the family threads. I'm serious. Show it to me. This is a very unique experience. And I can't say either way because I'm not there, but it could be either way. It could be. But this is like, ooh, this is interesting. Like this is, I need the receipts. Make this a YouTube video. Somebody give me the text messages. Okay? Because all this will be documented somewhere, right? And I'm not saying I don't believe him. When I say show me the evidence, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying that's very probable. He could absolutely be telling the truth. We do not know, right? Okay. He refused all of our attempts. Okay. When he finally agreed to see me, it was under the condition that Nicola wasn't invited. It was a slap in the face. Later, when my family traveled to LA, they refused to see me at all. Yeah. Wow. Okay. He says, my family values public promotion and endorsements above all else. My family values public promotion and endorsement above all else. Brand Beckham comes first. Family love is decided by how much you post on social media and how quickly you drop everything to show up and pose for the family photo op, even if it's at the expense of our professional obligations. Damn, bro. We've gone out of our way for years to show up and support at every fashion show, every party, and every press actively to show our perfect family. Now, I'm more likely to believe him in the same way that I do believe Meghan Markle and that whole shenanigans over the royal family. Like, I know for a fact being in that royal family must be hell on fucking earth. Okay? You just know it. And we know the Beckhams are connected to the royal family. So then I believe him in that regard because of the Beckhams, because he's knighted, I believe. I think he's Sir David Beckham. They are connected to the royal family. And we know the royal family sucks. It's hell on earth in that bubble. So, it's all of this. So I wouldn't be that surprised if the Beckhams also followed suit. Okay. Let's see. We've gone out of our way for years to show up and show support at every family, at every fashion show, every party, every press activity to show our perfect family in quotation marks. But the one time my wife asked for my mom's support to save displaced dogs during the LA fires, my mom refused. Uh-oh. The narrative that my wife controls me is completely backwards. I've been controlled by my parents for most of my life. I grew up with an overwhelming anxiety. For the first time in my life since stepping away from my family, that anxiety has disappeared. I wake up every morning grateful for the life I chose, and I've found peace and relief. My wife and I do not want a life shaped by image, press, or manipulation. All we want, peace, privacy, and happiness for us and our future family. Okay, wow. Okay. Well, I mean, there's a pretty good chance he's telling the truth. You know? There's a pretty high probability he's telling the truth. You know what I mean? Just as people don't believe Meghan Markle because she's annoying to them, as if that's the case, I worry for when someone finds them annoying. Well, you know what's crazy about Meghan Markle? Obviously, the racism of it all is a layer here. But if you have to first, okay, here's a problem. First, and this is why I tell you, this is my biggest recommendation for all of us, especially raised under capitalism. Being rich and famous is a trap. I know it doesn't feel like a trap because you can't pay your phone bill right now. It is a trap. It is a trap that looks good because it's bedazzled. But it does not come without strings attached. It does not come without showing up in ways you don't want to show up. How many cases after case after case has to come out for you to realize this is a trap? It's a trap from the internet strangers that hate your guts for simply existing. It's a trap from the amount of stalkers you're going to have to deal with, from the pressures of the family that expects you to show up and look a particular way. You do not become more free at a certain level of wealth. You become more trapped. Okay? Like, I know people keep wanting it to be that, oh, if you get rich, you'll be free. A certain amount of money is a level of independence and freedom. Too much money is a golden cage. And this kid grew up definitely in a golden cage, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. So I'm not surprised this is where he's at right now. And then let's just confirm really fast. Brooklyn Beckham, age, how old is he? He's 26. Oh, he's a baby. He's a baby. He's a bit of a baby. Oh God, he's a little wee mister. He's a bit of a baby, isn't he? Oh, he's a bit of a baby. Okay, hold on. 26 is hard because I do think 26 is so young. It's so young. You have no idea how young 26 is. Okay, so then I'm even more worried for him because either this is the love of his life or this is just another divorce in the future. But either way, anyway, this boy needs this man in training, needs to feel like a grown-up. He has to do it. Oh, he's 26 and she's 31? I don't really love that age gap. I don't really love it. I don't really love it. I don't. Okay. Don't really love that. See. Nicola. Yeah. Okay. I don't really love the age gap, but I understand it's not the worst age gap, but it's not my like favorite age gap. This is BBC. Writer, director, actor, dog activist. She's 31-year-old wife of Brooklyn Beckham, has found herself in the center of a media maelstrom. Let's see. Girl playing ice hockey. My dad really wanted me to focus on playing hockey. Ew. Is that them with Elon? Ew. So her father pelts brother Will and Elon and her. Honestly, if I was the Beckhams, I'd be concerned. I'm a bit concerned now. Wait, now I'm concerned. Uh-oh. So, okay, now we have a weird age gap, which, okay, look, I'm open to the age gap, but I also think it's like 31 and 26, like, that's a pretty big age gap. And then on top of it, she comes from a Republican family. You know what I mean? Who knows? We're not there. We're not a part of these people's families and, you know, stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know. 26 is so young. You know, this is the dilemma though, because if Brooklyn is doing this, it means that he probably didn't feel safe with his family. So there's another layer to it. So let's say it's both and. Maybe Brooklyn's family, the Beckhams, were very strict about who he hung out with, maybe for good or bad reasons. Maybe they helicopter parented him. And then he felt like, I need to rebel. And then this perfect kind of package came around at the right time to kind of, you know, be with him. And maybe she's organic, maybe she's not. We don't know if she's authentic, right? But maybe it was both, you know? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst age gap. It's not the best age gap. That's how I'm going to say it. Like 31. Yeah. It's pushing it. Like 27, 28 would have been better. 29 would have been better. 26, like, yeah, that's pretty fucking young. Yeah, I'm really sympathetic to people in their mid-20s. I just feel like, you know, late 20s, okay, I'm a little bit more relaxed. Mid-20s, you know, okay, so it maybe a little bit of both happened. Maybe, yeah. Also, is that her brother? Because I thought that was Brooklyn Beckham for a second. I mean, maybe all white boys just look alike. I don't know. But, you know, they got the same kind of thing going on. So, yeah. Now I'm hesitating. Well, either way, you know, they're adults and they're going to have to make their decisions. And let's just hope that everyone here has good intentions and that no one is being taken advantage of. I mean, they look good together. They're both attractive in their own way. You know, I don't know. Yeah, we really don't know what's going on with these people. You know? Well, for those of you who wanted my opinion, I will say this. When an adult child feels betrayed by a parent, they have the right to not talk to that parent. Parents have the right to not talk to their adult children. I deeply believe this. Once we're all adults, you know, we make our own decisions. We are not obligated to stay connected to our families, blood related or not. You are not obligated to stay people's friends. I think in healthy situations, friendships maintain, relationships maintain for as long as it's both healthy for everybody. And then when it's not, you move apart or you go in different directions. But I will just say that I think that ultimately Brooklyn has the right to do what he's doing to separate himself from his family. And if this, you know, it's hard because none of us are in celebrity positions. But I hope it brings him the peace that I think he's seeking, you know? We'll see, though. Yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what happens. I don't know. Do we have any strong thoughts about this? You know, Chad said, I'm sorry, but that's not an age gap. I mean, an age gap is an age gap, girls. Like, an age gap can be 6 months. Like, in my opinion, when people are like, oh, there's an age gap, they're saying anything from we're not literally the same age to we're 10 years apart. Age gap is just a word people use to convey an age difference, right? But that is an age gap. I don't know what you would constitute as an age gap. Let's see what Google says is an age gap. An age gap is the difference between the difference in years between two individuals in a relationship. Often defined as significant when it exceeds 8 or 10. But like an age gap can be 4 years, age gap can be 2 years. You know? Like, oh, are you guys the same age? Oh, we're both 36. Okay, not an age gap. Or you can say, oh, but I'm older, but he's younger. Or we can say, oh, we have an age gap. It's 2 years. Okay. Like, to me, age gap just means, is there a gap between your ages? And then you can ask if it's significant. Like, oh, is there a significant age gap? Oh, it's 20 years. You know? So again, it just depends. And also, yeah, chat says if 5 years is a big age gap, especially in your 20s. I think that's what it is. Like, if you're 21 and you're dating somebody who's 31, that's like a huge age gap. If you're 40 and dating someone who's 50, I'm less concerned, obviously, right? I'm not even concerned. Okay. So yeah, it can be a big difference here. Okay. Mid to early 20s. compared to your late 20s, you know, you're heading into your 30s, especially if you're somebody who you're 28, 29, you're heading into your 30s. It's a different mindset than somebody who's 23, 24, and you're heading into your mid 20s. I always think about where you're heading into, right? Like, you know, where are you heading into? And that's how I kind of figure out if there's much of a gap, you know? To me, an age gap implies we are at different stages in life. Well, one of my friends, they're in an age gap relationship. There's like, I think 10 years or 9 years between them. And the partner goes, well, you're 30 now, so there's no such thing as an age gap. I was like, no, the age gap is still there, even if this person is 30 or 35. Like, there's still an age gap, you know? Like, to me, age gaps are, depending on the circumstance of the conversation, like, you know, they don't also imply something negative all the time. Like, the word age gap doesn't mean negative. It's just we usually are concerned about it because we're talking about it in a negative fashion. Like, oh, there's an age gap. Yeah, but like, what's the age gap? You know? Like, what's the age gap? I don't think the word age gap means something bad. It's just like we want to be extra concerned in a world that justifies child marriage, in a world that has child marriages. Like, we just want to make sure that no one's being taken advantage of unnecessarily. You know? That's what we're concerned about, right? Let me see. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge age gap relationship. I'm 33 and the man I'm fucking is 45. Let me tell you, I can fucking feel it. Jordan Teresa has an interesting take on maybe we should consider having empathy towards Nepo babies as we have for child stars and family vloggers. Sure. I don't think, first of all, to the first comment, I definitely always could tell the age difference between people I was fucking, especially if I outgrew them. Oh God, that was the worst. And two, in terms of Nepo babies, I do think that all human beings deserve empathy and sympathy, even tyrants. But that's my radical journey. I don't care if you're a Nepo baby. I only care in the context that it matters. So, like, sometimes it matters. It depends on what we're talking about. But, like, you didn't choose to be born. It is what it is. And also, may all children be Nepo babies. May all children be born into, like, fucking, you know. Imagine thinking you're a better parent by raising your kids on hard mode when you're $500,000 in debt and it's commercial. Or it's consumer, I mean. Like, imagine literally sitting here and being $60,000 in consumer debt on your fucking Starbucks credit card and then being like, I'm a better parent than raising my kids in a wealthy family. Not that you're both not going to have time for your kids, but at least one of your kids gets to go to school and get college paid for. We act like poor families have any more time to spend with their kids than rich families do. You know, at least one family, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why people who have babies think they're better than other people when you're bringing that baby into the world on hard mode, but okay. This is not a shot at poor people as a whole group. This is a shot at people who think they're better than rich people when they have babies, when they don't have any money. That's the shot, okay? Okay? Anyways, let's go ahead and take a break. And then when we come back, I have 3 more videos I want to watch with you guys that I think will be fun to end our weekend or our week together. And guys, you know, honestly, thanks for being here this week. I know it was really hard and heavy. We really did it. You know, I know I'm not a politics channel. I know some of you do watch it. I don't know about you, but when I watch political news and stuff on my own, it's like very different than watching it on stream. And probably because I do already watch it on my own, I really don't want to come do it for work. Generally, it's a different way my spoons get used, I've noticed. But it's so funny that I'll be watching news stories before I come here, literally. And then it's like, it feels just different. So I just want to, you know, I appreciate you so much doing it with me this week, because I know it was a lot. It felt like a lot, you know? Right? Okay, I will be right back. Okay. Okay. Pausing Elvin's beautiful music at 1, 2, and 3. Okay. We should not get copyrighted for this, but you never know. You never know. You are my hero. I love Whitney, but I got copyrighted yesterday. I wanted to take her whole song out of my video, and I had to edit the Wicked music out, of course. And I knew. But man, denying the world Whitney for copyright, sad. You know? It is what it is, you know? Okay, now. We're already living in a dystopian novel. This is Mr. Beat. I thought this might be fun to watch together. I haven't pre-watched it though, so I don't know. Okay, yeah, true. No good deed goes unpunished. True. That was such a good song. Ugh. I gotta watch. I can't wait to watch it again. Oh, can't wait to watch it again. I can't wait to watch. Like, I think Wicked Part 2 is just like the music. Like, it's so good. Okay, now let's see if this is any good though. Why isn't it happening? What's happening? Here we go.
My name is Mr. Beat, and let me be blunt. No, not James Blunt.
How's the volume? No, it ain't copyrighted.
Oh.
You're beautiful.
Thank you. It's been difficult for me to be positive about the future lately. Why, you may ask? Because it seems like we're living inside every dystopian novel that warned us about the future.
And to be clear, when I say dystopia, I mean an imaginary society.
Dystopia? Just kidding. I love that Rihanna song. Dystopia? That's millennial humor. That's millennial humor right there.
In which people have lost all their freedoms and lost their humanity and equality.
Now, I know some of you are thinking, oh, come on, Beats, it's not that bad. And I'm not saying we're in a literal apocalypse, but some of the themes that these authors warned us about, they're not just futuristic anymore. They're just the present. Let's break it down. Let's go through 7 of the big ones, the most popular dystopian novels, many of which...
No, guys, I can't believe guys, the joke, you guys are explaining my joke to me. I know it's Disturbia. The joke is dystopia. That's the joke. My audience, girls, come on now.
We were forced to read in school growing up. We'll go through them one by one. Oh yes, one.
Chad says we're all autistic. Sorry, girl. That's okay. You know, maybe the joke is funnier this way, you know?
By one.
Okay, let's
Starting
see.
With.
Of course, we've all read these, I bet. 1984, George Orwell. You can't see it because I'm in the way.
Let's start with the most popular, the one that most of you are probably already
Did you guys read these classics as kids?
aware of because people bring it up so much that it's kinda annoying. George Orwell's 1984.
When Orwell wrote about
Classic.
Big Brother, he imagined a world where the thought police watched you through telescreens that could never be turned off. And indeed, people used to be terrified of the government putting cameras in their homes. But here's the twist. We didn't need an authoritarian government to force them on us. We bought them. We often call them smartphones, smart speakers, smart TVs, smart thermostats, smart locks, smart doorbells, smart appliances, smart lights, smart vacuums, smart baby monitors. Basically, if they have a...
When I was a nanny, one of the things we had to be cautious about was the fact that people could hack into your nanny cams and talk to your kids or see what's on the camera. So we were very cautious about connecting it to the internet. Or we always put the baby monitor sort of like either at the crib directly, but not maybe necessarily at the room. But
camera and an internet connection, one could make a compelling argument that they're just like the telescreens Orwell wrote about in 1984. All of these smart devices are spying on us. Through them, giant media companies are gathering a lot of personal information about you, even information as sensitive as your GPS location, your search history, or your heart rate and blood pressure. And then these media companies are turning around and regularly selling that personal information to who the heck knows.
Hey, speaking of which, this video is once again sponsored in part by Delete Me.
Hey, did you know that I get...
Let's all just delete ourselves.
death threats. True story. I guess it's because I have opinions sometimes that some people disagree with. Anyway.
Okay, what was that B-roll, bro?
Due to this, in recent years, I've really stepped up my personal privacy efforts online. Gotta make sure the
Chat says, I just wish people understood dystopian future fiction is not about the future. They're speaking about the problems they see today. It's a current time commentary. You know, literacy, you know what I mean?
disabled folks can't look up my personal information.
Comprehension.
If you know what I mean. Stuff like my address or phone number. And one of the best ways I found to prevent this from happening.
And the worst part is when they read the books and go, oh my God, that's the Democrats. It's like, that's the system. That's the system. Like, by the way, that's why progressives get really annoyed. I'm saying progressive is a catch-all for like left of Democrat. But that's why the Democrats are so annoying, because like Republicans and Democrats will read 1984 and be like, oh my God, that's you. And I'm like, no, it's both of you, you fucking losers. Because ultimately, you're both upholding the system. Hello? You guys ever read Catch-22? Now that's a book.
Delete Me. Delete Me proactively removes our home address, phone numbers, and family details from the internet. What I like about Delete Me is that it sends you these personalized privacy reports showing what they found, where they found it, and what they deleted. I've been using it for several years at this point, and it's done a really good job scrubbing my personal information from all kinds of messed up sites out there. Hey, this is like the easiest New Year's resolution ever. Protecting your personal information and your family's personal information using Delete Me. And get 20% off Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/Mr.
Yo, I just got an email from one of the comment sponsor people asking me if I wanted to do a sponsorship with them. I don't know if it's real or not. I just saw the email and I was like, oh yeah, I see these people in everyone's videos. I just feel bad taking them. See, all these people take the sponsorships, but should I take the sponsorship? I feel bad. Like, there's something about it that feels weird to me, you know?
Beat, code Mr. Beat at checkout. Speaking of which, there's a QR code. How you doing? Once again, that's joindeleteme.com/Mr. Beat, code Mr. Beat, and a pretty dang relevant sponsor this time around. Let's go back to literally 1984. But modern Big Brother surveillance isn't just our smart devices spying on us and stealing our data. In Orwell's 1984, if you made the wrong face, the authoritarian government of Oceania would arrest you.
I'd be fucked.
Face crime. Well, today's facial recognition software can scan a crowd of thousands and pick out a single protester within seconds. We've built a surveillance net so advanced that even Orwell would shake his head. The authoritarian government of Oceania and
which is why I think people have a fantasy about Miyazaki films, because there's no like camera or data in this way. I think it's also why if you watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, there was a big disconnect between Avatar and Korra, and that's because the technology got advanced and it felt less fairy tale. There's something romantic to us about the idea of like being untraceable or being, you know, one with nature, or being able to like run into a place that didn't always like watch us or make us follow a script, right? But at the same time, like I've been to the airport where they scan your face with that thing. At some point, like I'm kind of like a I don't give a fuck kind of person. Like I don't give a fuck. It's already here, because I really don't think, I think it's already here because we're already here. Like I don't really believe in the myth that things happen without our consent. I think things happen in a way that is hard for us to comprehend, that we've consented to it. And that's us as a species. I don't mean free will consent. I mean like we exist here. We bring babies into this universe. Like people every day talk about how the world is so horrible and then bring babies into it. So like you must believe on some part of your brain, and or you don't have the free will. You must know that's a form of consent. Like that's sort of the irony of the world, is like it consents to the state of the world too much as a whole for it not to be this way. So then I'm like, fuck it. Let's go. Like, you're going to do it anyways. We're going to do it anyways. Let's see how this goes. Even though all of us say, oh yeah, we want to go back to slow living. We want to go back to a different universe. Yeah, but like, then why did we end up here? And so like, again, it's not about blaming anybody. It's about accepting so you can let go and do something else with your life while still living within your values, right? Chet says, Britt, do you want sponsorships? I mean, I would love sponsorships. I just feel really bad about like pushing things onto my viewers. I also like, nobody has the money to spend on anything. So if I take a sponsorship and then I tell you to go use it, the only way I get paid again is if you go spend your money. And it feels weird to understand how bad the economy is and then ask you guys to go spend your money on a product and then you go do it because I said it. So yeah, do I want sponsorships? Sure. But is there a way to take a sponsorship that doesn't feel shitty? I don't know.
The novel also created newspeak, a highly controlled and oversimplified language to limit a person's ability to critically think. Today, we see this in corporate speak that encourages conformity. We don't fire people, we right-size the talent pool. We don't have civilian casualties, we have collateral damage. When language...
I think the question I would ask myself, because I used to read all these books all the time, and I remember when we read Brave New World in school, the high school teacher asked us, which world would you prefer to be in? And I said the world, like I would rather be John the Savage, right? Than in the world where they assigned me a place. And I was like, I just think I do better on my own. And that was coming from a conservative perspective, because I was like, I just want to see what I can do on my own. And I still have that now as a progressive minded person. I just want to see what I can do on my own. And that is a part of individualism to an extent, but it's also a part of my desire to sort of have a relationship with my consciousness, I think. So it's kind of interesting when we have these conversations about like, I don't know, free will or making choices or pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. I don't think dystopian means anything other than the state of the world as it is. But I feel like the world has always kind of been that way. It just looked differently, you know? And so I think I have a hard time with people being like, oh my God, we're in a dystopian. Oh my God, it's dystopian. I'm like, what is dystopian really except aesthetic? I don't really understand it. I don't know any time in history when it wasn't fucking crazy. So it just feels a little bit like our individual lives don't feel crazy. There are people who are going to live 100 years who don't know anything about politics, who live in a little bubble, and they're going to vibe for the rest of their life. Like there are people every day around the world who are going to have pretty good lives and then they're going to die without ever knowing anything that's happening anywhere else. If anything, they're the ones living the best lives. But then, you know, what happens when it hits their front door? Maybe it never does. And then that's the question about like even the judgment we have for others for not like knowing what's going on. There are people who never have to know what's going on. And they're not just white people. They're not just straight people. Okay, well, maybe they are just straight people. But they're not just white people. And that's what's so interesting is like I say people all the time and I'm like, yeah, you're never going to have to even care. Well, until they do, right? And maybe they don't. That's why when people say like you only cared when it hit your home. Yeah, most people are that way. Most people only care when it affects them or somebody they know. You don't have to like it, but I don't think it's very abnormal, you know? Right? Like I said, your viewers are all adults. As long as you think a product is worth it to the right customer or consumer, then you shouldn't feel bad about taking sponsorships. Well, I think that's the thing. I don't really think anything's really worth anything anymore. I mean, what's worth it? Like what product is out there that people are pushing that's even worth it? Because I'm not using it. You know what I'm saying? Like none of the sponsorships that can come my way are people I'm using already. That's why I don't take sponsorships, because I'm like, I'm not even using your product and I wouldn't use your product. Right? Like when I look at my own life, there is nothing I'm using. Like maybe Netflix could sponsor me. Maybe, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not using anything. We're down. This household as a unit is very down in terms of consumer, or like what we're spending our money on, you know? So it feels kind of bad, but I hear you. You guys are adults and I trust you, but also I have a very small audience. And so like sponsorships aren't going to make their money back realistically. Right? Discord said, girl, yesterday you had a bit of a hard time to promote your own discount code. So let alone sponsorship. I know. I really struggle. I don't make enough calls to action. Like the stream. That's really what I just want. Like the stream. Share it with people.
Which becomes a tool.
Put it on Reddit. Just everybody start 10 Reddit accounts and put my videos on Reddit and just leave it there.
To hide the truth rather than express it, Big Brother isn't just watching, he's talking right through us. And speaking of the truth and the novel, the authoritarian government of Oceania's ultimate goal was to make you believe that 2 + 2 = 5. Why? Well, because if they can make you deny the most basic facts of reality, they own you. Fast forward to 2026, and while we don't have a ministry of truth, we do have alternative facts. We have algorithms that create filter bubbles where you only see news that confirms what you want.
But this is my whole life. That's what I'm saying. The internet gave opportunity for people to see things they'd never seen before. But this idea that we all live in bubbles has always existed. That's why I think my work around bubbles is so important. This idea is not new. I lived before the internet. Everyone still lived in bubbles. Everyone only got the information they got from the news stations they watched. My parents only ever watched Fox News. They didn't watch CNN. My neighbors watched CNN. They rarely watched Fox News, though they would try. Okay? The point is that we keep thinking that something is unique to the internet and the algorithms. It's not. It's not. Girls, you'd be reading newspapers. When I was younger, conservatives had a newspaper and liberals had a newspaper. We read different newspapers. And we got the newspaper delivered every day to our door, and I would read it as a kid. They got different newspapers. We've always been segregated. We've always been in our own bubbles. We've always barely put up with each other.
Already believe we've reached the point where two neighbors can live on the same street but inhabit two entirely different realities. Worst of all, we apparently have a government telling us we can't believe what we see or hear, seemingly telling us to reject the evidence of our eyes and ears.
To the animals, it now seemed that their world, which may
Animal Farm. Oh, you know, I never actually read Animal Farm as a kid in school or anything. And my friend was telling me that they highly recommend Animal Farm because it's so important right now, and that we should do an audiobook of it. Maybe we should do an audiobook of it for the Discord, but it's a very short book on audiobook. I might actually just listen to it on my own too. But apparently my friend was saying, like, we have got to reread Animal Farm or read it. I've never read it actually.
may not someday become a happy place to live in, was worse than ever for ordinary creatures. And another moment had come when they must do something about it.
Heck, you could even throw in George Orwell's earlier masterpiece.
Wait, I've been thinking about this, like when to stand up and fight, because I was watching this TikTok, of South Africa in 1992. And I was thinking, like, would you be willing to fight for America? That's a very interesting question. You know, are you willing to fight for your America against Americans? Are you willing to fight? Are you willing to fight for America overseas? That's a really interesting question. Like, am I willing to fight? Am I even willing to fight for my own family? That's an interesting question. What does that mean? Right? I've been thinking about this concept a lot about fighting. I think we all romanticize a perfect example of what fighting for something you believe in looks like. But I don't actually think a lot of us will ever know. Look, I've never been in a fight. Remember that. I've never been in a fight. Okay? Not a real fight. You know what I'm saying? I've never been in a fight. So you have to imagine when you're like, would you fight for your country? Do you mean like, am I going to stab somebody, bro? Are you saying, am I going to shoot somebody dead, bro? Like, what are you asking me? What does it mean? Okay, so when we have these conversations, it's a very hard thing for us to process, but people are doing things. So this is whites only referendum, South Africa's president, 1992 March. Check this out.
If they don't win at the ballot box, the fear is that white conservatives will resort to the bullet.
What do you think will happen if the vote is yes?
The right-wing people, particularly the Afrikaans-speaking white people, have vowed to take up arms. They are prepared to fight, they're prepared to die for South Africa, but they will not be ruled by the ANC.
So this is the dismantling of the apartheid, right? Okay, so yes is to end the apartheid and no is to keep the apartheid. And conservatives wanted no.
If we have a no vote, I think it might lead even to a revolution. Because some people will...
Yeah, Chad says this is where Elon Musk's family is from. And his family, as far as I know, was no on the apartheid. I believe they liked it or they stayed within it and they had a lot of wealth from it, if I'm not mistaken.
Fighting, this can only cause trouble.
I'm voting yes, 17th of March, and it's a commitment, and that's what I stand for.
I think it's a bit unfair to think that about 20 million people aren't allowed to do anything in this country, aren't allowed to vote. I think that should change. That should change, definitely. That's why I'm going to vote yes.
But not all South Africans are saying yes.
There will never be peaceful domination of a black communist government over the white nation.
Do you think a black is a human? Do you?
No, he's an animal.
I would prefer to be a no vote, so that we can fight, because I think that we are afraid of them. And at the same time, I think blacks have been too lenient to them. You know, we never fought them. You know, we are humanitarians, and we don't believe in fighting, but they are the one who make us what we are today.
Pause. We are humanitarians. We don't want to fight you, but you're pushing us. That's where I want us all to be. I want us to all be like, bro, don't push me. And that's the thing that we have to realize versus being on the other side of it. Bro, don't push me. But if you push me, I will do something. That's where I think people should be. Don't push me, but don't get it twisted. I will do something. And I like Chat said, maybe I won't fight for America, but I'd fight for my neighbor. Exactly. Listen to me when I say, like, don't push me. And that's the thing. It can't come to a head unless somebody is being pushed. But you cannot make peace at the expense of a population. So white people can't remain in power. You know, Trump can't remain in power if it's going to continue to come at the expense of everybody fucking else. So then that is a form of pushing. Don't push us, or you will get your car kicked in. You might get your face kicked in. Don't push us. Because if you don't push us, we're cool. But also, don't make peace look like coming at the expense of our communities. But this is why I say until all marginalized communities stand together, we're never going to get anywhere. Until all marginalized communities stand with each other, until we all stand with LGBTQIA people, till all POC and everybody stands together, we're too divided. We are too divided. Because the white nationalists, they're going to come for all of us. The disabled, the gay, the black, the brown. The white nationalists don't care. So you can sit there and play games and be like, I'm anti-white nationalism, but I'm also anti-LGBT. You're just going to split you know what I'm saying? We need to come together and realize, like, this is where we're going, the future that is less bigoted and less prejudice. But if you want to keep your bigotry and prejudice, like, I don't know, dude, sounds pretty conservative to me. And that's the problem. And at the same time, we'll fight for everybody. You know what I mean? At the same time, we want to fight for everyone, liberation for everybody. You know? And that's the point. Let me let him finish.
Would you be prepared to fight for a free South Africa?
Definitely, I am prepared to fight for the free South Africa. I will. That I promise. I definitely will fight for our own country.
I love that red. Anyways, I saw this come across my feed and I was like, oh man, like 1992. No, 1992. And that's just like another reminder. Again, like, don't put me in this position, bro. Don't put me in this position. I don't want to be here. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to be mean to you. I don't want to have to hate you. I don't want enemies. Don't put me in this position. And it feels like sometimes people want to. They want to push you, bro, because they want to see you get angry. And that's the other thing. Like, I'm not going to get angry just because you're shoving me. But when the time comes, like, you know what I mean? And that's the problem. I think it's like a big, that's why bullying is such a form of weakness. Because you're pushing people and then you have the audacity to cry when they hit back. You're so weak, bro. You're so weak, you know? Because as I really liked your comment about incarceration, don't make me arrest you. I don't want to. Yeah, don't make me arrest you, bro. I don't want to do this. I don't want to have to separate you from community. I don't want to have to separate you from your family. I don't want to have to separate you from your kids. Don't put me in this position. Now, of course, I mean this from a more progressive lens, which means I'm never going to think to arrest you for being gay or being trans or raising your kids progressive or being polyamorous or having weed or drugs on you. I'm never going to be a person who's going to arrest you for a lot of the reasons that conservatives will arrest you, which is, again, conservatives will never have your back. The idea that conservatives can say we want smaller government but also arrest people for a plant is crazy. You know, when I was doing my road trips, you would go from, like, I don't know, like a pro-weed state to like a conservative state, and there would be billboards saying, hey, you are leaving a pro-weed state. We are not pro-weed here. We will arrest you. And I'm just thinking, like, why? Like, just the fact that you want to talk about smaller government and then you're going to get mad I have a vape in my car or a plant or some fucking, you guys are crazy, bro. And like, that's what it is. So when I say I don't share any values with MAGA, I mean to say your values are only as helpful as they build a foundation for your morals and ethics, which will show up through your politics. You cannot tell me MAGA is pro-small government and then have them coming door to door, kidnapping people off the streets. Don't talk to me about small government. Don't even play in my face like that, bro. It makes me so mad. Don't even try me, okay? That said prostitution, yeah, you wouldn't be kidnapped for or arrested for prostitution either, okay? What am I going to arrest sex workers for? Doesn't make any sense. Oh my God, is my hair so cute today? The world might be ending, but at least I look cute. Ooh, somebody pay me $2 million for a jingle. Sally's Beauty. World War III, around the corner, but hey, look at me. Cute as a bee. Save the bees. Okay.
Animal Farm. In the book, animals overthrow their human oppressors for equality. They established laws to promote equality known as the Seven Commandments, with the final one being all animals are equal. But the pigs slowly corrupt the revolution, and soon it becomes all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. One of the pigs, Squealer, spreads a bunch of propaganda to fool the other animals into not seeing that the
Okay, can I just tell you about this though? Can I just repeat what I just said a little bit? Because again, once you're done battling white people, you still have to battle your parents. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my frustration right now with, like, especially immigrant communities, my family, is like, all of you like to pretend, okay, that you're also not bigoted and prejudiced because you have some fucking little minority card. But like, when I come home, I still have to battle with you. And that's what I want. That's what I want, is for all of us to understand that, like, we still have to deal with our families, the families that we love, right? Rise Again, thank you so much for the super chats. As a conservative guy who's against anti-Semitism but makes excuse for racism and sexism, I don't know how convince him it's all ultimately the same. Makes excuses for racism and sexism but is anti-Semitic. Oh, well, I'll tell you this. Being anti-Semitic, being someone who's someone who's against anti-Semitism but excuses racism and sexism is so America. That is the America I grew up in, where we were all like, protect Jewish people, learn about the Holocaust, also like fuck women, am I right? And also like black people who? It's like, that is so America. That's so America and Israel in partnership together. And I'm not saying that people who died in the Holocaust or Jewish community shouldn't be protected. I'm saying the propaganda is this group should be protected, but not this group. And I'm saying all the groups need to be protected. Okay? All groups need to be protected against any form of prejudice or bigotry.
Revolution has been corrupted. Basically, Animal Farm is a brutal allegory for how revolutions often get hijacked.
And by the way, we'd need less protection if we were all deconstructing and doing the work. You know? Like, we all need to do the work. And then they need to do the work. And the they is just other people, our neighbors, right?
Jacked by power-hungry leaders and how propaganda twists the truth.
Why is it always pigs? Poor pigs.
And today, well, really throughout history, but also today, we see people in power not held accountable for breaking the law. We see leaders who promise reforms but end up seeming to forget those reforms once they're in power, instead just consolidating their power. This echoes the pigs' betrayal. The modern squealers are hack pundits and spin doctors who spend 14 hours a day convincing us that down is up and illegal, supposedly temporary measures passed 25 years ago are now permanent necessities. It's the Seven Commandments approach to law. The rules haven't changed, you're just misremembering them, dude.
You are an essential part of a perfect social body. Everybody in their place. Everybody.
This is Brave New World.
Body happy now.
Probably the most disturbing.
I did not see the show.
Accurate dystopian novel that
or was it a movie
I've ever read is Aldous Huxley's Brave New World.
One of my favorite books. I always bought an updated version, and I bought the one with the Ford from Christopher Hitchens. Love this book. Love this book. Love this book.
In a nutshell, it's a choice between Big Brother watching you and you watching Big Brother.
Indeed, while Orwell feared we'd be controlled by pain, Aldous Huxley feared we'd be controlled more by pleasure. In Brave New World, an authoritarian government keeps its citizens in a state of shallow, mindless bliss through a drug called Soma that doesn't cause a hangover, and endless, extremely engaging, yet trivial entertainment. Well, doesn't that sound familiar? We are currently the most medicated and overstimulated human beings in history. Sure, never before has it been easier to get access to drugs to make the pain go away, but we also have infinite Soma drip right in our pockets. In fact, I might be interrupting your Soma drip right now. In our attention.
I will say, I do find this video to be fun, but super, super basic and a little bit reductive on how interesting those novels were, but okay.
Economy. Every day we are constantly bombarded with endless entertainment and distractions on our phones. From outrage cycles on social media, to gamified shopping on Temu, to scrolling millions of videos on TikTok, to 24/7 Twitch streamers, constantly giving us dopamine hits before we can even process what we're looking at. Not that much different than how the babies in Huxley's Brave New World are conditioned in the hatcheries. This endless entertainment and convenience
it's just, I'm kind of sick of these, I'm kind of sick of the videos that are just like pointing at the thing, and I'm like, is there going to be a solution at the end of this video? Do you know what I mean? Are we like, I'm so bored with the phones are the problem, the world's the problem, we're the most medicated, we're the most this. Okay, and do we have a solution? Give me a suggestion.
Conditions us to value comfort over everything else. There's also a strict social hierarchy in Brave New World, a caste system basically based on genetics. Each caste is indoctrinated to prefer members of their own caste and wear uniforms with different colors identifying their caste. In our world, innovations in genetics like CRISPR raise designer baby questions.
No, see, Chat says his video is Soma too. Hell, this stream is. That's not what Soma is. That's what I'm saying. If you read Brave New World, that's not what this is. In Brave New World, they also hide the books, the Bibles, the Qurans. They hide any form of knowledge. They drug you so you always feel like you're having an orgasm, and you're put on different tiers of intelligence. Like the way you feel is completely different. Like that's why I don't like it, because like the whole point of Brave New World is to keep you away from information. It's not to just numb you out. It's to give you a select amount of like dopamine and like drug high, so you never want to research or read. So you watching a video or you watching this stream is the opposite. This stream would be banned in Brave New World. You know what I mean? Like that's the point. It's designer. Everything is designer. Designer babies, designer people, designer jobs. Like you're literally bred into the perfect job. So no matter what your job is, you're happy with it. No matter what they choose for you, you're happy. Except if you're a savage and then you live outside of the compound, and that's the book follows this savage they bring into the world, and they're like, oh my God, this man, like, okay, and it's his story. It's his basically him learning about the world, and then basically, I don't want to just, the end is so good. Okay, I'm not going to spoil it. But it's like how he ends up either acclimating or having a relationship to the world. So anyways, yes, chat, we covered it earlier. You said, did you see that they arrested Don Lemon? Yeah, we covered it earlier in stream. I know, crazy.
And social hierarchies, mostly based on wealth, are only getting worse, it seems, as social mobility declines. Huxley's warning was that we would come to love our oppression. We trade our political agency and privacy for convenience and personal recommendations. We wouldn't be forced into a cage. We'd willingly just walk right into that freaking cage. Indeed, it seems that many of us aren't being forced to obey, we're being entertained into indifference.
Know how to fight, mothers first know how to hide, isn't that so? Like a man who knows his work. Right, you men, just check the rest of the house.
Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, another one you were probably forced to read in school, explores many of the same themes that Brave New World did. In Fahrenheit 451, firemen burn books because books are made up of conflicting ideas, and conflicting ideas make people sad. Today, well, censorship has increased, even in places known for free speech, like the United States. And sure, literal book bans have also been on the rise, often targeting stories about marginalized groups.
LGBTQIA books they deem to be critical race theory, but were actually books on the history of racism, slavery in the United States, or representing black voices, were overwhelmingly being targeted by these demands to remove books.
Less than half of these. That's why I say read all books, even bad books. Watch all movies, even bad movies. Like consume media, even bad media. That's why I watch like a lot of different people on the internet, even though I do put them in categories of like bad for my mental health, good for my mental health. I also say like, I try to observe them like I'm a scientist or something, and that helps. But that's why I say like read book. That's why when people are like, Brittany, what book should I read? All of them. I don't believe in like bad books, good books, but I will say the way to not be radicalized is to read all books. The problem with radicalization is it comes from people reading only certain books. And that's the dilemma I find, is like the conservatives who are radicalized into Nazism are not reading counter opinions. They're not reading them. So of course you're getting radicalized, but if you're reading the counter opinions, if you're reading like bell hooks or whoever else alongside, okay, then the radicalization is just less likely. Then you're just learning about people. I also look at books as like, kind of like I look at a timestamp. Like I love to look at a book that's like from the 40s and read it and imagine that they don't even know what's coming. So like I used to go to the library and I would just like go like this and I would pick a book and I would grab it and I would just read it. And that's why I read over 2,000 books or whatever before I stopped counting, because I would just like, and then I would just read it. I would just sit on the floor and I would read for hours and hours. Like sometimes I would spend 8-10 hours a day just in my off time when I wasn't working. That's where I lived. And obviously it's time consuming to read all the time, right? But like, yeah, they're like, you know, little portals into like different ways of being, you know? And I also read a lot of fiction. I read a lot of everything, but I wasn't discriminatory. I just read it all. I just went, okay. And then I would go to the New York Times bestseller list and I would just read as many of those as I could. I'd go find them in the library or I'd go buy them at Barnes and Noble. But I just, in my mind, especially because I had come from conservatism that was so strict about what we could read. Like, okay, I'll tell you this story for those of you who do not know this story. When I was 15, when I was 15, 16, I started aggressively reading in high school. I had already, as a child in elementary, I'd been a reader. I'd read everything in school libraries. I'd entered competitions for reading, little ones, like little cute library ones, not big deal ones, like cute ones, you know, where you get like bookmarks and prizes for reading X amount of books, okay? I was a reader. My mom always promoted that we would read, except when I got to high school, and I went to public high school. I was no longer homeschooled. I went to public high school and I got access to a library that had diversity. So I was able to read like books about gay people. I was allowed to read books about birth control. I was allowed to read books about werewolves and vampires, like in a completely different context, right? So then I went to the library and I grabbed a book about a boy who is in high school and he has a crush on a girl who's a lesbian and he doesn't understand why she can't love him. And she's like, really, it's like a whole story. I don't remember the name of this book, but I brought the book home and I hid it in my backpack because I didn't want my parents to see it because I knew they'd be upset. And I hid the book. And then one time when I was in my room, I shared it with my sister growing up. We had multiple painted walls. If you know, you know, she got to paint her side of the wall. I got to paint my side of the wall. Crazy room. And the floor was always full of books. Like my sister hated living with me because I was the messy sibling and she's the clean sibling. And like, I just had books everywhere. Like you could not walk on the floor without stepping on a book. Okay. And one time I was reading like this and my mom walked in and I went, and I hid the book like this. And my mom goes, what? What do you have? I go, nothing. She goes, what do you have? I was like, nothing. And you know, you start fighting because she could tell I was hiding something. We start arguing about it. She goes, give it to me. Let me see it. I give her the book. She looks at it and she goes, what is this about? And she starts skimming. She sees the word lesbian, freaks out, gets my dad involved. My dad comes in. He goes, what is this? Like, what are you doing? And I go, it's just a book. It's a book from school. And they go, what are they teaching you in these schools? You know, okay. We start arguing and basically, you know, skipping a few details here. Da, 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 maybe someone got hit in the face. Da, 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 it was me. Da, 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 da. I got so mad at my dad. And if you know, you know, I almost said the fuck. I almost said fuck to him. I almost said, go fuck yourself. But I didn't. I said, go fuck. And I went like this. That's how respectful I am as a fucking kid, okay? I could have. Anyways, I got beat for that. And I didn't even say the full word. Anyways, for the next 2 years, my dad did not speak to me. I would have to say good morning and good night, or I'd get in trouble. But he would not even look at me for 2 years until I apologized. And then finally, in high school, my English teacher, who took a liking to me in a good way, healthy way, he helped me write. He helped me read. He got me into all these books. He was a liberal. He was a Democrat. And he was like, here, let me give you all these books to read. And he gave me like Narnia's Closet Girl, a world into books that I was like, oh my God, the world is so big. The world is so vast. Like the world is so good. And I was like, oh my God. And I just started reading like no one's fucking business. Like I just lived and breathed books, okay? 2 years later, my teacher looked at me and he said, your dad's never going to apologize. And I said, okay, but I kind of need this to be done. Like, I kind of need this to be over. I'm sick of it. He goes, you're going to have to do it. I was like, apologize to my dad? He goes, yeah, you're going to have to say, I'm sorry, because your dad's never going to do it. And if it means something to you to talk to your dad again, you're going to have to do it. And I said, that's fucked up. He said, it is fucked up. He said, you shouldn't have to do this. And I'm sorry you have to do this, but if it means so much to you that you want to talk to your dad again, because that's my homie, then you're going to have to do it. And I did it. And we talked again. And it was good. And then it was bad. And then it was good. And it was bad. And then it was good. And then it was bad. And all of a sudden, I'm 30 years old. And it's kind of good again. And it's a little frustrating. And things are a little tense. But it's good again. Okay? And now I finally grew from being that young girl. And now I'm an adult. And now I'm trying to be the adult in the room. And now I'm trying to hold my parents to a standard that they couldn't hold themselves to. And with love and compassion and absolutely zero bitterness, I tell them, I love you. When you're ready to have a serious conversation about the dysfunction of this family, we can talk. Until then, I'll see you later. And they go, okay. And I go, uh-huh. Because I think a big part of my journey is this person. So when I talk about books and I talk about stories, I'm talking about breaking generational curses through knowledge. I'm saying my mom, who's read thousands of books herself, but never read outside of her bubble, she's read so many books, guys, so many books, more books than I've read. And she still never left a conservative framework of novels. She never read any of the books I read. So she never used that knowledge to get somewhere different. So reading isn't enough. You have to read diversely. You have to consume diversely. Okay, you have to consume diversely. Okay, it's interesting when conservatives say diversity of thought, they're only talking about conservative thought. They're never considering the other side, right? So all of this to say, like, don't feel bad for me. Don't feel sad about it. You can't feel more sad than I did. But going to therapy helped me not only humanize my parents, but understand the world is my parent. The world are my parents. Billions of bigoted people who won't go to therapy, who won't do the work, and they have the audacity to call themselves the adult or the elder in the room while their kids are sitting here sheltering and doing all the emotional labor. And I'm saying if you don't want to be them, you got to be different. If you don't want to be your parents, you have to heal. If you don't want to be them, you can't be bitter, you can't be hateful, you can't be bigoted. Because that's all our parents ever were, at least if you had my parents. And my parents were loving and fed us and clothed us and gave us good neighborhoods and homes. They gave us friend groups. They took us on vacations. We also had really good memories with our family. Okay, I really like my parents. Like I said, my parents are some of the greatest people to hang out with, minus their belief systems and minus when they talk about minority groups. But like, they're so much fun. And that's why a lot of us go home to see our parents or go home to see our families, because like, we know them for their consciousness, you know? More than just like their politics. You are more than your politics, but your politics says a lot about you. But you are more than your politics. And that's the point, okay? So if that helps you understand more, if you're new to my audience especially, why I think books are so important and why I think reading is so important and why I think like connecting with humanity is so important, it's just because like humanity's always been this way and it will always be this way. This isn't new. It's not unique to us. We are not living in a unique time. We are living in the same place our parents did. It just looks a little different. You know, it's all the same to me. I don't know. I've never looked back at any time in history and thought, oh, wow, things were so different then. Things all felt the same to me. I mean, technology was different, but people were the same. And so to me, that means everything was the same, you know? All right.
Students in this school district are proficient in math, yet you want to push this type of literature to kids. I don't want to hear sexuality and kids in the same sentence ever again.
But Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451 is about much more than...
They don't want to hear children and sexuality in the same sentence, but if you look at the amount of conservatives backing up marriages of teenagers, that Republican congressman or a politician I showed you in my podcast channel recently, the last video I made, the one that got demonetized, of course, for controversial issues, this guy goes, do you know 12-year-olds who have gotten married? Because I do, and they're still married. So when they sit there on one side of their mouth saying kids shouldn't be talking about sex, and on the other side of the mouth, they're facilitating these child's marriages, hello?
censorship. Bradbury himself told interviewers the book was about our own media consuming habits more than anything else. You see, due to the book burnings and censorship seen in Fahrenheit 451, society drowns in shallow entertainment and anti-intellectualism and chooses conformity over the truth. Bradbury saw a future in which people were so obsessed with the people on their wall-sized black mirrors that they lost the ability to have a conversation with their actual neighbors. People became more lonely. And today, doom scrolling and viral videos prioritize quick hits over deep thought. Nuance is lost. If I can't explain a complex geopolitical conflict in a short explainer video, people lose interest. We are self-censoring these days, man. So much that we often refuse to engage with anything that challenges our echo chambers.
Oh my God, I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to talk. Oh my God, I'm not trying to be like, Dr. K's Healthy Gamer TikToks have been coming up on my feed. They're so bad. He needs to be consumed in long form or not at all. And this is me too. I think this is true of my brand. You cannot consume my work in short form. It's always bad. Every time I see one of his TikToks, I'm like, you know what? No wonder the world hates you, bro. These TikToks suck. But they don't even encompass your full work. Like, these are so bad. And I don't blame people for hating him, but I just think, like, as a brand, I know he's trying to keep up with the kids. Don't. They're bad. Okay, I saw one this morning and I just went, oh my God, bro. I would never. But you know what? I felt that way when I saw Britt Hartley too for the first time, but now I like her shorts better. But when I first saw Britt Hartley, I was like, mm-mm. But then, you know, that's the thing is like, sometimes, you know, it's the when you see them, it's when you come across their content. It's like, are you ready to hear it? And then like, yeah, like when you see, like, is this even good? I tried short form. I'm just not good at it. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, ooh, mm-mm. But then that's the point. Like, are you making content for kids? Because if you are, maybe that's part of the problem. You know, I don't know, something.
We easily fall for fake news. We seem to be losing our ability to just sit with a difficult idea. We're metaphorically burning our own books by refusing to read anything longer than a caption. Why read a whole book when you can just watch the TikTok summary? In Fahrenheit 451, Bradbury feared we'd lose our minds to seashell earbuds.
Good thing this video is not sponsored by Raycon.
Is it?
Or Blinkist.
Oh. I thought he was going to make a joke and then it was sponsored.
And finally, yep, loneliness seems to be worse than ever right now.
I was asleep before. That's how we let it happen.
Oh, see, I haven't read this, or this is Handmaid's Tale. I haven't read it, nor have I watched the show.
When they slaughtered Congress, we didn't wake up. When they blamed terrorists and suspended the Constitution, we didn't wake up then either.
I also saw TikTok, not to fearmonger, because I didn't Google and fact check it, but I did see a TikTok because the Trump administration is trying to, this is true, they're trying to add a new tax to single people who don't have children, up to $18,000 to compensate for not bringing children into the world. But then I saw a secondary TikTok, and I don't know if this is true, so I'm just saying it casually, that apparently they're thinking about sending people to like camps of some kind to kind of help them. You know what's funny? Jordan Peterson threw this, the conservatives always do this, and I don't blame them, but I think they should be held more responsible. When Jordan Peterson's license was reprimanded, and they were like, you're going to have to go to a class to get updated, like, language classes. He was like, indoctrination, suffocation, no breathing. I just want to call her fat on X. Just let me call her fat, you know? Like, that's the thing that I think is interesting. Like, yeah, I can see how conservatives weaponize every fear that, like, leftists have about like governments coming in and indoctrinating you. But the difference again is like conservatives censor what we can read and leftists don't. Like leftists do not give a fuck if you're reading fucking like Nazi propaganda as long as you're being critical of it and also pairing it up with something else. The dilemma, just like I shared with my own personal story, is conservative households literally ban you from reading books. They literally only let you read certain books. They won't let you read the other books. So that's the point. So everything the right ever accuses the left of, just know the right is doing.
They said it would be temporary. Nothing changes instantaneously. In a gradually heating bathtub, you'd be boiled to death before you knew it.
Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, which was recently adapted into a very successful TV series, hits pretty close to home for a lot of people right now.
Atwood has repeatedly said she mostly just put stuff in the book that is based on events that have already really happened throughout history. In the story, a patriarchal authoritarian country known as the Republic of Gilead,
formerly the United States,
terrorizes women and treats them as second-class citizens and justifies it using the Old Testament of the Bible. The theocratic regime of Gilead completely controls women's bodies amid environmental collapse.
I told you guys V for Vendetta happened and my parents were like, why are Christians always the evil ones? I think we know the answer to that.
And infertility.
Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies.
Today, a return to abortion restrictions in the United States, a backlash against birth control, the renewed push for, quote, traditional family structures, whatever that means, and the associated tradwives trend, and the rise of Christian nationalism are causing protesters to literally dress up as handmaids from Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. After all, the slow, incremental chipping away.
Wait, chat said maybe reading Tao would be a good short. I'm being unoriginal. I'll just tell you this right now. I would never read the Tao as a short because the people who read Tao Te Ching, some of them are fucking crazy. Tao Te Ching is often found with a lot of like non-science spirituality bubbles. Even in Croatia, if you go to the health food store where it's like non-science backed medical stuff, like science, like health stuff, Tao Te Ching is sitting there. Okay. Because again, you have to be very concerned about spirituality bubbles because they take it too seriously. The new age bubble is fucked and it's everywhere and it's connected to these things. And I would never want to brand myself as like the Tao Te Ching girl because even though I love it, I'm not like one of those new age girlies. But that's why people say like, oh, are you a witch? Do you do new age? Do you believe in reincarnation? I'm like, no. No. I just think it's interesting. Read all books, even bad books. Read all books, even if you don't take them literally. That's why I'm not afraid of the Bible. Oh, New Age bubble is fucked. Jinx. I think like that's the point is like it's a fucked up bubble people always think I'm a part of. I'm not a part of it just because I fucking read books. But that's the dilemma. You say one good thing about a Bubbles book and they're like, oh my God, are you one of us? No. I just think it's cool. Like when people are like, oh my God, Brittany, are you a Buddhist? No. Brittany, are you this? No. No. Like, that's the thing about a brand. People say, oh, like, audiences have to understand you are the reason the world is the way that it is. You enforce what YouTubers and content creators often become. If you give a content creator like a niche, like, okay, the reason I didn't make multiple Dr. K videos is because if I had just made one or two more, I would have been the Dr. K girl. It wouldn't have been up to me. The internet would have started calling me the Dr. K defender. I know how the world works. The world thinks it's a free thinking agent. It's not. You see too much of a pattern and all of a sudden that's how you've decided that person is. That's why I'm very careful about repeating certain content. Even Hassan, I made 2 videos about Hassan and people were saying I was obsessed. So I made sure to change how I was doing things or change my thumbnail because people see you make 1, 2, 3, 4, you're over. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what's so interesting about people. You're not like, people aren't as like, they don't have the ability as much as they think they do. You know, and that's why marketers take advantage because they go, well, you're not going to get it anyways. So we might as well take advantage of that. You know, you've already decided this about the brand. Okay.
Rights, often justified by tradition or family values, is exactly how Atwood's dystopia began. The Handmaid's Tale reminds us that progress isn't a one-way street. Rights, once gained, are never truly secure and can be lost through apathy or reactionary legislation. Sure, the Handmaid's uniform might not be real, but the battles over who controls
I think I've seen that uniform somewhere before.
Women's bodies? Oh, that'd be very real.
Disease is devastating the planet. Soon, the global food supply will be compromised.
Ah, Octavia Butler. Have not read this one, Parable of the Sower. I have not read this, but everyone loves Octavia. I saw you guys talking about her in my chat earlier. Have not read this one.
Clean water will become scarce. Violence will grow epidemic. Dangerous new street drugs will circulate. The income gap will increase. Corporate slavery will return. And a strongman president will be more interested in issuing tough guy slogans than actually improving the lives of the people.
Of course, none of that's happened yet. What's that?
Here's a lesser known one, but still a classic. Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower.
First of all, though Parable of the Sower came out in 1993, it's freaking set in the 2020s. The story follows an extremely empathetic young woman who becomes displaced from her relatively safe, gated community, but then ends up starting basically a religion. In Butler's dystopia, corporate greed has led to the total collapse of the
I'll definitely check it out. You guys are saying I definitely should read it. I'll definitely check it out.
Class. And you guessed it, environmental catastrophe. Gated communities like the one the main character lives in.
That's what I'm saying, guys. Human beings as a whole, I love us so much. We're not like, I think that's why you might hear contradictory thoughts from me about AI and stuff. But like every warning about where we're heading is happening all the time. Like, obviously we don't care about the environment. We don't care about things. I'm not saying give up on like regulating AI. I'm saying you're trying to stop a tidal wave, like a tsunami. And I'm saying we have to talk about what caused the tsunami because again, I think AI is a symptom of something greater. And like, you can focus on AI 100%. You can focus on a lot of things. You can focus on a lot of things. But I'm so like, it's us. Like, we are the problem. I know we keep thinking it's us. It's us. Until we solve us, like, it's all going to happen all the time anyways. That's why it feels hopeless. You know what I mean? Because we feel hopeless because we feel like, oh, well, if it's always going to happen, it's always, but we can encourage people to have a deeper relationship with their biological experience by having it first, right? By checking ourselves first. But like, it's us.
have become armed fortresses, and people outside of the gated communities are in dire poverty and barely surviving. But heck, even in some of the gated communities, water is scarce. Now, the real 2020s are not nearly as bad as the 2020s in the parable of the sower, but that doesn't mean that we aren't trending in the wrong direction. Each year, environmental catastrophes, skyrocketing inequality, and the mass migration of refugees from disaster zones seemingly gets worse. Gated communities are even on the rise. More and more public spaces are becoming privatized. Butler's parable of the sower shows a world that is increasingly more desperate and, due to that, more cruel.
Yeah, this one also hits a little too close to home.
Primrose Everdeen. Uh-oh. So, Hunger Games.
I volunteer! I volunteer! I volunteer as tribute!
You might think this is a wild pick, but just like with Animal Farm, I picked this one because it's more metaphorical. Okay.
Suzanne Collins' The Hunger Games, which is technically a trilogy and has prequels and later became a wildly popular movie series and basically a franchise at this point, is way more than just about kids fighting. It's about the myth of social mobility. In the fictional country of Panem, a very wealthy and powerful group of people in the capital completely exploit the rest of the country through authoritarian control, ridiculous inequality, and, yes, spectacle violence. The rich watch the poor suffer for entertainment while maintaining power through fear and division. The book title is the name of such violent spectacle. Every year in the Hunger Games, 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl from each.
Did you guys hear about the story coming out of, I think it's Bosnia, I could be wrong, from the 80s? I think it was Bosnia, about how rich people had paid to shoot people as the country, I think it was Bosnia. Let me see if I can find it. Rich people pay to kill people in Bosnia. It was allegations exist that during 1992 to 1996 siege of Sarajevo, or I don't know how they pronounce that actually. Wealthy foreigners, sometimes called sniper tourists or weekend snipers, paid large sums of money allegedly to Bosnian Serb forces to shoot civilians. So I guess that, okay. So, okay, interesting. And then, yeah, apparently, because I was looking into this because I was like, what the fuck? But I wouldn't be surprised that people would do this. Ugh, that's so frustrating, isn't it? But there's just thinking about it from that perspective, it makes you think,
Each poor district is randomly selected and then forced to play in what's essentially a battle royale deathmatch.
Okay, so
yeah, let's not do that. Okay, because it's how did you come to love humanity? I just don't understand it. Is it something you unlock once you reach a certain level of wisdom? ? What exactly do you mean, and what is it to you? Genuine. Well, one, I think I was born this way, so I think that's important. 2, because I was born that way, I seem to be having a biological experience in which I am like deeply tied to everything that's alive. And I seem to have the ability to feel very moved and deeply like connected to everything, which is, and has come at my expense a lot of the time, right? Trusting abusers, being nice to really bigoted people, because I see like the humanity in all of them. So it has its downsides. I don't think it's something that I do. I think it's how I exist, because I've been this way since I was a child. So I don't think it's something that you reach in terms of wisdom. I think a big part of it is that first, it was how I was born. And 2, I've had to then relate that experience to sort of my philosophical relationship with existence itself. So like, I love humanity. But I also love like I feel deeply moved by like clouds in the sky and trees and flowers and leaves and non-human animals. And like, I can look at a rock and start crying. Like I can see a rock and be like, oh my God, like how many lives has this rock lived? Like how many worlds has this rock, how many people have sat on this rock? And I can be brought to tears, right? Like, I'm just like, oh my God, like, whoa, like just realizing I exist is so crazy, like oh my God, I'm really alive, bro. Like I'm really experiencing life. And I do think the world would be better if we kind of realize that a little bit. I don't think people know they're alive. At least not by the way they act. And then I also understand that sometimes I have to cut that off to focus on what I'm dealing with, because that can also be used against me in a big way. And I can also end up doing a lot of harm. So I think that's important. I also think because I also think though, I go through stages where I love humanity, but I don't really like people. I don't really like people, but I really love humanity. You know what I'm saying? Look, I don't like bugs, but I appreciate them. I don't like them though. I don't like them. I hate them, but I really appreciate them. They ick me out. Okay. I don't really like people, but I really like humanity and I really value humanity, but I don't really like much enjoy people. You know what I'm saying? So I think I have to recognize the difference between what I personally like and then what I deeply believe about people and living creatures. And I think those things kind of, work together, I suppose. Chet said, butterflies are nice. Yeah, well, until they land on you and then I freak out. Don't touch me. Like I love bugs from a distance. I like looking at bugs. I like the colors of bugs. I like bugs at a distance. I don't like bugs in my face. Okay. Right. But I think that's my experience. I don't know. Obviously that's informing how I have a relationship with everything. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? I also think I am just like an animal on earth experiencing life. So this is my experience. And I want to have a deeper relationship with it too. So I stopped being bitter and hateful at the world when I stopped hating myself for existing. And then I stopped hating existence itself and just realized I do exist. So that's also helpful. I think that is part of wisdom, is that I had to realize I wasn't entitled to a good life just because I existed. That I'm not entitled to anything, right? Like philosophically, I'm not entitled to anything. Food, water, or shelter. Legally, I believe society is entitled to those things, but not outside of society, right? I think I'm just like a person that came into the universe and like now I have to figure out how to survive. But I also figured out you can live too. So it's the combination of those things. It's a zoom out, zoom in process. So there's a difference between entitlement through the law, which I think there's a lot we are entitled to, and then entitlement through the fact that you exist. Like the universe doesn't really care if you have food or water or shelter. Like, there's nobody keeping tabs on you. You're just an organism that evolved and exists. Like there's no God keeping tabs on you. I don't think there's any aliens keeping tabs on us. I don't think anyone is keeping tabs on us. The same way you don't know what's happening in a desert right now, right? Like right now, somewhere in the world, there's like a dog being born and that dog has to figure out its way through the world. I think that's humans. It's just, instead of running in packs, we run in societies, right? Chet says, can you expand on that more? Why are you entitled to food and water in a societal level? Because as a society, we come together as a tribe to build up each other. We agree to work with one another to benefit one another. We're working as a collective, right? Like we're working as a community. So as a society, there's, I think, an awareness that we're all just people on a planet. And to some extent, like society should reflect the people, right? For the people, of the people. So obviously within the law, we should all be entitled to those things. And we should want to give people those things. Like it would be ridiculous not to give people those things. It'd be silly to live in a world that's a rock floating in space and not feed people. You know what I mean? Like not give people everything they need. But I think that's because it just feels like so obvious to give people those things to me, especially since we're a floating rock in space. Does that kind of help? But I think the problem is like, again, it's a simple solution, but we make it really hard on ourselves because we're all disagreeing on what we're doing here and what our goal is, Just as I love community and people, but I only like looking at them as an observer, not being a part of it. So I just couldn't relate to that feeling, but I totally understand what you mean now. Yeah. And I think you also change throughout your life. I haven't always been this way, but I've always been this way, but I haven't always been this version of Brittany. So I also think like, who will I be in 10 years, right? You know, Chaz says you used to be able to drink from streams. Well, you also used to have to, you used to be, well, I don't know actually, what is that regarding? Hold on. Nature provided food and water for free until there were too many people fighting over it. Used to be able to drink from streams. That feels like a denial of nature to me. I'm not sure how I feel about that sentence. I think human beings are animals on a planet. I think we are nature as much as anything else. So like we're responsible, but we are only as able as our nature allows. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not blaming humanity. I'm just saying it is what it is. And it can be different if we're willing to have a deeper relationship. But like nature, yeah, never provided anything for free. Nature just existed. Nature was willing to take us out the moment it was like, nature is also willing to kill all of us, like with, I don't know, lava and storms and snow and rising sea levels. So like, I don't really think nature gives a fuck. Like, that's what I'm saying. Nobody gives a fuck. There's no one coming to save you. There's just us, Earth, not even us humans. There's just life. So like, do something with it or don't. But like, I don't believe in this idea that like Earth used to be great or like the world used to be perfect or everything is perfect the way it is now. Life is perfect the way it is now because this is life. It was always hard. It will always be hard. You know what I'm saying? And we're a part of that hard. This is our existence. You know how you watch old movies with caveman? They'll be like Neanderthals and it'll be like, oh my God, look at them just surviving. That's us, baby. We are the Neanderthals. You keep saying we're not, but we are. We're just those people. We're just people working. You know, we think we're not because our houses look a little different or because our, you know, the way we, you know, show up looks different. But it's like, it's not that, you know? Right? That says nature has different rules. You could find new land and grow your own apple trees. Now they take Snap away and you do, what do you do? But that's nature. Nature is, we are nature. We're taking, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can have a different relationship with nature. Like, do you know how humans, I was reading about how humans, or no, somebody told me and then I looked it up. Humans impact tornadoes. Like, we are responsible for climate change and therefore we even are responsible for the contributing factor to how like tornadoes end up happening. And I was thinking about like, man, we really are nature itself happening to itself, you know? So that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, we got to stop separating ourselves from it and understand we are a part of it and then say like, what else could I do? Like, I really believe in a world, and I know this is crazy. Okay, ready? I'll hold your, this is hard, okay? I really believe there's a world where, like, take the worst person you know, Trump or Putin or somebody, who could turn around tomorrow and have a completely different biological experience and completely shift into a brand new person. I believe that's possible. Do I think it's probable? Absolutely not. Do I think it's possible? Yeah. Because we don't know what these people are working on personally in their own lives. I think people change, but it's not really overnight. It's just a combination of things. And then finally you have the aha moment. I think they could do that tomorrow. And then they would be a completely different person. They would still be accountable for what they did, but they would be a different person. And then you'd have to contend with that reality. The thing is we don't think that's possible because it rarely happens, but we're rarely doing it ourselves. Like, we are rarely doing it ourselves. This actually helped me. I used to ask myself, why can't they change? Like, why can't people change? Right? And then I realized it's one, there's little to no incentive. And two, it's really, really hard. But you have to understand, we live in a world where like, it's really like, I see, there's like a lot of, the kids do a lot of graffiti around here. And it's ugly, okay? It's fucking ugly, okay? Sometimes if you'll be in a building with an elevator, there will be like cardboard in the elevator to protect it when someone's moving or something. The kids all like draw on it, but they also stick their knives, they destroy it, they like tear it up and they think it's funny. Like, something as simple as like, don't fucking do that is really hard for people. And then those people become adults and then they litter more and they throw papers behind and they do all these evil things. And then it's like, okay, I can't even get you to stop doing that. And then on the larger scale, you want people to stop like killing people with machetes. Why are you even holding a machete in the first place? Okay. So it's like this big thing that feels overwhelming until you realize like, oh, like we're all just really like people on a planet. And then it becomes a little easier to handle because it's like, okay, all right, I can do something about this now. Because you can't do anything about it if there's nothing to do, but there is something to do about nature. There's something to do about, like there's something you can do about yourself, you know? And that's once again why I love anime. We're going to talk about it later today. Why I love anime and why I think the storytelling is so fucking good and why One Piece just got so fucking good with Wano. It's so fucking good. But how everyone who watches One Piece doesn't fucking understand it at all. Because holy shit, when I read these forums, no one understands. Are we having a different relationship with this anime? Are you taking the different lessons? I can't believe Hassan says he watches One Piece. Because nothing in his work shows that to me. Nothing in his work shows that to me. One Piece is so philosophically sound. And every time I see Hassan stream up One Piece, I'm like, are we watching the same anime, bro? I've never seen a more superficial reading of that anime in my life. That anime is so fucking like a story about people. A story about like the nuance of where you are in the world. Whether you're a Navy soldier or a fucking pirate. You know, the whole point is like, it's so fucking nuanced. And I can't believe people watch One Piece and fucking come away with it with the most shallow takes ever. What are you gonna do? Hey, that's art, you know? Anyways, listen. The point I'm trying to make is it's us. We're the problem, but we are also the solution. And also the world doesn't revolve around us. So if Mother Nature eventually gets to the point where we don't exist anymore, okay, it is what it is. Other animal species have gone extinct. It would be no reason why we wouldn't either. The audacity to think that humans are the sole focus of humanity or of like the world is the problem. Maybe humanity, but the sole focus is a part of the problem, you know? Anyways, okay, let's finish out this video. It's almost done.
You might be wondering, what the heck does the Hunger Games have to do with today? Yeah, that's a good question.
While we don't have kids fighting in arenas to the death, well, yet, well, we kind of do, we do live in a world where major urban wealth centers thrive, kind of like the capital, and rural areas or certain parts of the world struggle with poverty, kind of like the districts. The capital extracts everything from the districts while giving nothing back, which is kind of a metaphor for how global capitalism and neo-imperialism.
Guys, okay, God, you're so short-sighted. You said, please, the anime industry caters to weirdos. It's a nerd media that has been hijacked by actual loser normies. Anime is a medium. That's like saying books have been hijacked by normies or movies have been hijacked by normies. Just say you're bad at researching good animes. Okay? Who cares what the industry is doing? Like, the focus is, that's what I'm saying. You can't even filter out good animes.
Imperialism exploits labor and resources from poor parts of the world to fuel first world
with peace and love
luxury. We watch reality TV that exploits and profits from people suffering. More than anything, though, we see in the book series that the capital spreads the myth that the system is fair. This parallels the myth of upward social mobility for everyone. You know, what we call here in the United States, the American dream. That anyone can be successful through hard work and determination.
Occasionally, someone poor does make it to the top. Just like how occasionally someone poor does win the Hunger Games, eh? You gotta give them at least a little bit of hope.
Yeah, so the myth they created is that you wanted to be at the top. That's what everyone keeps missing. The goal is not actually to become a billionaire. That's the myth. The myth is that you want to become a billionaire. Instead of realizing nobody should be billionaires. But that's how they get you. They're like, don't you want to be up here with us? No, I don't. And that's okay. That's why when women make fun of men for making middle-class wages, you guys are crazy. Okay? When men talk about, oh, if I don't have $1 million, I'll be poor. You guys are crazy. You are buying into capitalism instead of recognizing that your humanity isn't, you know, judged on whether or not you make six figures or not. Okay? All these girls I see who are eating up capitalism like it's fucking oatmeal for breakfast, talking about like, oh, I don't want to date a man who doesn't make as much money as me. What does that have to do with anything? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you haven't even deconstructed this need to think money matters in a relationship, except to say your responsibility does. I always tell my brothers, I tell my siblings, you're not dating somebody for their money. You're dating somebody for their consciousness. How reliable are they? What are their values? Are they good and bad people? Are they going to be there for you? Do you have the same dreams? Do you understand the same focus? You guys, like, are you working as a team? You know what I mean? Do you have, I should say, some overlapping dreams. Not all dreams need to be overlapped. But it's like, do you understand this? Because again, this focus of like these dating shows where even liberal women are like, well, I think a man should pay for the first date. What? What are you talking about? You say you're free thinkers, but you can't even understand that you're still falling for this bullshit.
Okay, sure. I must admit that most of us are.
And I'm not saying like there aren't, like, you should be careful about the people that aren't, you know, focused. You should definitely be with somebody who understands. Like I told my brother the other day, especially my gay siblings, I tell them all the time, you need to marry somebody who understands the reality of life and understands, like, you get picked up by this government. You might be in camps. Like, you're going to have to fight hospitals for the rest of your fucking life. You're going to have to deal with homophobia the rest of your fucking life. So you better pick a partner that understands that battle. You better pick a partner that helps you through that crisis. Because even if you're a bisexual, pansexual, okay, and you're dating somebody who's straight, they've got to understand that they are with you and you might be targeted. It doesn't matter if you look like a straight couple on the outside. Okay, that's not going to matter when it comes down to it. Okay, if you're trans, if you're gay, if you're LGBT, like, you got to be careful about who you're dating. If you're a cis woman dating a cis man and you have that typical American dream relationship on the outside, well, you better make sure he's not going to turn around and decide to save your fetus's life over you. Okay, unless that's what you want, I guess. Or you better make sure he's not going to leave you the moment you have Alzheimer's. Okay? Like, again, not to trap him because you're but instead to be with somebody who has the same values as you. Okay?
Pretty far from dystopia.
While there are dystopian aspects of modern society here in the 2020s, that doesn't mean we don't have any freedoms. In fact, odds are, if you are watching this video right now, you still have a lot of freedom to do what you want, whenever you want. My point in making this video is to never take these freedoms for granted. They can be taken away in an instant. More importantly,
okay, great reason to make a video.
Just because you still have freedoms, that doesn't mean everyone around currently has the same freedoms as you.
Dystopian novels aren't meant to be instruction manuals, man. They're meant to be cautionary tales. They're meant to wake us up.
In each and every one of these books, an individual who refuses to forget the truth rises up to resist the authoritarians in power. Sometimes it starts with a diary, a single small act of rebellion, or even a single act of...
Chad says, if a man wants to date me, we're at least splitting the bill. My financial reality, if we don't split the bill he's paying, for reference, I date men. But what does his gender have to do with anything? Why does he have to pay because of his gender? You know?
Empathy.
And because we still have lots of freedoms, we still do have the power to change the ending of this hypothetical mashup of dystopian novels.
We can still turn off the Big Brother devices, put down the Soma, and start treating each other like neighbors instead of data points.
As the great philosopher...
No, this is the myth. Why does everyone suck when it comes to philosophy? No.
Mashup of dystopian novels.
We can still turn off the Big Brother devices, put down the Soma, and start treating each other like neighbors instead of data points.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not... Am I going to be the person, guys? Is that my... Please write this down. Am I going to be the person? I don't want to be the person. Am I going to have to be the person? I don't want to be the person. Somebody else do it. But like, this cannot be your solution when it's never been this way. We've never just been neighbors. We've never been able to treat each other with anything ever. This myth of just treat each other like neighbors is not true. It's a myth. And I'm saying somebody's got to get up here and be like, hey, it's not the devices, it's you. It doesn't matter, it's you. You are not treating your neighbors with dignity. It's not your fucking phone, it's you. You are the bigoted person. You are the prejudiced person. You are the person not deconstructing. It's you. No, Chad says, sorry, girl, it's on you. No, I don't want to do it. Somebody else do it. It's not the phone. It's you. Because before there were phones, it was still just you. Okay? I'm so sick of this, as if we didn't know. This always reminds me of that TikTok of that lady who worked on she was working with farmers and cowboys, and she said, there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. And he's like, oh, I agree with you. She said, wait, you agree with me? He goes, yeah, my grandpappy, before there were really cops around, went around, shot all his neighbors for their land. And now my family has all of this land. And I said, the fuck? You say? Hello? It wasn't the damn phone that made him shoot all his neighbors. It wasn't damn Facebook, okay? It's us. And I believe that, because why not? Why not? We've been killing and raping each other forever. It's us. It's not the damn phone.
As the great philosopher Natasha Bedingfield once sang, today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Indeed, you still have the power to determine what the next chapter will look like.
This is why Luffy's dream is to be free. Well, we don't know what his dream is. Don't spoil it in the comments. I'm only on episode 1000, okay?
Please send this video to every billionaire you know.
Bill Gates eating popcorn watching this video. All right, all right. It's Mr. B. Mr. B, I'll link the video in the chat. Okay. And I also think, like, how many minorities, how many of us use the phone to communicate with each other? How many queer people rely so heavily on this phone, and you're telling us to go touch grass when everyone around us is MAGA? How are we supposed to turn down our phones or turn off our phones and go talk to our neighbors that want to fucking kill us? How does that make any sense? Like, yeah, we'll be good to our neighbors, but what are they going to do to us? You know what I mean? Like, you guys are so fucking ignorant. Like, oh, with peace and love. What the fuck does that even mean? My God, bro. Talk about fucking privilege. Just turn off your phone and go hang out with your neighbors who fucking, you know, have Nazi signs in their front yard. Yeah, dude, sounds good. They act like people don't grow up in Trump neighborhoods. Okay? They act like, you know, when I was living in Arizona, almost every house was a Trump flag. I didn't want to socialize there, and I didn't. I lived there because my family was there, and it was a vibe. Well, some of my family was there, and it was a vibe. But, like, I did not want to socialize. I was not about to go out and be nice to people. Was I nice to my direct neighbors on my right and left? Yes. But that's it. Okay? That's it. I'm not about to go socialize and make friends and date in that area, girl. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Absolutely not, girl.
Oh, it's been a long time.
Ah, Khadijah. They already warned us not to get used to this, but Khadijah is technically back for this video. Let's take a little bit of a break. We'll come back, we'll watch them, and then we'll watch this last video on the horrific appeal of child soldiers suggested by the Discord. And this is going to cover a lot of anime, a lot of storylines about why is it always kids, though? You know? Why is it always kids, though? You know? You know? So we'll watch that in a second. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. Take a break. Chat, you're making me laugh. You said, oh, look, there's a random Brittany Simon in that cat photo. Oh, Indiana. Always a part of the branding, but refuses to sit and be cute on stream. Why can't she be like Kaya? Why can't she sit there and look cute for stream? She's so opinionated, Indiana. She won't do anything. She's the queen of this household. Okay. Oh my god, I just scared myself looking into my own viewfinder because there was two of me and I was going like this at the same time. Just scared myself. Okay, pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Okay, now. Da-na-na-na-na. Oh, I just got a Pepsi up my nose. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay, let's watch Khadijah because I am curious. Quote, it's not that deep. Let's see what they're talking about.
Time I shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. Bonjour, Nakamai. Welcome back to my channel. It's me, Khadijah. Don't get used to this. Don't. I'm only here to remind you that I have a Patreon. You'll still get a video out of it, but the extended cut will be on Patreon, so check that out. Let's get into what I need to talk about. Okay, I don't know if you've been noticing, but I've been noticing that there are a lot of comments lately about people telling people that things aren't that deep. Things are not that deep. Why are you always thinking things are that deep? You know, I'm always going to talk a bit about nuance and having compassion for that opinion, thinking from that person's side of view of why they might not think things are that deep, but I also need to tell y'all everything is that deep. Listen, it doesn't mean you gotta care about everything, right? Imagine that. It doesn't mean you gotta care about everything because I think that is a false promise. You're gonna be exhausted, girl. Pick some things to care about and give it your all. But having that said, I'm gonna of course talk about some speculations that I have for why we've kind of gotten back into this, not that deep, too woke, let me say my slurs and be racist in public and hate.
Yeah, but it's always been that way too, because when I was in high school, I was told my whole life, oh, you think too much, you're, you know, da-da-da-da. Because when you're a nerdy, neurodivergent person and you're already used to like reading a lot or being that girly or constantly raising your hands in class to ask a question, then people are always like, oh my God, you're taking it too seriously, bro. Which is why I was never a popular kid in school. But listen to me when I say this. Look at me now.
Women in peace, god damn it. Why we've gotten back to that, not just like a conservative swing, but just like in general, people really walking around acting not.
The joke is, look at me now, I still get the same feedback. Look at me now, I still get the same feedback from YouTubers.
Smart. Part of that is that it's not that deep. Part of that is also the literacy rates or the functionally illiterate rates. We'll talk about it, don't worry. I think also there's something to be said for Miss AI. Miss AI. Hey, Miss Murder, can I? Because they were AI. I think it's a group. No, AE. What was that group called? Anyway, we need to talk about AI.
Oh my God, stop.
Because they were AI. I think it's a group. No, AE. What was that group called?
This was my jam. AFI, Miss Murder, if you know, you know.
Anyway, we need to talk about AI summaries, AI in general, and people not being able to tell the difference. Again, it still connects back to the everything is that deep. All the mis and disinformation that we're all getting, again, contributes to the it is that deep. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. Next slide, Elowen. One of the main reasons I think a lot of people are starting to walk around saying it's not that deep to damn near everything that maybe they would have thought was that deep a few years ago even is...
Now, let me tell you this, chat. Chat says they say I overthink. I say they underthink. I say, hold on, let me check. Maybe I am overthinking. Hold on. Sometimes I am, you know. Sometimes I am overthinking it. So make sure you check yourselves, girls. That's the TikTok I saw by Dr. K that I was like, this is a bad TikTok. Hold on, let me see if I can find it now that I've already slandered him. Let me see if I can find it. It's a bad TikTok because if you just take the TikTok for what it is, it's a bad TikTok. But... it's true what he's saying, but it's badly made. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It must have been recent because it came across my feed.
If you take every human who has depression, every human who has anxiety, what you discover is that they spend time inside their head, more so than the average person who does not have depression, does not have anxiety. You guys know how people say ignorance is bliss? And you know how there's like stupid people out there, and the reason they're so happy is because they lack the intellectual capacity to have existential dread. And there's data to support this. There's a lot of data that shows that the higher your IQ is, the more likely you are to be depressed. Insight Trial is a great example that shows that rapid insight, understanding the severity of your situation, correlates with suicidality. So there's people out there who are like dumb and happy. Part of the reason for that is because they do not internalize. They're like, they're like kind of like bots. They're like, hello. Like I'm envisioning like Oblivion NPCs where you like walk up to them and it's like they have no internal environment, right? They're like Oblivion literally in NPCs. They just say the same thing over and over again. And that's because they don't internalize. If you over internalize, you are prone to depression. You are prone to anxiety. Hey, y'all, if you enjoyed this video,
I feel like that video in my mind is like a bad TikTok, because I think he's right. Like, this, Jordan Peterson has talked about this as well. Like, high IQ people tend to be also prone to like a lot of loneliness, lack of relationship, a lot of depression. And it's because it becomes like a form of disability at some point. I think a lot of boys on the internet internalize this as I'm smart and everyone's dumb, or oh, I'm depressed because I know more. I see this a lot in the enlightenment bubbles, where it's a bunch of boys who are like, life is hard when you know better. Life is hard when you actually know what's going on. And I'm like, yeah, but that's only a part of the process, because like, again, this goes into, it's a process. So let's say this is the line and you want to get to the other side. Okay. They're like here and they're like, man, I know so much. Life is so hard. And then they're comparing themselves to these people here. But to me, I'm just like, hey, bro, you're still over here though. So you're not even there yet. Like, you have to do this. And they never will. For as long as you think you already reached it, you will never actually get to the other side. Okay? Because the other side is the radical acceptance. It's the, oh, I'm not smarter than other people. I'm just having a different relationship with life. Oh, I'm not more intelligent than people. I'm just thinking about things differently. Like, oh, I'm not like, they're not NPCs and I'm not an NPC. There are no NPCs. Like, we're all just having a different relationship with existence. It's a humility pop. You have to, this is no humility. This is where you find humility, to realize like, oh, you're just like a dot floating in space, whatever, wherever the dot is, Instead of thinking like you are, like, you're not. So I think sometimes, like, when I watch like TikToks that are short form like that, especially ones that are speaking and boy speak, it's fine for the audience, but I think like the right message should be humility and the wrong message should be you're smarter than everybody else. I just think the wrong message is always you're not smarter than everyone else. And that goes for progressives too, and leftists that like to make fun of conservatives for not being well-read and undereducated. You might be like, smart. Like, Trump isn't an idiot. Like, even thinking Trump isn't smart is so funny to me. Like, I know what you're saying. You're saying he's not smart because he didn't come to the same conclusions I did, but his intelligence isn't the issue. Like, everyone's intelligent. Generally speaking, everyone has a literal, like, ability to be or engage in, but there are tool differences, right? And those tool differences usually change people's choices. So even the concept of free will is so funny to me, because it's like, yeah, you only chose that though because of everything that was this, like, or was you, or was around you, or like, you are more than, you have to get to the point where you're not just reacting. That's why I say feminism is great, but we wouldn't need it if we didn't have patriarchy. So remember, feminism isn't the goal. The goal is to not need feminism. Because why do we need feminism if we don't have to deal with patriarchy? Why would we need to liberate women and get them rights if we had them? You know what I mean? So like, we need these things because of oppression. That's why when people say, why do you need a pride parade? Because you guys won't stop oppressing us. If you stopped oppressing us, it would just be a people parade. And maybe it'd be like a traditional festival we keep up, but it would be like for everybody. But now it's still a protest because you guys keep protesting us. So again, these goals won't happen in our lifetime. It will take like hundreds, if not 1,000 years or plus. I see you, chat. But the point is that it's here. And the point is we should aim for a future where that wasn't the case. So yeah, we're not going to see the end to patriarchy in our lifetime. We're going to contribute to it a little at a time. We're all, we break generational curses in our own family, or we chip away at them. We're chipping away at the universe, at the America, at the humanities generational curse. That's all we're doing. And we're healers, right? That's like the idea around being like a healer at the end of the day, in my mind, is helping. It's not bragging. It's just helping to mend the wounds that others have left behind.
It's because there's a lot of mis and disinformation out there. People be lying online, and it's very easy to pretend that you're a reputable source, pretend that you're sharing the quote unquote news, give the aesthetic and vibe and sort of aura of a journalist without actually being one. It's very easy to do that. And even if you have standards in place for yourself that journalists would also have, not everybody's like that. And not enough of us are curious enough to look beyond what we see in a video or in a summary. So a lot of us will just go with that. And the passive information that we constantly get, on top of the fact that a lot of it might not be accurate, it's difficult for a lot of people to sift through. It can sometimes make it tiring as well, because it's like, I just want to find information without having to worry about where it's come from or worry that it's not a reliable or trustworthy source. I get it. Y'all thought I was going to do a sponsor read. Nah, it would have been a good time too. Anyway, as much as we have in this time period, especially, really grown to loathe gatekeepers or just be like,
actually, you know what's funny too? Not to give spoilers, but Wano is very reflective, I think, of like what's happening right now. But one of the things I think is funny about watching One Piece is that sometimes I will look at even at the heroes or the main characters and I'm like, you're fucking stupid. Even the good guys who are supposed to be the smart ones, I'm like, man, you really let him get away with that. You really let him get away with that. So like, reminder, it's all of us. It's all of us. No one is exempt. So when people sit there and go like, I told you, I warned you about Trump, you're not on the right side of history either. Because if you warned us about Trump, then you should know why it happened. You can't sit there with bitterness in your heart that I warned you, I warned you. Did you? And was it enough? And have you accepted that, like, and do you want your gold star for doing the right thing? But they do. They're angry at you for not listening to them. But that's the problem, isn't it? Why are you yelling at people? Like, you already knew it was coming. That's why Trump is smart. Because, like, that's what I mean. Like, the same people who can't figure out why they have credit card debt still and are falling for fucking scams every day wonder why the American people fell for a political one. That's what I'm saying, guys. With peace and love, everything is connected to the micro, to the macro. Everything about your personal life is a reflection of the greater world. 70% of Americans are in credit card debt. And not all of you just because, like, the world is a mess. Some of you because you're not focused or locked in, okay? And I'm not talking about winning capitalism. I'm talking about the fact that you don't have a good relationship with the fact that you exist. And that is a reflection of why people voted for Trump or stayed indifferent. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, the world is exploits our vulnerabilities. And I'm saying they are bad people, yes. But even if good people were in charge, you'd find a way to fuck up your own life. That's what you don't understand about humanity. Not you personally, but humanity. Even in a good position, we will find a way to fuck it up. And I'm saying it's us. So I'm saying start focusing on that fact that all of us can fuck it up. All of us can fuck shit up. That's what it is. And start with your life. Look at your life and say, okay, in which ways am I fucking up my own life? And then figure out in which ways are other people fucking with you. Because it's not all them, guys. It can't be all external. That's what introspection is. That's what philosophy is. Introspection. How the fuck am I fucking up my own life? How the fuck are they fucking up my life? But not my life personally, just like, how are they gonna fuck with me? Okay? They have to be both things. You can't have one or the other. You can't blame people. You know what I mean? Okay?
You know, the idea of gatekeeping not being cool and all that. I think we're slowly starting to remember that gatekeeping, there's a certain appreciation in it, because when you have somebody that is the top.
Yes, girls, don't give in to buy now, pay later. Girls, listen to me right now. Please lock in. Do not buy now, pay later. It is the biggest scam. They are exploiting your vulnerabilities. I gotta start a finance channel. I gotta start yelling at people. I gotta start a finance channel right now. Stop. It is absolutely a fucking scam. It's the best, worst scam they've ever created. It's going to eat you up. It's going to put your great-grandbabies in debt. Stop doing it.
Top of their field. They've studied or practiced, worked a lot in what they are doing. They might have more discernment in what they're talking about than you, Joe Blow off the street, right? Journalists have certain standards and practices that they have to abide by. And it's not to say every single journalist does. It's not to say that every single news site is reputable, because we know that there are some people who own newspapers. So sometimes they don't be saying shit that you might want to hear. You know what I'm saying? This is why it's important to have a variety of news sources and all that. But anyway, it used to be that you didn't get your news from a device in your phone. You got it from a newspaper. Or when the 24-hour news cycle started, you only got it from them. Newspaper and anchors. Maybe people in your life talking about things, but that's also why the life cycle of stories was so much longer. Because the media got to decide what we were interested in, what they would feed us, and we also, kind of chicken and egg, were like, this is what we want to say. So it's not to say that people weren't getting false information back then either, or a very biased point of view, even if journalists claim to be objective. But it is to say that there was at least an attempt, I think, and now there's less of that. Now it's if you're trying to be quote unquote objective, which I know you can't truly be, but if you're trying to see
what's happening, is this a poll that's diagonal? Is this a diagonal poll? Is this a diagonal? Is it diagonal?
Things from both or multiple perspectives. You a demon. You've chosen already. How dare you? I care a lot about understanding and unpacking things and learning about things, and I like to be curious. That requires a suspension of judgment from me for some things and people that I may not like or agree with, so that I can better understand, so that I can acknowledge that things really are that deep. We've lost our sort of filtration system, and now we're not only bombarded with information that we have to parse out and figure out if it's true or false or whatever, or might not even bother to do that. It's also kind of like become a game of telephone. People say something, then it gets passed and passed and passed, and by the time you hear the
this video needs visuals. I can't actually focus. Note to the editor, we need visuals, please.
news, it's just better to go to the source.
I mean, I'm getting distracted by the beauty, of course, but I need visuals.
It's just better to go to the original source or double check a source. But I think a lot of us love to speculate and we love to gossip. It's fun. I love it too. It's a good time. I think that's why blind items are also so popular, because
blind
people
items.
love to speculate and want to believe these things.
Blind items go crazy on TikTok. I'm
Things are
not
true,
gonna
and it's
lie.
not to say that they're all false. Sometimes they are true. But also, we would rather have our speculations and suspicions confirmed than see maybe the truth of a situation. You know what I'm trying to say? It seems like a lot of the times now, you don't just get the news or whatever else is going on in the world. You get a perspective of the news.
Oh, by the way, can I just say, you want to talk about influencers? I literally went to my partner and I was like, can I pull off this look? It was like bleached eyebrows. I was like, I gotta stop watching Khadijah. I was like, can I pull this off? And he was like, no. And I was like, okay, listen. I'm being influenced. I'm being influenced.
What's going on in the world that deeply reflects yours, your side, your opinion, how you feel, your emotions, all of that. And if it doesn't, well, it's still good because it's rage bait. You're not being necessarily challenged. And I'm not saying being constantly emotionally attacked for who you are is being challenged. I'm saying there's a lack of understanding that the world is
wait, that's really good. Listen to that.
For who you are. You're not being necessarily challenged. And I'm not saying being constantly emotionally attacked for who you are is being challenged.
Okay, conservatives do this. Conservatives are like, I'm just trying to challenge like how you think about the world. So how do you look in the mirror and stand the way you look when you're so fat? Conservatives are like, look, I'm just trying to challenge your ideas because I don't even know how you got there. So like when you commit sodomy, does that feel like making love? Conservatives are like, look, I'm just trying to challenge like, you know, your ideas just so I understand them. So you're gay, right? Is that like, so do you like kids? It's like, you know what?
I'm saying there's a lack of understanding that the world is a lot bigger than your perspective if you are not actively choosing to go beyond your own perspective. Another part of this information system that I think we got to really chill out on is the AI summaries. AI summaries themselves are designed to not be deep. Their summaries are designed that way. It's a summary. It's an overview. It's a superficial little, this is just kind of like the gist of what we're trying to say. Sometimes those summaries are not fully correct. The BBC did their own study asking ChatGPT, Copilot, and Gemini, and Perplexity, I don't know who that is, to quote, summarize 100 news stories and rated each answer. They found that 51% of all AI answers to questions about the news were judged to have significant issues of some form. 19% of the AI answers, which cited BBC content, introduced factual errors, such as incorrect factual statements, numbers, and dates. And it's not to say that you can never trust an AI summary, but it's to say, again, it's taking information from so many places, and sometimes those places are wrong. Sometimes people are just like lying on a website or being sarcastic, and AI can't tell the difference. It'll just throw that into summaries, so you have to be
Running with scissors is a cardio exercise that can increase your heart rate and require concentration and focus. Some say it can also improve your pores and give you strength. Okay, guys, this is why when you Google stuff, you don't just go with the first source. You get at least, that's why when you write a paper, you have multiple sources.
More mindful. You have to dig deeper. Maybe look at an AI summary, be like, okay, work. Thanks so much for this, girl. Now I need to go.
Chat says, do you think someone would do that? Go to the internet and tell lies? Guys, I don't want to believe that. I want to live in a world where I just don't think that's true. I definitely think like 95% of the people on the internet are definitely telling the truth. I think it's probably like 5% that are lying, right? Gotta be.
do something else. And I know some of y'all are like, no, don't encourage anybody to use AI. Google, I don't know how to get rid of that AI summary thing that just pops up, girl. So some of us, it's just there. And some people use it. I don't personally like to use AI summaries because I'd rather just go scroll down and get some information from as more of a first-hand source as possible, and also multiple. That's another way to make sure that you're not just falling for whatever Kool-Aid somebody's passing you through your phone. Check 2 or 3 sources to see a story. Because people be saying shit on TikTok, and then I'll go Google and I'm like, girl, nobody is saying this. A little sub thing that I want to add is patience is a virtue for a reason, but it's also part of understanding that information, quick and dirty, fast food type information, is only going to be so valuable in the long run, is only going to require you to think so deeply, is only going to require you to connect so much. AI summaries are us wanting to be convenienced always. And I'm not going to lie, it's nice to have a little convenience. There's AI in so much shit that we use. There's AI and stuff that I probably don't even know that I use that makes my life easier. So I'm not trying to judge anybody, but I am saying at a certain point, you got to be like, okay, I need to start remembering that my brain is a muscle that I got to work again, because I'm just over here letting these summaries tell me shit, letting people online tell me shit, not really going to the source of the information. And then a little before I know it, I'm thinking less and less, not even just for myself, but in general. And whenever people say shit, I'm like, it's not that deep. Who cares?
I think a big part of it too is like, you don't even know what you like yet. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even know what you like yet. You don't know what you're into. Like, you know, something I always struggled in with school is like, I just want to do the thing I'm interested in. Why do I have to do everything else? And they're like, oh, you need a well-rounded education. I was like, yeah, but like, I don't care about this stuff. So I'm just not going to go to school, I guess. And it was one of those things where like, I kind of still feel that way as an adult. I really struggle with like, if I'm not interested in something, it takes so much more work for me to pay attention to it. And I think that's why some people don't even get into things, because even the money and time you have to spend figuring out what you're even into to spend all your brain power on is like so hard. But I do kind of think like a better society would be one that kind of, you know, encourage people. I saw a TikTok that said, why, when I was in school, was it so hard for me to ever care about anything? But now that I'm not being tested on it, I want to know everything about all those subjects. It's kind of like that. It's like, you know, I think we should play to people's strengths, and I think people should be on their given their own time to research other things and like be interested. But I also think it takes a lot of introspection to realize like, what is the thing you want to do forever? Like this, like it took a lot of work, guys. It took me, I've been on YouTube since I was out of high school, but until I turned 30, I didn't really know what I was doing on the internet. Maybe even 31. No, I might've been even 31. But until I came back to the internet a few years ago, I didn't know what I was doing here. Like I didn't know what I wanted to do forever. What was the question I was going to be willing to answer for the next 30 years and never get bored of it? Oh yeah, philosophy questions. Everything else though, I was going to tear my hair out. I'm not answering this again. Like that's what people forget. You know, the influencers, especially the finance guys, they're always like, guys, I've been answering the same question for 7 years. Yeah, dude, you're going to answer it for another 50. Do you think college professors teaching English 101 ever stop answering English 101 questions? Stupid. Like, I think I'm a little annoyed that YouTubers had the audacity to come on this platform, answer fucking basic questions, and then be upset they made millions of dollars doing that, and then ask themselves, like, how many times can I do this forever? Forever, you fucking loser. And they're like, that's the thing. It's like, get out of here, bro. That's why it pisses me off sometimes. You know what I mean? Now, would it have been better for me to have chosen finance? Absolutely, I would have made more money. I definitely chose a niche that does not come with a lot of money, even in the college world. If I had been a university professor, philosophy teachers aren't exactly ranking it in, you know? But also, okay, it's the only thing I was willing to do forever. Okay? Now, I have a career. Some people have jobs. Both are good. Just know which one you fall into, you know? Because have they never worked in customer service? When I worked at college, that was my whole job, answering the same stuff. Literally. Yes, the bathroom is over here. Yes, the bathroom is over here. The bathroom's in the back. That's the number one question I probably always answered when I worked customer service.
Airs, whatever. Let's talk about the importance of literacy, curiosity.
Wait. Yes. Singers also have to sing the same song for 20 years. Nicki Minaj, she hates that. Starships. Okay, that one, Nicki hates performing that song, but that's the song everybody wants to hear. Yeah, singers, you know the Diamond Ring was my husband, Diamond Ring. You know that one? She's probably so sick of it. But that's the one, girl. Get ready to sing it forever. Okay? Singers, they also have to like make a sacrifice of singing songs they don't want to sing anymore. Oh, what was the other one? Unbreak my heart, say you love. That one? Okay. Apparently she didn't like singing that song either. Okay, like, people have these great hits. It doesn't mean they want to sing the same song for a billion years, but it's what the fans want. Sam Smith, they're always like, go back to the classics, Sam, go back to the classics. And they're like, you know, like, yeah. Okay. So it's kind of one of those things. Like, I think people have to understand like what role you're playing. And then also why, again, you think, oh, I want to be a famous singer so I can do whatever I want. Famous singers sing the greatest hits because that's what people came to see. You know how hard it is for artists? They talk about this all the time. How like when they have new albums, fans come to the shows and just want to hear the classics. And it's really hard to get the fans to even transition into the newer hits, you know? But that's the point, or the newer songs, I should say, because maybe they're not hits yet. But that's what I say. Like, people have the wrong idea about life because there's not very many people who have the right idea about life. This is what I had to discover for myself. This is what I had to accept about my life. Life isn't chasing a high. Life isn't chasing that dopamine. Life is an experience. And you can either have a good experience or a bad experience or an experience that comes in waves. And realistically, it will come in waves. Okay, but it's an experience. And that's what it is. So even when it comes to like retirement and money and housing, girls, no one's going to come save you. So you do have to make your own money and you have to figure out how you're going to make it in the world. It can look unorthodox and it can be custom. It doesn't have to be pull yourself up by your bootstraps conservative, but it has to be custom to you. It has to be you being very dead serious about figuring it out. You know, how do I get my food budget bill to $50 a week? How do I get it to $60 a week? How do I do that? Because a lot of Americans are spending $1,000 a month on food, and I don't know for fuck sure that's too much. Okay? Y'all should not be spending $1,000 a month. I watch enough of these finance shows. No. You are absolutely overspending, and you could be eating really good food for a lot less. And this is my special interest, so I know that. But nobody needs to be spending $1,000 a month on food. And I understand why people are doing it, you know, but I'm saying you don't have to. And when you're ready, you can do something else. But, you know, oh yeah, Chet says 1K a month is crazy. I knew a guy who was spending 2K easy every month on food. Of course, he was Uber Eatings and everything. How crazy is that though? I'm like, hello? And your food budget is your Uber Eats. You got to count how much you tip people. That's your food budget. Anything that goes into getting your food to you is a food budget. Yeah. 2K a month easy, bro. These tech bros, I'm telling you.
The tool of literacy is refusal to give access to the world. Andrea Dworkin. As a child, I learned that reading was fundamental. Very, very, very important. Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. You know, I'm sorry. The extended cut will be on my Patreon.
Love it.
We're having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card. I used to go to the library every weekend with my dad and my sister. My aunt taught me how to read when I was a kid and write because she used to be an English teacher and my school wasn't doing that great of a job. So I've always loved and appreciated not just being able to literally read and write, but the way that that skill has helped me communicate in the world and understand the world, see the symbols of language and go, huh, fascinating. It's also helped me develop that skill to be able to read more complex things. I'm not going to read the most complex shit. I'm smart, but I'm real dumb, you know? But the more I practiced and learned and read, the more I practiced and learned and read. And it goes on and on and on. Okay, God. According to UNESCO, literacy is the ability to identify, understand, interpret, create, communicate, and compute using printed and written materials associated with varying text. Literacy involves a continuum of learning and enabling individuals to achieve their goals, to develop their knowledge and potential, and to participate fully in their community and wider society. The more you know, the more you know. But really, the more you know, the better you're able to contribute to the world around you. The running joke in a lot of comments is always when people say dumb shit, oh, in the schools. Or my new favorite, some children were in fact left behind. Oh. So wrong. Oh, it's so wrong. It's true-ish because apparently the reading rate has gone down for 8th graders since about 2017, and that was before
2017.
Miss Rona. I'm saying something very obvious, but in a way I'm talking to it's not that deep people because they're probably like, girl, what are you even talking about? Yes.
I think it's frustrating, like how many conservative parents got so exhausted over lockdowns and they were like, how are we supposed to give our kids school and go to work and do all these things? I was like, oh, so I guess a teacher's job is hard. And all these homeschooling parents, I'm just going to tell you this right now, a lot of them are not doing what they need to be doing. Okay, a lot of them are not doing what they need to be doing. I certainly was not doing everything I should have been doing. School was so hard in so many ways. It is really hard to be a teacher. It's really hard to be a good teacher. It is really hard to teach these kids and give them the foundation they need to really go into the world. And few homeschool parents are exceptional, of course, but obviously public school is failing children as well. It is failing children as well. And a big part of it is that teachers are underpaid and overworked. I have so many teachers in my family. I think I probably have like 5 or 6 active teachers in my family, and all of them are overworked and underpaid. All of them. Okay. And it's just, it's shocking how much work they take home on the weekends. They're always coming into work early, staying late. They're always working off the clock, and then they still get parents in their emails telling them like, my kid's failing, my kid's not doing this. And like, you're fighting the parents, you're fighting the school, you're fighting everybody. And every kid is an individual. They have their own struggles. They're going through stuff themselves. They're fucking suicidal. They're fucking depressed. It's just like, Jesus, there's like so much we need to do. And then we're all here blaming each other. Like, the kids don't do enough. The teachers don't do enough. The parents don't do enough. No one's doing enough. And everyone's doing too much. You are enough, but you got to do more. I know you are doing a lot. You got to do more. Now, the good news, and this is like working out, okay, which I've been doing. Thank you. I did it again today. I felt really good about myself. I keep track. Every day is a win. Okay, I go day by day basis because your girl is low on spoons talking about chronic health. Okay. If I just try to get through the day, work out once a day, some variation of moving my fibro around because girl needs it, okay? And I give myself a little gold star because I did what I was supposed to do on my list, okay? But listen. Hold on, I lost my train of thought because I was thinking about how much my body hurts. Hold on. See, pain really distracts you. Hold on. I was in so much pain when I started to stream, but I numbed it out. I disassociated it out of my brain. But then I just got reminded I'm in pain. Hold on. What was I saying? It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Oh, okay. It's like working out. It will get easier over time, even though it's hard every day. When you look at gym bros that are really in the gym, like it's been their life for 10 or 5 years, 10 years, it's still hard every day. But it gets easier. But it's still hard. It's same with steroids. Do you know people who take steroids still have to work out? It's not like you take the steroid and the muscle grows. If you take steroids and you're helping yourself gain muscle, you still have to do the exercises to build the muscle. I think people genuinely think that everything just happens for certain people. It doesn't. It rarely just happens for anyone. Not everyone's working the same or has the same struggle, but nothing ever happens without something happening. And so you have to understand that if you're waiting for some magical thing to happen to you, your life is going to pass you by and then you're going to be 70 with no retirement. And so I promise you it gets easier, but you really got to get past that point. I say this as somebody who used to work 2 jobs and never had money left over and didn't know how to buy groceries and was always in debt. And I would, on the way to work, pick up pennies off the floor just to be able to spend $1.50, $1.25, maybe even $1.75 on lunch for the day. And that would be my food. Okay, it was a croissant, a little bit of chicken salad. And my coworkers would laugh at me and be like, oh my God, Brittany, you're so frugal. I wasn't frugal. I was fucking poor. I didn't have any fucking money. Okay. And I was working at a really nice grocery store where like the customers drove Bentleys. And then here I was like, tee, and nobody ever knew because I wasn't about to tell nobody, right? That'd be crazy. And I would just like play it off like, tee, and I was literally, what is this? And I was like, why can't I figure out how to feed myself? What is wrong with me? And a big part of it was I needed to learn how to, because I knew how to feed 10 people. I didn't know how to feed one person on a budget. It was cheaper for me to know how to feed 10 people. I could literally feed 10 people better than I could feed one. Learning how to feed one person is a skill, the same as learning to feed 10 on a budget. But it sounds almost like it'd be easy. So give yourself a break, but know that if you are struggling, there's a way out of it. Okay?
We know reading is important. You need to be able to read and write. Okay, cool. But it goes beyond that. The basic skill of being able to read and write is great. And then being able to read more complex things, to be able to read and understand more complex ideas, to be able to think on and contemplate, to be able to see something and go, I think that's actually AI, because you've learned more about what AI looks like, what's changing, how it's evolving, how it's getting so good, and what you can look for so that you don't fall for an AI video like this one of these dark-skinned girls that they seem to love on TikTok. And then I go in the comments, and so many people don't know it's AI. And I'm like, uh-oh. And listen, I've fallen for AI slop too, but that is why I've tried to learn more about it. And I'm not fully educated. I'm not trying to get a master's degree or anything in artificial intelligence, but I want to educate myself to learn more about it so that I'm not susceptible to falling for it. The more you know, the more you see what I'm saying? The other reason that I think it is important for the it's not that deep people to start to consider things a bit more, and for the people that it is that deep to maybe have a bit more compassion and patience and like cognitive empathy for folks that might not think something is that deep, is because we fundamentally, it doesn't seem like most of us understand each other. I see this online a lot. People get into arguments, misread each other over the simplest things, and sometimes somebody is making a really smart argument and I understand what they're saying, but they're using words and terms that the average people maybe don't even understand, won't use, won't look up, can't comprehend. I always call them $50 words, and they're expecting there to be some sort of communication there when you can't communicate with somebody that is on a different language skill level than you. I'm trying not to be rude. I hope that doesn't sound rude, but it's true. There are people that comment women now when they mean one woman. The singular woman, they're not saying that. They're saying women, plural, that literally just can't read captions. Somebody will write a caption, post a video saying, hey, blah, 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 more in caption. And people will just get mad and comment. And it's like, but did you read the caption? And not just summarize the whole thing. Yo, people are constantly, I'm seeing now, saying the wrong two, and two, there, and there. I understand it. Sometimes people can be very bougie and rude and elitist about grammar and language. Yes. And again, at a certain point, we have to agree on what words mean and how they're spelt and stuff for understanding and communication to be clear. We just have to. I'll read people's comments sometimes, and when they're using the wrong version of whatever, it takes me a while to understand what they're actually trying to say. It's difficult for them to communicate with me or for me to understand what they're saying because we are on different levels of language comprehension. You see what I'm saying? It is unfortunate how many of us.
Yeah, this plays into like a little bit of ableism and stuff like that. I say this as somebody who I use a lot of autocorrect on my phone. I do a little like hand swipey. I'm not the greatest speller in the world at all. And I also know that I'm a rush typer. So I type a lot of things very quickly and then I shut the phone down. Like I don't really reread my messages. I type and I send to the world. Goodbye. Good luck. And sometimes I do it on the Discord. I'm like, ignore spelling mistakes. But the truth is a big part of that is because I'm like, I don't want to spend the spoons to read this over and spell check. You guys get it. If it's really bad, I'll correct something, but you guys get it. And if you don't get it, fine, I'll go back and like make sure everything's like spelled correctly. But that's because I'm not really spelling words like this. I don't actually, I swipe text everything. So I'm not actually, you know what I mean? No one got time for that. Okay. So like, I'm very like, and then I, whoop. But the thing is, and I know this, I am being judged for it. So like even subconsciously, especially in autistic bubbles, because some of y'all are very strict about these things. And I know that it would do me better with social credit if I actually paid attention and I moved slower and I spelled everything perfectly. My grammar was on point. People would literally know I was smarter, or they would treat me like I was smarter, or they would like give more credit to my work. And I know that. And then a part of me was like, I don't got time for that though. I actually think though, there's a part of your talking about surviving. It's not just financial. It's also how you show up. So whether you like it or not, it would really do you better to sometimes do that thing. You know what I mean? Like put every brain cell you have into doing this thing, because even though it's exhausting, it's the only way to get ahead. Because then people will be like, oh, you can't have this conversation. You're not using the words. You're not using the words I know to indicate I'm smart. So now you have to learn the words they think are smart and use them in the bubble. And then they will communicate with you, hopefully, or maybe they'll just dismiss you. But this is also the problem with the boy bubbles too. Like, how can I go into a boy bubble and start speaking like myself when I know they're not going to understand me and they're going to feel like I'm a snob? So then I'll start talking like them. You remember the collab I did with that boy who was like, he was like, talk to me. And then he wanted like a big debate and I was like explaining things to him. He's like, what the fuck are you even talking about? And I was like, and then even people like other grown men who were reviewing me were like, what is she talking about? And I'm like, and then I had to think like, I don't even know how to talk on your level. Like, I don't even know how to talk on your level, because like I sometimes, and I get this feedback from people where some people are like, Brittany, you're so fucking elitist with your fucking big words. And I'm like, what? And then some people are like, Brittany, you're so fucking stupid. Like, learn new words. And I'm like, so I'm right there in the middle where like I haven't dedicated myself to one speak or another. So then I thought, okay, maybe I should dedicate my speak to just academic and say, fuck everything else, But then, you know what I mean? If I go back, you know what I mean? if I do that, like, who do I lose? Like, I'm already alienating so many people at this point, you know? So it's just like, it's very weird. It's like a very weird place to be in. But that's why I say, like, every bubble is different. And that is why I talk different in every bubble. Like, I was thinking about this today. When I talk to people who speak Arabic, I start using like words and sounds that Arabic speaking people use. You know, like, I just start incorporating the 7 or 10 words I know in Arabic into my language. And I talk, like I was telling my partner the other day, we have a lot of sounds that I grew up with. My parents would make sounds. And the sounds you would hear it when Arabic people are speaking. They make sounds that don't mean something, but they mean something. Like, I don't know, like, see, I can't even think on the spot, but like, I'll just start doing it naturally. Like, I won't even know I'm doing it. And all of a sudden I have an accent that I didn't even have before. And all of a sudden I'm talking in broken English and I'm adding in words I never use in my regular vocabulary because I know what bubble I'm in. And I just, you know, because even when I'm with my relatives, I start talking differently. I talk like them. That's why when people say, like, you know how people sometimes will be like, I'm with my white side or my black side? Well, it's more like I'm with my Arab side or I'm with my Americanized side, you know? It's like, yeah, those things are cultural. So like when I'm with my cousins that incorporate more like bilingual, like they'll use like kind of like Arabic and English or Surat and English, my voice changes, you know? Yeah, like the tis sound. Yeah, that. Okay, or ba 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 ba. You know, like there's certain sounds like, oh, you know, you do certain sounds. Anyways, all of this to say, all of it is good, but all of it is also difficult because some people feel like, oh, I talk the same no matter where I'm at. And it's like, yeah, I think that's interesting. What's interesting is when people talk the way they talk everywhere all the time. I think that's more interesting. Like, oh, really? How do you communicate with people then? But maybe that's my autism. You know, that's probably my autism, but I'm just trying to signal, you know, but then people are like, oh, are you being fake? And I'm like, no, I'm just bringing out that version of me. You know, my partner always says it. He can always tell which sibling I just talked to because he's like, you just talked to so-and-so. Because I talk different even to my own siblings. Even my own siblings, they get different versions of my vocabulary, different versions of Brittany. My partner can always tell like who I was just talking to. Isn't that funny? So anyways, all of this to say, like, it's like I have to pick and choose, like, who do I show up as? And that's why Khadija saying this is interesting to me too. Because yeah, like you should pay attention to grammar and how you're coming off, but also like, ooh, it can get a little frustrating too because it's like, well, which version of me should I bring out? You know, which version of me makes sense in this bubble right now? But then that's why work on the internet's hard because that's why I tried to decide, should I show up as one Brittany on the internet so it's consistent in all my videos? Or is it good to have all the different Britneys? I'll figure it out by 40. By 40, I'll probably pick a particular Brittany to show up. Because realistically, I'm at work. You know how you have work you? I'm going to have to pick a work Brittany, I think. Otherwise, this channel is never going to make sense to people because people really need consistency. They need you to be... And they need to click on a video and expect something of you. And when I change it up so much, that's why they don't watch. Because they'll subscribe for one Brittany, then they'll see the other Brittany and they're like, ew, I don't like her. And then they'll unsubscribe. And so I'm like, fuck. Okay, so like, just, you know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Which is even crazy to say out loud, but like, this isn't going to matter in 3 years. Because you guys are going to know. But the truth is like, most people... If you want to grow as an audience, like this kind of conversation only works in small audiences. It doesn't work for big creators. That's why big creators don't have them. You know what I'm saying? So if I ever want to be a big creator, I'm going to have to think about that. Also, Philip DeFranco should never change his thumbnails because it's been the same for 10 years and I don't like it. Okay, thank you.
Have taken just the fun of even just reading a good book and let it fall by the wayside so much and only consume video content that generally ends up being very biased towards our opinion and our side. I'll also see in comments people saying one idea and repeating it in every other comment of a video. When Sabrina Carpenter's Man's Best Friend album cover came out, somebody commented, you lack the nuance, your music lacks the radicalness to... Ellen put the comment up, I can't even remember what it was. And I kept seeing so many fucking people comment that after a while I was like, do you know what that means? I'm still trying to understand what you're saying with your music lacks the radical. But is she trying to be radical? Like I was baffled. I was baffled. Another example, probably my favorite example that I've seen recently is
wait, my favorite is on my Hassan shouldn't platform people video. People are like, you can't platform people with a platform. And I was like, okay, collab. Put your name in the title with. Talk nicely to. Promote. Use your brain. I used the word platform and everyone just started getting so fucking pedantic in my chat. Like, oh, well, actually, you can't platform people with a platform. Whatever, bro. Collab, promote, whatever. Use whatever word you need.
The season 5 opener of The Wire, as y'all know if you saw my video on my other channel, I've been obsessed with that show. Basically, these 2 dudes are being held in custody for murder, and they've already tricked one of the dudes into thinking that his friend has confessed because they got him to walk by with some McDonald's and were like, your buddy sang for his order, blah, 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 blah. But then they do something even crazier. They put this man's hand on a copy machine and pretend it is a lie detector test. There's no lawyers there.
Chad said, I really think you need to write a book on the levels and anchor your content onto that. That would be a great business move. Listen to me when I say this, I would become a fucking multimillionaire. I would become so fucking rich. I would be so disgustingly rich. I would be so rich if I did that. And then I'd really have a cult following. And then I'd really have people fucking dedicating themselves to the levels and being like, I am Brittany Simon's disciple. I am a level 3. And I'd be riding in my Bentley like, who needs a Bugatti when you got a Bentley? And I'd be sitting there and I'd be like, give yourself to Brittany. And they'd be like, oh, man. Nah, I'm good, bro. I could, though. And just so you know, I'd be so fucking rich. I'd be so fucking famous. Okay? But just so you know, I'm not going to do it. And just so you know, that's exactly what a 5 would do, bitch. Okay? Because a 2 would. A 2 would, bitch. A 2 would write this book and fucking own this shit, but I can't on principle. It would eat me up inside, and then I'd have to kill myself, and then the book would sell even more books. I could do that. I could sell out, then kill myself, and then make my family rich because you'd buy the book even more.
There's no doctor, no professor, whatever you would call the person that is actually running the machine. They tape his hand to it, and then they print out the words true or false. Before this, one of the officers says to the other,
this shit actually works, huh? Hell yeah. Americans are stupid people by and large. We pretty much believe whatever we're told.
Now, this kid, as The Wire is known to do, probably has a different type of intelligence, a different type of street smarts, whatever, right? Or maybe he's just dumb, who knows, right? But the basic common knowledge of something like, okay, the cops are the only ones here, and I'm in an office space with a copy.
Sometimes I really think Jordan Peterson is dying from the inside because he knows he's sold out. I do. Sometimes I think Jordan Peterson is making himself sick because he knows he fucking did something so fucking sick to the world. He contributed so much evil to the world, and I think it's killing him from the inside. His whole fear about being a Nazi came true through his fucking self-help bullshit. I do. I think that. I think he's suffering with his, he is so Dostoevsky's, right? He wrote The Underground, Letters of the Underground. That fucking shit. That's Jordan Peterson. That's Jordan Peterson. And I'm just telling you right now, ain't gonna be me. Ain't gonna be me. The one thing I learned from white men the most is not to repeat. Okay? When I see a white man do something, I say, do the opposite. Okay? That's what I do.
Machine. This is probably a kid who most likely dropped out of school anyway. I'm not saying if he stayed in school, he probably would have known what a copy machine was. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But the point is, if he had more knowledge, if he was more learned, he wouldn't have fallen for something so damn stupid. And this is the thing. When you are not educated, it's very easy to manipulate you. It is very easy. When you don't know about something or enough about something, it is very easy to be manipulated by somebody who feels like they might know more or feels like an authority. And our phone gives us access to a bunch of different types of authorities. We get all the opinions, we take them to heart, some of us, we engage superficially in all the discourse we're seeing. We're not even really maybe deeply engaging with it the way that we could, not just online talking about it, but like offline learning and pondering and considering, getting curious about all the different discourse. No, we just like to superficially, this is the discourse of the week that we're upset about now, that we want to talk about now. We don't want to have patience or give it time to ruminate, give us time.
I think that's true. I think I think if you're a daily streamer, I want to hear what you think every day. I think if you're a content creator who makes like in-depth essays, you better give me something to watch, or you don't have to comment on like everything that's trending. I don't. If you noticed, I don't hop on every trending topic. And P.S. I do take a hit for it. I would make a lot more money, once again, if I made sure to make daily videos about everything happening. But I don't have the spoons and the content wouldn't be good. I do need to sit on it. Okay. I watched Love is Blind. I finished Loved is Blind like 2 weeks ago, and I'm still thinking about how to talk about it. You know what I mean? And I already know I'm going to record one of the videos tomorrow about what I learned from it and like what I can point out or bring up as interesting and like what is helpful for people. And that's what I think about when I make, but there's also a pay check. There's also, the problem is like you only get paid so much. So like as an example, on my podcast channel, I only post twice a month. And I'm not making that much money. Like if I was only relying on posting twice a month, I would never be able to do this for a full-time career. Like one of the reasons I can do this full-time is I stream every day, or I stream 5 days a week and I post almost every day, right? So there is something to that where I think creators have to really think about how they're showing up. And so I understand why you make daily content. But I also want to say that maybe, I'd like to think, again, my content is meant to be consumed every day in the background while you're cleaning your house. The podcast channel is meant to be both. Like you could either listen to it or you could watch it. But those are twice a month, the podcast videos, because they're more intense, right? These are, you could walk out of the room. You could be playing my stream in the background and walk out to the backyard and come back in and not really miss much. Or you could rewind it and really enjoy it. Like it's not meant to be that serious. It's meant to be what you want it to be. And for me, like I put people's streams on sometimes and I just walk around my house and do stuff. It's just noise in the background that I think can be very helpful and insightful and nice. But it's meant to be casual, right? That's the point. But yeah, like I think that's why people like it. I think that's why it's enjoyable. It doesn't feel like heavy. When I watch a video essay, sometimes I skip it because I'm like, I don't want to put that much brain effort into this. Even though sometimes on stream, I do think we talk about heavier topics. Sometimes I think the casual setting of stream allows us to talk about heavier topics than a video essay. But sometimes I think video essays trick you into thinking it's deep content because it's a video essay. Does that make sense? Like, I think the myth around a video essayist or a podcaster with a lot of visuals is that this content must be good because it's a video essay, or it must be deep because it's a video essay. But is it? Sometimes I do think streams are better at having heavier conversations or realer conversations. So I think that's also the problem people are facing, is like, yeah, sometimes. And then also like heavier topics, like Chess says yesterday, LOL Gaza. When we covered Gaza this week on stream, it is easier for me to get you to watch that video than if I clipped it or if I put it in a video. You are less likely to watch content on Gaza if it's not in a live stream, because you're watching it live with me. You're more likely to sit down and watch it with me. But if I put it on a video, most people wouldn't click on that video. So streams are better in that way because I can get real people to be watching it with me in real time. And those 200 people might go tell other 200 people about it. And then boom. So,
to change our feelings, give us time to think a bit more. We want to speak emotionally. We want to act emotionally. That's another type of literacy that we could talk about. Emotionally literate. Listen, this is literacy. I'm saying literacy, but it's really about education and being learned, which to me is about curiosity, is about being open-minded, is about kind of being like a scientist. You
Curiosity.
Go in, maybe you have an idea.
Yes, you're like a scientist. You go in and like, interesting.
Or a bias, but that's not where you live. You're willing to have your mind changed. You're willing to have your mind opened, to have your mind expanded. And finally, I just want to say, for those of you that are like, oh no, well, who cares, blah, blah. Education is fine and all, but like people are too hoity-toity about education and they make it seem like it's the end all be all. Unfortunately, it's not causation, but there has been some correlation between your literacy rate and your quality of life.
Listen to that. Why do we always like bitch and moan about financial responsibility? None of us were taught financial literacy, and then none of us are actually thinking about learning it. That was me. All my life, I complained about my parents not giving me the financial literacy that I needed and like not understanding it. And then I was like, wait, why aren't I learning this? Wait, why aren't I studying this? Wait, this is my responsibility. Let's go. Let's change this trajectory for my family, right?
More educated, being more literate, more learned again.
And to the person who asked me about my nail polish, I saw you. I actually do not know what brand I use. I can try to take a picture and show members or whatever. I don't remember what brand it is though, girl. But it is my favorite and I keep buying the same one. Though I will say this morning I did chip it. I also broke my fucking nail this morning. So it is actually chipped. I don't know if you can see it. You probably can. But They were beautiful yesterday, but then it's anytime I do dishes and I forget to wear gloves or anything, it's fucked. But I did break a nail today. I was so sad. I hit my hand on a cabinet, which happens often, by the way. That's my life. My life is hitting my hands against things and breaking all of my fucking nails all the time. And I'm like, Jesus. So I did break a nail today.
It provides you a certain access to maybe more money, more opportunities than it would if you don't sound smart to people, if you don't sound like you think about things. If you just sound like you regurgitate the things that you hear and this, that, and the third, you're only gonna go but so far. Curiosity and the deep well it provides will only go as deep as you will allow it, as deep as you want it to. For those of you...
I think it's also age too. Like one of the reasons why I think I'm gonna be so much more popular when I'm old, like not more popular, but you know, more digestible to people, is imagine a 50-year-old woman telling you or 45-year-old woman telling you what I'm telling you. It's going to be digested better by people. Nobody wants to hear people. That's why I'm like, it's all about image. People say they don't have bias and prejudice and they say it's not going to matter, but it does to people. People want that's why Jordan Peterson did so well, because he looked like someone who knew what he was talking about. He had the look. He had a look of a professor. He had a look that said, I'm old. I have gray hair. I know what's going on. You know, and people went, yeah. Give it to that guy. That guy knows what's going on. It's a look. Same thing with being a pop star. Like it looks better when you're 19 to 21, or it looks better when you're 15 to 21, because it's like, oh my gosh, like you look at these K-pop bands. Yeah, they're going to look really funny in their 50s doing that. But when they're young, they look kind of cute. It'd be very different if they were in their 50s. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. Like we live in a world where as much as we think we have free will and we can understand context and we're not going to judge a book by its cover, we do. It's okay. It's a lot of it's in the back of your head too. But I think that plays a role. But also, hold on, what did
that deep well it provides will only go as deep. You're only going to go but so far.
So Khadijah says like the way you talk can open up doors for you. Dave Ramsey, he tells this story when he was younger, because, you know, Dave used to be on TV. His accent used to be a lot heavier. He's got that Southern accent. He said he had to go to a language coach because people thought he was too stupid to know anything about accounting. So they didn't want to listen to him. And he's like, okay. So he went to a language coach that helped him keep a little bit of the accent, but got rid of the heavy part of it so people would take him more seriously. Yeah. I think that is humanity in a nutshell. If you're a woman, if you're femme presenting, if you're a man with makeup, if you look a particular way, people will discount what you're saying because you don't fit the image. If you don't fit the image, they don't want to hear from you. And I think in a lot of ways, that's a lot of people. I mean, look at us. How many of us saw Chelsea Fagan? We're like, are you a Republican? Yeah, because she doesn't fit the image of a progressive. But a part of me is like, girl, you got to change your hair up or something. You know, but to be fair, I think she is going more like she's on a journey. I don't know what's going on with her. I keep watching the content, but it keeps getting worse. Okay. Anyways, but that's the other part of it is like, I don't blame people. I don't blame people for looking at people and being like suspicious. We should be suspicious. Clothing can say something, but also, can we move past that suspicion to do our work? Can we do our due diligence to see where this person is coming from? Right? And can we say like, oh, okay, I'm glad I did my research on you. But you know what I mean? I get it though. I get it.
Curiosity and the deep well it provides will only go as deep as you will allow it, as deep as you want it to. For those of you that maybe think things aren't that deep, I would encourage you to, anytime you see that, maybe reconsider. Obviously, again, trying to care about every single thing means you just end up being kind of superficially caring about everything. And I think it's better to like think about a few core values and things that you want to actually learn about in the world. I always talk about like Miss America causes and things like that, how you want to contribute to the world, and let that be your focus as opposed to trying to superficially learn about everything. But anyway, I think we should encourage kids and all of us in general to read more. That's why I think even though Book Talk will have its problems, just like any TikTok community, it's good. It gets people excited. There's so many book to film adaptations, book to TV show adaptations that are making people read more. And I think that's great as well. It is important to just have solitude to yourself, going through a good making people read more. And I think that's great as well. It is important to just have solitude to yourself, going through a good book, a good universe, whatever it is, a fictional one, a real one, learning more about the world through the lens of some.
Even having books in your background, people used to think, like when I used to have books in my background, people liked me more. This was a long time ago. Not just having this clean background makes people come to a conclusion. But I don't want to hoard books right now because I don't have a home to put them in. And so a lot of people, like if I had thousands of books behind me, people would automatically think I was smarter. I'm telling you, humans are so great. I love this. Chad says, I remember when I first found your channel, you said people don't like me because I'm a woman that ends my sentence with a period. And I was like, damn, she's right. In a man, the quality is really liked. In a woman, men and women both don't like it. They did a study on this because my partner and I were really curious. And my partner was trying to help me because I was like, what is wrong with me? And so we did a bunch of research and we found that they had actually done some studies and they found that even men and women in the binary do not like women like me. My type of woman does way less, like, in terms of likability for both genders. Yeah, for the two binary genders. So yeah, I'm used to it. Like it really helps me also humanize the struggle that I feel like I'm experiencing, because I'm like, I know I'm contending with these people intellectually, and I know that I'm doing exactly what they're doing. So why is it working for them? It's not working for me. And I realized, like, okay. Same with a financial channel. Girl, if I was male presenting and I had a deeper voice, even if I was a girl with a deeper voice, I would do so much better with YouTube. My voice is a big part of it. But this is my voice. Like, I could go to voice training and be like, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys. Like, I could try to train my voice. And look, I understand. That's why I say I'm really lucky that I managed to have a career doing this. But I'm not saying this for you to feel bad. I'm saying this to do it in your own life. Look at your own life and recognize, like, this is the world. That's why I don't believe in a fair world. I don't think humanity evolved to be fair. I think humanity did not evolve to be fair. And so when I look at the world and I say, like, okay, it's not fair, but I'll figure it out. I'm not saying that it shouldn't aim to be better. I'm saying I'm not going to change human nature overnight. So I'm going to figure it out without compromising my values. Okay? So that's why I say do it with your life and say, okay, in which ways am I showing up and struggling with my life? But, like, in which ways can I go in a different direction? You know, in which ways am I going to be better? Hell, if, like, there were so many things about me that I could have marketed better or in specific ways, and it would have done me more, like, it would have done better for me. But again, it's that question, like, play to your strengths and build a custom life. That's my philosophy. Figure out your strengths and build a custom life. And do right by your community. And life will be better.
But maybe you would have never expected to learn from, and that you probably wouldn't have learned from, because most authors don't have TikTok. I'm lying. Obviously they do. But yeah, unfortunately, a lot of things are that deep. And it's always that deep, people. I want to talk to you a bit about the cognitive empathy and compassion you can extend to people that might have that be their knee-jerk reaction that things aren't that deep. That's going to be in the extended cut. And I'm putting the extended cut because I know my patrons are more likely to be it is that deep. So let's chat. The rest of you, it was good to see you real quick. A lot of y'all have been treating me like Rihanna in that music. Comments, y'all are funny. It's really funny. I do appreciate it. I'm mostly laughing. But lots of comments, and by lots I mean probably like 5 per post. three to 5 maybe, of people just being like, hey, so you trying to come back to you trying to come back to YouTube? And the answer is still, I don't think so, because Anyway, patrons, stick around as always.
Okay, we love to see it. Love a little surprise visit. I'll link the video in chat, of course. See, Khadijah has a channel of over almost 700,000 subscribers, and then they just went, you know what I mean? But with every person who leaves YouTube, it leaves room for also, like, people who want to stay to kind of, like, find a place here as well. But Khadijah had 700,000 followers, and the career that I'm aiming for, like, I want that stability. I want a stability that says, like, you know, when I post a video, it's going to get 100,000 views in 3 days. That's great. You know, that'd be fucking great. You know, that's what I would love. But, like, I think Khadijah also had, like, a really strong brand. They've been here a bit. I feel like I'm going to get that one day. I think my work I need to be a little older, I think, for my work to make sense to people, you know? Because as when I first came across your channel, I did not have a good impression of you. What I learned about myself, though, is when my first impression of a woman when that's my first impression of a woman, when I say I end up liking them. Interesting. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. I watch a lot of content, so I tend to have mixed feelings about a lot of people, but I tend to like most people. That's my problem, though. I do tend to like most people. Enough to watch them at least once or twice, and then I fall off or whatever. But I think, like, the beauty of this is that life will have moments. Like it will make sense for you. And I think, again, this goes back to the individual versus the collective. I can only just show up, but without an audience, I will never be a content creator, right? Like, I have to still do the work, and my audience still has to be there to watch me, promote me, show me. Like, fans make brands. Viewers make brands. Authors would be nothing without readers, right? Like, actors would be nothing without watchers. I would be nothing without you, but I still have to show up. You know, I still have to put in the work. I still have to produce in hopes to gain an audience. But that's how it works with society. We all have to individually do our role, and the collective has to meet us where we're at so we can lift each other up. And that's how I kind of think about it, you know? Yeah. Okay, now, this video I'm excited about. I think it'll be so fun. This is the horrific appeal of child soldiers recommended by the Discord. Let's see what this is about.
Unfortunately, child soldiers go hard in fictional stories. That was not something I expected to be reading on a Thursday afternoon, but it did make me think, and I don't even do that for real, so it got me a bit scared. But in that brief state of panic, I started to wonder, why do we gravitate towards these characters so strongly? Because on paper, child soldiers should be one of the most horrifying things that you can depict. The idea of a child being placed into a violent, gruesome situations that should have been the burden of their parents, not themselves, is fundamentally disturbing. It is a complete inversion of how protection.
Actually, I think this is why Discord brought it up, because on stream the other day, I said it's kind of devastating to see these kids, these minors, following and chasing ICE in place of their parents. Like, where are the adults? Why are children challenging ICE when adults should be doing it? And that's because that's the world we live in. Children become activists. Children have to advocate for themselves because the adults aren't doing their jobs.
Is supposed to work. Childhood is meant to be a buffer, a delay before reality hits. A child soldier is that same concept, but what happens is that buffer is violently ripped away. And that is not just theoretical. In the real world, child soldiers are not an abstract concept or a narrative device. They're a documented tragedy. Throughout modern history, especially in prolonged or desperate conflicts, children have been conscripted, coerced, enlisted, and outright forced into combat roles.
Exactly. Now think about that. Think about living in a world where they say they give a fuck about kids, and kids are being married off, pulled into military situations, kidnapped to be fighters. Think about that.
Teenagers barely into adolescence, sometimes even younger, have been armed and sent into environments their mind was never fully equipped.
And when you hear conservatives say, oh, kids were given so much more responsibility when they were kids, that's why they were so much more mature for their age. They weren't mature. They were kidnapped, abused, and groomed into soldiers.
To process, even the adults themselves, when they're in war and they come back, the PTSD is literally debilitating. They can't go back to their normal life the way it was. Even if all the pieces go back to normal, they themselves are now different. Even when some of them were physically capable, tall enough, strong enough, old enough to look like adults, the mental development just wasn't there. The result, as you might expect, was predictable, extreme trauma, shortened lives, and children treated as expendable assets rather than human beings. Not because they lacked courage, but because no amount of courage can replace years of emotional and psychological development. In those cases, they were used because they were replaceable. They were cannon fodder. Fiction, of course, plays this fast and loose.
That's why patriarchy is so damaging to young men, because they really don't care how many of you have to die to maintain the system. And that should tell you something. That should really tell you something around the world globally, how men are consistently, boys are picked up from their homes, kidnapped, groomed, convinced. The propaganda is crazy. They use every tool in their toolbox to convince you to sign up for a war that these leaders would never be fighting on their own. Remember that. While they're sitting up in their little towers, you are on the ground fighting for something that you don't even know if you believe in.
Comics, video games, sometimes even movies sand down the messier realities. Trauma becomes streamlined. Survival rates skyrocket.
I will say I assume the reason a lot of children love these stories and love being those characters too is because it feels powerful, like we can do something about our life. Like you feel so powerless as a child that the coolest thing that could ever happen to you is that maybe you would be the Avatar, or maybe you'd have bending, or maybe you'd have strength, or you could Super Saiyan. Like how many of us have like tried to, you know, like could we become a Super Saiyan? Like maybe it's real, you know? It's like is the thought of maybe if I just had a little bit more power, you know, and I think adults do this with money. Adults go, if I could just have more money, maybe if I wake up tomorrow and I win the lottery. And look at us, we never grow past that until we do the philosophical and introspective work. And then you really find your place in the universe and you realize the power, it looks more like joy than money or bending.
Long-term psychological damage is often implied rather than fully explored. But even when the edges get softened, the danger is still there. The stakes don't disappear, they just get reframed, and that reframing opens the door to something uncomfortable but undeniably compelling. Because while older readers may see the ethical nightmare, child endangerment elevated spectacle, young readers see something else entirely. They see someone their age, or at least close to it. They see a character who isn't watching the world fall apart from the sidelines, but standing in it. Someone who, despite fear and loss and circumstances wildly outside their control, does something, and not just survives, but adapts, sometimes even excels. In a world defined by uncertainty, death, and misery, these characters represent progress, proof that being young doesn't automatically mean being powerless, and that matters more than we usually like to admit because
And it's why there's like a big disconnect between maybe conservative rhetoric about like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and never wanting to be a victim. And I think the reason it's because they never let themselves be vulnerable enough to realize how hard their life is, because they don't know how to get up off of that. They don't know how to become, they just become paralyzed by that reality instead of recognizing that you can do so much more even when you're paralyzed. You don't have to become a victim. And at the same time, you will be victimized by life. Like you will be a victim. There's nothing immoral about being a victim. I think the issue is like, it's a double burden. I'm burdened by the guilt of being victimized and by owning the fact that I was tricked or lied or targeted. And then there's that part of like, now I'm stunted. I have I've made my life harder, but you didn't make your life harder. Life is just hard, and yes, we suffer wisely and unwisely. And I do think we make our life harder when we suffer unwisely. And a version of suffering unwisely is not allowing yourself to be vulnerable, not allowing yourself to say it's hard, not allowing yourself to say, honestly, I'm in pain, or not allowing yourself to say, honestly, like, I need help, right?
yes, the adult heroes are stronger, smarter, more experienced, they lift heavier burdens, make bigger sacrifices, win more impossible battles, but there is a psychological gap there. When somebody vastly older than you and more accomplished succeeds, it can feel inspirational, but distant. When somebody who looks like you, thinks like you, or lives in a body that hasn't finished growing yet succeeds, it feels attainable. That's the uncomfortable core of the appeal. If a kid who's been thrown into hell, who's experienced more loss and violence than most of us ever will in our lifetime, can keep going, can learn, and can refuse to give up, then what excuse do the rest of us have? That logic isn't fair, it isn't healthy, but it is powerful. Fiction itself doesn't ask whether that comparison is reasonable, it just lets that feeling mingle in the air. It lets it land onto our hearts. That's why child soldiers endure as an idea in fiction even when we know better. They sit at that intersection between horror and hope, acknowledging the worst thing imaginable while quietly asking whether strength can exist even there. As we move into these specific characters I want to get into, we're not just talking about sidekicks or proteges, we're talking about how fiction repeatedly returns to this concept. It reshapes it, it justifies it, and sometimes it interrogates it, because for better or worse, it keeps working. The creation of Dick Grayson, and by extension the Robin identity, was monumental not just for
Love Teen Titans.
Batman, but for the superhero genre as a whole. On a surface level, Robin sparked a trend. The sidekick boom of the Silver Age didn't happen in a vacuum, it followed Batman and Robin's success. Suddenly, heroes across DC weren't operating alone anymore. They had younger counterparts, junior versions, brightly colored reflections meant to fight alongside them. But reducing Robin to the point of origin for like a marketing trend misses what makes him actually work. Robin was a point of entry. Dick Grayson existed to give young readers a way into Batman's world. Gotham is cold, brutal, and emotionally suffocating. Bruce Wayne, in turn, is distant, obsessive over his mission, and defined by trauma. Without Robin, Batman is something you observe from a distance. With Robin, the story suddenly has a human anchor, someone closer to the reader's age and their perspective and even their emotional range. Robin functions as a tool for audience identification. The reader can place themselves in Robin's shoes, but it's not in a hollow way either. He translates Batman's war on crime into something survivable, possible. Maybe, just maybe, they could end the war. Psychologically, Robin
He said Batman's war on crime, and I got a little conservative trigger. I was like, oh, war on crime. Oh, war on crime. Dog whistle.
Batman acts as a ray of light in a city that doesn't produce many of these people. He keeps Batman from slipping too far into himself. Gotham pushes Bruce towards isolation, towards extremity, towards becoming something less than human. Robin, if he's a good Robin, he plays his cards right, disrupts that trajectory. He introduces responsibility beyond the mission. Batman now isn't just fighting crime, he's raising a child, he's teaching somebody, and now he's being watched by someone in the field who's learning not just how to fight, but how to be. He has to be a role model. That mirroring is intentional. Both Bruce and Dick watched their parents die in front of them. Both had their childhoods violently ripped away from them, severed by a random act of cruelty. The difference, though, is the timing. Bruce had no one to catch him when he fell. Dick Grayson did. Bruce took him in, not to recreate his own trauma and make a mini version of himself, but to prevent it from consuming someone else the way it consumed him.
Wait, you know what this reminds me of? Have you ever seen the parents that are super into like bodybuilding or healthy eating, or they're like not Olympians, but maybe athletes or some kind, I don't know, like some adjacent bubble? Then the kids want to follow suit. So then you got the kids at the gym and they're working out and they're doing stuff like that. But there's some level of like, my kid is so strong, my kid is following in my footsteps. There's something here that I think is so interesting about like how to have an identity outside of your parent, or how is Robin even allowed to have an identity outside of Batman? Like, what does that even mean to have an identity outside of even being a crime fighter or a superhero? Is that his moral obligation because he now knows it exists? Like, was he ever allowed to not be this? Which is why when you talk about Dragon Ball Z and Gohan choosing to be an educator or an academic, it's so in contrast, and people really hate it. If you saw the 3D Dragon Ball Z movie, there was this whole like Gohan gets, his kid gets kidnapped and then he has to like, show up and be a, whatever. But I think there's something to be said about the way fans hated how Gohan came, wrecked Cell to pieces, and then retired basically, because they're like, what the fuck? Like, if I had those powers, I would just be a fighter. But what happens when you're allowed to be, like, are you not allowed to be something else? Like, is Gohan not allowed to be an academic? Is he not allowed to do something else with his life? So it's just kind of funny, like this idea of what is our obligation if we do have powers? Or what is our obligation if we are strong? Or what is our obligation if we do know? So people will say like, oh, it's like such a privilege for you not to get involved in politics. But at what point does that mean everybody should be protesting every weekend? This falls into line with, oh shoot, what's that philosopher's name? What's the guy's name who did, the harm reduction guy who talks about like, if you have any extra money whatsoever and all of your basic needs are met, that money should go to charity. You know who I'm talking about? Oh, I can't believe I can't remember his name right now. We've reviewed his work so many times too. I can't remember. We've even reviewed his main paper. Anyways, that concept is really interesting. Like, at one point, are you morally obligated, ethically obligated to yourself and others to do X, Y, Z?
In a very real sense, Bruce absorbed some of Dick's trauma and pain by giving him structure, guidance, and a new purpose, helping him hunt the man responsible, but also making sure vengeance isn't the only thing waiting for him on the other side. Robin becomes proof that Batman's pain doesn't have to reproduce itself endlessly. He can stop it within the city. What Dick Grayson creates with the Robin identity, though, moves far beyond him. It outlives him. When he eventually grows out of the role and becomes something else, Robin doesn't disappear. It gets inherited. And this is where the child soldier concept evolves into something uniquely comic book: legacy. Robin is not just a child of war, he's a child being shaped into a successor. Through discipline, Batman is trying to mold him into something he never could become himself, a clearer, brighter version of the mission. The idea was never that Dick would become Batman as he is. The idea was that he would become a better Batman, more balanced, less consumed, and living a correctional life to Bruce's own damage. Even when that future never fully materializes into canon, yes, he has become Batman multiple times, but not permanently, the intention matters. Robin represents the hope that trauma can be redefined into something constructive rather than endlessly deconstructive or destructive. That is what I believe Nightwing to be. Nightwing lives on this proper.
Hold on, pause. It's Peter Singer, who's controversial, don't get me wrong. It's Peter Singer. And because he's a utilitarian, which I am not a utilitarian, just for the fucking record. He's very controversial for that reason, but we read his paper. We went through it online, or we didn't read his paper. We watched a breakdown of it from a philosophy professor, and we went through his work. But it's Peter Singer, controversial. He also wrote one of the most kind of like popular books on. He talks about effective altruism, but he also he just gave 1 million away apparently. He does those types of things. He's pretty consistent, allegedly. I think he's also like, I can't remember. What's that famous book he wrote? Hold on. Peter Singer book. He wrote, which one is the most famous one that he wrote? He writes a lot about animal cruelty and stuff. Either way, you can look him up, Peter Singer. But that guy's like super controversial. You know what I mean? So it's like really important to focus on, okay?
A path, and this ties
So
directly
read every book. Read every book.
back to why child soldiers are very compelling in fiction. Robin isn't powerful because he's young, he's powerful because he's guided, because the violence surrounding him isn't random, it's contextualized and morally framed. He's not just thrown into chaos and told to survive, he's taught how to navigate it, and more importantly, when to stop. And yet, despite being one of the most iconic duos in American culture, Robin has always been an anomaly in live-action adaptations. On the page, a kid in pixie boots fighting alongside Batman makes thematic sense. In film, though, especially in grounded interpretations like the Nolan
Come back to me. Hold on. I think it's coming back. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming back. Hello? Back. Are we back? Am I back? Back streets back. All right. Sorry.
dragging a child to your man makes thematic sense. In film, though, especially in grounded interpretations like the Nolan trilogy or Matt Reeves' The Batman, the same image suddenly feels a lot more grotesque, unrealistic, irresponsible, and once you strip away that symbolic framework, all that's left is a grown man dragging a child into a violent crusade. Without context, the obvious question will now emerge. Why does Batman need a child to help him fight crime? The answer is simple, it's that he doesn't, but that is also the wrong question. Robin isn't there because Batman needs help, he's there because Batman needs connection. He needs a moral tether, a reminder of why the mission exists in the first place. Robin externalizes Bruce's humanity, it makes him more human in turn, and it turns him from a symbol of unresolved grief into a figure capable of growth and care. The partnership works because it forces Bruce to grow up. It's not practical, it's symbolic. It's about mentorship and inheritance in the belief that the next generation doesn't have to carry the same scars in the same way.
I think that's the part of mentorship that's really confusing, because not only is the mentor growing on their own timeline, but the mentee is growing on theirs. Like, mentors aren't people that are done growing and so they give it to the youth. Old and young must work together to share and move in like harmony together. The old must learn from the young and the young must learn from the old. So this idea that like mentors are fulfilled or they know better, everything is perfect, is another part of like, because we always talk about we need a village, we need older people who will guide younger people. But these older people don't understand that they're also being guided by the young. It's a relationship to move us forward, to learn about each other, to learn about ourselves. That's why people say like, you learn so much about yourself when you have kids. Maybe if you actually do the work, it's not an automatic. Don't take it for granted. Just because you're a mentor doesn't mean you're growing. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that. Okay? And just because, you know, it just, right? Just kind of crazy.
The richness is what allows Robin to exist at all. It's why even decades later, the idea refuses to go away, no matter how uncomfortable it makes us when we stop and really think about it.
Just for the record, because I know this is posted publicly, like this guy's obviously a troll. Like, you say you're queer and Iranian and you're trying to sit here and ask for people to speak up, but you've never commented on my channel before. Okay, I literally can look at your profile, bro. Beautiful speech. Come back to me. Hello? What is happening? How dare the internet croak out when I'm lecturing people? Hello? I'm back. You said I was randomly suggesting your channel? Like, you were randomly suggested my channel? Look, bro, anytime people ask me, right? Like, hey, do you support this thing? I will never support groups of men doing anything, right? That's first number one. But don't come into my chat and write crazy shit like that because you either sound like a 12-year-old or an adult who's trying to troll. I'm really sorry if you're being impacted by anything happening in anywhere. I never support groups of men doing anything. So that's number one. Okay? So if a group of men is doing anything, just know I don't support them. But don't come into my chat and not like, hey, Britt, I watch your stuff. I just was really curious. What's your opinion on this? Instead, you showed up like a troll. So you'll be treated thusly. Okay? But for real, if you're a real person going through it, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Now watch what you type next or you'll get blocked.
If Robin represents the child soldier as a product of personal trauma and mentorship, the Padawans from Star Wars represent something colder, broader, and arguably more unsettling: institutionalized childhood militarization. Because the Jedi don't stumble into this by accident. From a very young age, often infancy, Force-sensitive children are identified and removed from their families to be trained in the Jedi Order. It's framed as consensual, as some sort of destiny, as an honor. Parents are told that their child has been chosen, but the choice is never really the child's. Once they're taken, that life path is decided for them.
Okay, but then question. When people are having babies, like, you know how we live in a world where like the world's so homophobic and transphobic, and then gay couples are doing IVF to have babies? Like, do you ever wonder if you're setting your child up to be a child soldier? Like, do you ever think about it? I'm not saying you shouldn't have a baby. I'm saying, do you ever think about it though? Like, for these religious people, they literally are bringing babies into the world they know as hell because they think they're souls for God. Like, my parents made 10 babies because that's what their religion says they ought to do, right? And I'm saying, what's your excuse? You know, like, how are we sitting here talking about how the world is like this horrible place? America is this horrible place. And then we're like, you know what we should do? Have a baby. I guess. Like, I mean, I'm not like literally judging you because I know it's a very human thing to want a baby. So I can separate these two thoughts. I deeply understand that you deeply want to create. I love a baby. I think babies are so cute and babies are so great. And I just love them so much. And every single baby should be loved and safe and secure. And I just, when I see a baby, I want to eat every single one of them. They're so cute. Okay. But I also just want to ask you, like, have you thought about it? I'm not saying don't have a baby. I'm saying, have we thought about it? Have we thought about what we're signing our kids up for? You know, but also, like, babies are they're so important. I love my nieces and nephews. Every time I see them, I go, I'm going to eat every single one of you. I'm going to eat every single one of you. Yes, I am. You know what I mean? Okay. So it's just like, you know, think about it. Think about it though.
Long before they're capable of understanding what's being asked of them, they are raised inside the Order, shaped by it, and oriented towards a single outcome, becoming a Jedi Knight. Functionally, it is a complete pipeline working over and over and over again. A youngling trains until they're deemed worthy of becoming a Padawan, at which point they are assigned to a master, someone who already occupies the position they aspire to reach, the Jedi Knight. If they're lucky, that master will be patient, thoughtful, and willing to tolerate questions, emotional pushback, and even outright defiance. A good master understands that the children don't internalize the doctrine of the Order plainly, and that belief can be forced without breaking something in the process. Their job isn't just to teach technique, but to slowly ease a child into an identity that demands absolute emotional control.
Hear that? Anakin was abused and groomed. Anakin is a victim of grooming. That's what I just heard.
Lifelong service, and unwavering loyalty to the Order, because eventually these children are expected to become protectors of the entire galaxy, and that's where the cracks start to show. The Order is built on rigid rules: detachment, suppression of fear and anger, obedience to the rules. In theory, these are meant to maintain balance. In practice, they create distance. The same rigidness is what leads one of their most promising Padawans, and arguably the Padawan, to grow disillusioned with the very institution that raised him since a very young age. Anakin Skywalker is a walking contradiction, a child taken from slavery, declared a messiah, and then emotionally constrained by an order that had no real framework since a very young age. Anakin Skywalker is a walking contradiction, a child taken from slavery, declared a messiah, and then emotionally constrained by an order that had no real framework for handling someone who felt too much. Jedi are very religious coded, with strict hierarchical authority and ritualized training, and a literal prophecy-centered savior figure they're attempting to cultivate. That doesn't make them villains, but it does make them dangerous in ways they rarely acknowledge, especially when those expectations are placed on children who are still forming their sense of self. In times of peace, however, Jedi training feels almost idyllic and controlled, but during the era of the Old Republic and the prequel trilogy, that illusion collapses. War turns Padawans into soldiers overnight. Children like Ahsoka Tano are sent directly into active combat zones, leading missions facing Sith and making life or death decisions long before adulthood. They're not just fighters now, they are commanders.
I think this reminds me a little bit of zombie apocalypses, right? Like, I think everyone's like, man, I would love a zombie apocalypse. Like, I'd be so good in it. There's a sense of like power and freedom. I think that's why we have to be like, we have to find the power within ourselves and then understand how we fit into the world and what role we're supposed to play. Because a lot of our media is telling us what role we're supposed to play, right? But stop, chat. Some of your mannerisms when you react genuinely remind me of Hassan. Bro. No. Just kidding. No, but seriously. seriously, you know what it is? It's because, you know, we're both the white kind of, you know, we're the kind of white that, you know what I mean? We're that kind of, that's why. Anyways, listen. Okay, listen, if Hassan and I were in the same room together, we would literally look like siblings. That's why. Okay, but listen. I think we're always looking for power, not to hurt people, but to feel like we're not drowning in the despair that is our existence. That's why I think people self-harm. That's why people have power fantasies. I think this goes back to what I've covered on my podcast, though, is why do boys love superhero stories, but they become like fascists? It's because some people are looking for a power fantasy. And those are the two categories of people, which, by the way, guys, is in all the media. That's why Trump is so annoying. Please, you know this. I'm just going to say it out loud. The reason it's so frustrating that Trump rose to power is because he's so clearly the fucking bad guy. If our life was a comic book, he would literally be the perfect bad guy. I couldn't write him any clearer. It's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious, like, what's happening here. And so, like, that's what's so annoying. It's like, we all watch the same movies. We all watch the same shows. And that's the point. I'm like, it's so obvious who the bad guy is. What are we doing? And like, that's the point. That's why life is stranger than fiction. Because fiction, at least it ends the way the author chooses. But our life doesn't quite work that way. And that's why I say, girl, your life is already a novel. So figure it out, who you're going to be in the novel. Because that's why when people say like, oh, you're so privileged, you don't think about politics. Girls, every day, billions of people on this planet go home, do their job, go to work, die. What a privileged thing to even pay attention to politics. You would actually have to know the difference between Republicans and Democrats. To even have the privilege to watch the news is to say that I even understand what's happening here. Trust me, nobody wants to think they're dumb when they're watching things. Do you think somebody's not watching the news who already like knows the language? You know how many people don't watch the news because they don't want to feel stupid watching it because they don't know what's happening? They don't know how it works. You have to have enough privilege to watch the news and not feel stupid watching it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know what you're saying when you say you have the privilege not to look into it. That is true. Some category of person has enough privilege to not even have to worry about it. But another group of people, most people who do not watch the news, they don't even have the starter kit of watching the news. They don't know what's going on. It's overwhelming. They're confused. They don't understand the language. It feels like it feels like C-SPAN. They're like, why am I watching this? You know? And I'm saying you have to be patient with people. You remember how we talked about One Piece? Like if I was seriously a character in One Piece, I'd probably just be a villager somewhere. I probably wouldn't be a pirate. I'm not that girly because I'm not doing it now. I wouldn't be a politician. I'm not that girly. I wouldn't be a Navy girl. I'm not that girly. I'd probably just own a little cafe somewhere and Luffy would probably come, eat, and not pay. And then I'd have a story about how that fucking Monkey D. Luffy came to my cafe, wrecked it because he got in a fight with some bitch, and then he fucking didn't pay. Because that's what Luffy does. He never fucking pays. Luffy's a menace. He's a Dennis the Menace. And that would be who I was. You know? So again, like when we have these conversations about, oh, I'd be Luffy. I'd be Luffy in spirit. You know who I'd really be? You know Rayleigh and his girl? I'd be her. I'd probably like own a bar. You know what I mean? I'd probably own a spot. Rayleigh has the best job. Rayleigh just sits here and pretends he doesn't have powers and then fucking like, you know what I mean? That probably, you know what I mean? I'd be retired Rayleigh. You know? He has the best job, you know? There's nothing like being all powerful and then pretending like, you know what I mean? And then freeing people. That shit feels cool. That shit feels better, you know? But the point is like, you know, we have to understand what category of people we're talking about and who we're dealing with. But I think people are scared. You remember when conservatives started complaining that Disney movies are empathizing with villains too much and it was starting to not become clear who the villain is? Everybody should be concerned with that. But that's how scary life can become. You think people are good or bad. People are more than that. Bad people do good things and good people do bad things. You know? Imagine this, okay? Imagine ICE is coming into your town and a bunch of people are running into your store. Do you ask them if they're MAGA before you let them in? Do you ask them who they voted for, or do you just open the door and let them in because they're seeking shelter from ICE? You know? Before you decide to hide the Jews in your basement, do you ask them if they're homophobic or transphobic, or do you just hide the Jews in your basement? Because sometimes the way people talk sounds like you're about to ask them some questions before you hide them in your basement. And I'm saying, What are we doing here? When people are coming to our front doors, kidnapping people, we ask questions later. Okay? They can't be doing that. When people aren't grabbing people off the streets, when they're not kidnapping people, then we hold people accountable for their bigotry. But when people have guns and they're kidnapping people off the streets, you hide them first, ask questions later. Because there's a bigger, like, fear happening. There's a bigger, scary thing happening right now, you know? There's a bigger threat. But eventually, those same people we saved, we might not talk to ever again because they're bigoted, right? We may not have them in our lives. We might have been in that survival situation with them, and then after it's over, we might never talk to each other again, you know?
Padawans are placed in charge of entire platoons of clone troopers, responsible for strategy, morale, and the survival of these clones. That kind of responsibility will crush most adults. For a teenager, it is staggering, and the series rarely lets us forget the weight of that burden. Ahsoka in particular stands out because of who trained her. As Anakin Skywalker's Padawan, she inherits both his strengths and his flaws. Their dynamic is often volatile. Anakin teaches through experience, often throwing Ahsoka into the deep end because that was how he was forced to learn, and he knows that she will excel in these environments. He trusts her capabilities, but he also normalizes danger. To Anakin, survival equals growth. To Ahsoka, it becomes a constant test of worth. This is where Padawans differ from Robins in a crucial way. Robin is protected from becoming Batman. Padawans are trained towards becoming Jedi weapons. Ahsoka's trial in the Clone Wars makes this painfully clear when she's falsely accused of a crime she did not commit. The Order turns on her almost immediately. Due process gives way to optics. Trust here is now evaporated, and she's forced to go on the run, hunted by the same institution that raised her. And when the truth finally comes out, the damage is already done. The apology feels hollow, not because it isn't sincere, but because it comes too late. For a lot of viewers, this moment might hit uncomfortably close to home. It mirrors what it feels like to be a kid who makes a mistake or is blamed for one and suddenly realizes that authority doesn't always protect you. Sometimes parents, teachers, institutions that be will side with the system or another person rather than the child standing in front of them. Ahsoka leaving the Order isn't just a philosophical rejection, it's an emotional one. It's the
I'm sorry, is he saying Hisaka? I keep hearing Hisaka, and I'm like, who? Which one? Who?
Moment she realizes that loyalty can be a one-way street. That is why her story resonates so deeply with me, because Padawans aren't just child soldiers fighting wars, they're children
Asako. Got it.
Navigating belief systems, authority, and identity. Ahsoka survives not because the Order saves her,
Okay, I thought I was gonna have to call Gon and Killua for a second there.
but because she decides to step away from it, choosing autonomy over destiny. In that sense, Padawans represent a more systemic version of the same fascination we see with Robin. They ask a harder question though, not just whether a child can survive war, but whether those same institutions that claim to protect them are actually prepared to care for them once the fighting starts, not whether the child can actually survive the war. What if there was a world where child soldiers were not the exception, but they were the default? Anime, I'm looking at you, in particular modern shonen storytelling, because being a child soldier here is the starting line. Some of the most iconic protagonists in anime history aren't just young, they're like cosmically important. Naruto is born with a nine-tailed fox inside him, completely sealed, a living weapon strong enough to level villages. Deku from My Hero Academia inherits One for All, the direct counterforce to history's greatest villain, and is told immediately that the fate of Hero Society will one day rest on his back. Eren Yeager becomes the inheritor of the Founding Titan, a power that collapses time itself and forces him into a future that he can see, but he can't escape. These are children not just in bad situations, but drafted into destiny. And what makes this even stranger is how normal it all feels when you're growing up with it. Most of us met these characters when we were their age, 12, 15, 13, so none of it registered in our mind as crazy or grotesque. It registered as something cool, aspirational, epic, some might say, and you don't question why a 14-year-old is being trained to fight terrorists or gods or armies. You just accept that this is what heroes do.
And I think it also relates to sort of the objectification of the characters as well, because they're doing adult activities, so they must be mature enough. I think it all kind of plays a role a bit, where we also think, and kids also think they're grown up too. Like, how many 15-year-olds you know who are like, I am grown? I'm like, sit down. You know what I mean? Like, sit down. Sometimes I meet 25-year-olds. I was like, sit down. You're not grown either. But the thing is, like, they feel like they should be, especially when all the media we're watching shows them in these moments. Now, to be fair, I think Vegeta was like 35 before he became a Super Saiyan. So everybody sit down. You still have time. Okay?
In that sense, shonen doesn't just show us, the child soldier trope.
Because like Vegeta and Goku are like in their 50s now. That's why, like, Bulma's older. That's why she wishes to age a little bit less every time she sees the dragon. So they do grow up eventually, even if you guys don't clock it.
Highly conditions you to stop noticing it, which makes sense because the entire genre is built for the 12 to 18 demographic. Shonen literally translates into young boy. These stories are written for kids who are in the middle of forming their identity, their sense of morality, their ideas about responsibility and purpose. So the protagonists aren't just, fighting villains, they're modeling what it looks like to carry unbearable pressure and still move forward over and over again. That repetition matters. It doesn't mean anime disguises the horror of it. If anything, some of the best series do the opposite. Attack on Titan is probably the most brutal mainstream example of child soldiers in modern fiction. The world is carved into warring factions that use children as weapons, spies, and shock troops. Kids are trained to infiltrate.
To be fair, they've always been used that way. Children have been used as spies. Like, children have been used. I don't know how many books I've even read. And, like, that's what's so crazy about life. Like, that's why it's such a privilege to have children who aren't adultified. That's why we don't want to encourage kids to go back to work. That's why, guys, again, I love you so much, and I'm so sorry this was your childhood, but you paying your parents' bills is not a good thing. You cannot be in high school and needing to go to work for the family. That is not the ideal living condition for the future. We do not want a future where children are paying their parents' bills. Children. It's different if you're an adult child and you make that decision, but we don't actually think that's good. And I know you have to tell yourself that you were there for your family and you're so grateful and your parents brought you to this country and they helped you and you're helping them. This is not a story. This is a story of survival that sounds really good because it's really bad, but Jesus, is this the standard? And I know that's my privilege ass speaking, but that's one of the reasons I'm not having a kid, because I'm not about to bring a kid into the world that has to worry about their parents' bills. And I'm just saying, I know a lot of you think this is like a really great story. My parents are sometimes my mom tells me stories about her childhood. I'm like, I'm sorry, is this a good story or a bad story? It's a heroic story. It's supposed to be a hero story. I'm pretty anti the hero story. I think hero stories are copes for the fact that we're not getting our shit together.
Enemy nations make friends, live with their targets, and then eventually betray them once they've earned their trust. Friendships are built on lies. Entire childhoods are sacrificed for strategic positioning, and layered on top of all of that is just pure, visceral terror. Children are being crushed, eaten alive.
And we kind of wonder too why like incels or young boys go the way they do. So these young boys are out of whack. They have no sense of control. They start getting fights in school. They start doing fucking shit. Like, okay, think about this. I'm the category of teenager who has never drawn a swastika on anything. I've never done it. I've never drawn a swastika on anything in public, like on public, like property, school walls, notebooks at school. Like, obviously I've drawn a swastika, like to show someone like that's what a swastika is, but I've never like gone to a building. There are kids who are like, oh yeah, I did do that. Okay, I'm not throwing you away with the bathwater, but what did that? Because I learned what Nazis were as a kid and I went, oh yeah, that shit's bad. We're not doing that. Right? No. Chad said, you mean you're a normal human being? That's no. I am not any more normal than those kids who are doing it. Those kids are just as normal as I am. That's my argument. I think the human condition is its experience. The question is, what? I don't think I'm special because I did that. I don't think I'm normal. I think humans are products of their environment and their biological experience. I think acting like you're better than other kids because you didn't do it is absolutely wrong, right? So, and something went wrong, right? Something went wrong in some way that made those kids think this is just a lol or joke or a lol, LOL. So now we have to think, okay, why did you do that? Okay, but why do you think it was funny? Okay, but why do you think it was appropriate? Okay, but did you think about where you'd be? Okay, so how do we help you understand? We, like, again, don't give yourself credit for doing, like, it was never even tempting to me. Like, it was never even tempting. So why would I get the credit for that? It wasn't even tempting, right? The point is, how do you humanize people that are going through it? And then why do they end up being like adults who are still doing it, right? Adults are still doing it. Like grown-ups are making memes, right? So it's like, why are adults doing it? What happened there? And then they're the ones who don't even mean it. Guys, adults who don't even mean it. They don't even care. Like, what's going on with that? What's going on with that brain? You know? That brain is interesting. What happened there? You know? So I think that's the point, is like, why? I want to know why that happened. And then can we prevent it? Or is there something we can start doing to encourage people into a different direction? So all these boys who are edgy are now, that's why we get Eren Yeager fans. So that's what FD Signifier made his video about, like trying to get boys to understand, like Eren Yeager's the bad guy. But how many boys watch that in the Eren did nothing wrong? You know, like that person who came into my chat the other day and gave me a super chat and claims to be on the left, obviously not, and says we should put patches on MAGA people. That's straight out the Nazi playbook. What do you mean you want to put patches on people? What does that even mean? You want to round up MAGA people? Like, what are you talking about, Eren Yeager? You don't want to be Eren. But then people read that media and go, okay, Eren, how do I be Eren? And then I have to sit there and look at that person like, how did you end up you? You know, what happened to you that you thought that was the answer? And this is my special interest if I do want to know what makes people do what they're going to do, so I can see if it's preventable. So that's why I say, like, when you have kids, you're raising them to the best of your ability to bring down the probability that they will draw a swastika on a wall, but it is not a guarantee. You cannot guarantee your kids won't be rapists. You cannot guarantee your kids won't be Nazis. You can only raise them right in hopes to bring down the probability. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I think is interesting. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, and then the same kids from the same family too, right? I see you, Chad. I see you. I see you. All good, all good. But same thing with like my own family. How are we 10 kids but all have different parents? Gabor Mate says no kids have the same parents. I agree with that. If you asked all of my 10 siblings what it was like having our parents, we'd all have 10 different answers. And that should tell you something about all of society. I guarantee you, all of Trump's kids have a different answer about what kind of a father he was.
They've been torn apart by Titans in front of their friends. It is not distant at all, and it's not tasteful. It's just very relentless. It keeps going and going at you and at you. And what makes it hurt even more is that the kids in Attack on Titan aren't treated like symbols to be protected. They're treated like replaceable assets, which is exactly what real child soldiers are.
Oh, wait, pause. Discord's sharing a story about how a Jewish friend brought up like drawing the swastika as a meme. Okay, this happens too, where minorities feel like, oh, I'm a cool minority. Look, I'm Jewish. Draw a swastika on me. Teehee. Look, I'm black. You can say the N-word. Oh, I'm gay. You can say the F-slur. That's another part of coping as minority people, where we think we're going to be the cool minority token. And like, I'm going to let you call me this thing that's very hurtful. And I'm not, it's like when you're fat and you make fun of your fatness before anyone else, but you're actually dying inside. But you figure, let me get on top of it first. It's like, let me make fun of fatness first so you guys know that I'm comfortable, but I'm actually dying inside. Human condition, like that's us trying to figure out the world. That's us not being able to say, hey, honestly, bro, it really hurts my feelings when you say that. I went through that stage, really edgy stage of like, I'm a cool girl. You can call me a bitch. I don't care. And now I'm like, you call me bitch and I'm going to fucking, okay? I'm going to Ilhan Omar you. Or shout out to my girl, who, by the way, update, it was apple cider vinegar. Okay, it was apple cider vinegar. Our guy hit her with stinky apple cider vinegar. Okay, but she's okay and she's doing great. Okay, thank goodness.
Then there's like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, a quieter, more intimate kind of devastation. Both of the Elric brothers aren't drafted into a war by a nation at first. They draft themselves. Two children attempt forbidden alchemy to resurrect their dead mother and end up mutilating their own bodies in the process. Alphonse loses his entire physical form. Edward loses an arm and a leg, but from that moment on, their childhood is over. They become state alchemists, government weapons in all but name, sent on missions, exposed to genocide, conspiracies, human experimentation, and the slow realization that the system they're serving is deeply rotten. They become soldiers because tragedy left them with no alternative. And then there's Naruto, which for a lot of us is the one that really did the long-term psychological work. Team 7 wasn't just a cast of characters to me, I grew up with these guys. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are kinda child mercenaries if you think about it. They're trained to assassinate and fight enemy ninjas before they're emotionally equipped to process basic grief. Naruto grows up ostracized, carrying a monster inside him that he doesn't understand. Sasuke is defined entirely by genocide and revenge, and Sakura is forced to emotionally mature faster than she ever should have had in the first place because of both Naruto, Sasuke, and her home environment. They deal with death, betrayal from each other sometimes, impossible expectations, and time limits on greatness. Sasuke betrays Naruto and leaves the village. Naruto spends years chasing a friend who doesn't want to be saved. They all lose mentors. They all get used by political systems bigger than them. And through all of it, the series quietly tells you this is what growing up looks like, which is insane, at least in my kind of way of looking at it. But it's also kind of effective because buried under, the fights and the power-ups and the transformations is something else, emotional conditioning. These stories subtly prepare kids for adulthood by normalizing responsibility and loss as unavoidable milestones.
Actually, I think chat said it so good. I was just going to say something very similar, but you said it better than I could. You said, I also think children, even in the North America context, go through a lot of suffering. Seeing that suffering paralleled and usually illustrated to the extreme can help make sense of big emotions. Oh my God. Why else did we love anime so much? Why else did we love the visuals of anime? The way it's like created, the way the screaming goes, even the way they eat food. I'm like, that's how I eat food. That's how I feel when I'm eating food, even if I don't show it. Like the way they cry, the way they like slam, the emotions they show. Absolutely. It's a safe space to be exaggerated, to show how it feels inside, even if I'm not showing it. Oof.
They don't just say life is hard, they say life will have problems definitely, but you still have to keep going. At the end of Naruto's journey, despite all of his problems, he got to his goal. He became Hokage. You cannot give up. And when you absorb that message at like 12 years old, 13, 14, 15, as I said before, it will stick with you. That's why anime child soldiers hit a bit differently from everyone else, because they are the rule and not the exception. They represent a generation of storytelling where youth plus trauma plus destiny isn't a special case. It's the default template for your protagonist, and because we grew up alongside them, a lot of us never really stopped to ask the question why all of our heroes are children and why all of them are being asked to carry the weight of the world. We just accepted that this is what heroism looks like, which is kind of beneficial for us because we realize that we can do what the people on the screen are doing, not in terms of fighting.
I tried to explain this one time to the boy bubble, where I was like, when you get, because we were trying to explain the differences between like getting into a fight and being raped. I can't believe the conversations I would entertain in boy bubbles. They're so fucking loser. They're so disingenuous. Anyway, and I was trying to explain to them, like, getting into a fight feels like an anime movie versus like getting raped has no social benefit. You get none of the benefits of getting raped. At least if you're in a fight, people care about you. Like, you get social credit. And they were like, what the fuck? You've never been in a fight. You're so stupid. That doesn't even make any sense. And I was trying to explain like something that felt so obvious to me, that when you grow up in a world, obviously there's social credit to fighting versus being raped. Like, and it's just like, they couldn't get it. And so I said that, I was like, it's like kind of like when in an anime and they're like, oh my God, Brittany, it's not a fucking anime. And I'm like, it's so annoying. Yeah, chat, Discord, yes. No one asks what you were wearing. When you would get in a fight, nobody says, but what were you wearing though? Exactly. It's just like, I feel like, I can't tell if I'm smarter than everyone in the debate space or if they're just fucking trolling me, bro. Do you really not know what I'm trying to fucking say right now? That's what I'm saying. I cannot be the smartest person in the room. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm like, you cannot not know this. But then they don't. And I'm like, I'm so confused.
But in terms of resolve and doing what's best for us, doing that and believing this, we don't just fall in love with fictional heroes, we are trained not to flinch at them anymore and to take the aspects that we need, the good aspects, to become better versions of ourselves.
Doctor, turn off my pain inhibitors.
Like music to my ears, if everything we talked about so far is a romanticized or normalized version of child soldiers.
Hold on, Chad said, what about domestic violence? Is that the same as a fight? No, nobody goes, oh yeah, I just got into a fight, domestic violence. Like, that's not the same thing. Like, I got jumped is not the same thing. Like, domestic violence is different because it's not supposed to be happening. You don't fight your partner. That's not the expectation. But you might have an expectation of fighting somebody in an alley or getting in a fight with another guy, or bar fights are normalized. Like, there's certain kinds of violence that you're like, oh, I got into a fight today. Like, usually if somebody came to me and said, I got in a fight today, I was like, no way, somebody throw hands? Like, that's so different than if somebody said, my man hit me today. My girlfriend hit me today. My girl hit me. Like, my dad hit me. Like, they usually clarify the relationship status in than domestic violence. But if somebody said, I got in a fight today, you're going to assume it's like a, you know what I'm saying? At least in my bubble, domestic violence or parental violence or intimate violence would be like probably defined, you know, much more different. Right? So definitely different.
Then Raiden from Metal Gear is what happens when the genre stops pretending. And what makes it a little bit more unsettling is that Raiden himself was designed as a kind of illusion. Kojima didn't create Raiden just to replace Solid Snake, he created him to change how the players saw Solid Snake. The decision came from his desire to develop Snake from a third-person perspective, structuring Metal Gear Solid 2 the way Sherlock Holmes stories are structured around Watson, for example. Raiden is the point-of-view character. Snake is still the quote-unquote real protagonist. You're meant to see Snake through Raiden's
Is this the Snake from Smash Bros? Because that's the only place I know him from.
eyes, which means that Raiden is quite literally the player. Kojima has openly described Raiden as a representation of the audience, somebody who was not as experienced as Snake, unsure of himself, and constantly being guided by the voices over a codec, telling him what to do, where to go, and how to even think. Even Raiden's romance with Rosemary was partially autobiographical, modeled on Kojima's own life, with their names, Jack and Rose respectively, being a direct reference to the Titanic. From the beginning though, Raiden isn't a fully autonomous character. He's a construct, and even his design reflects that. The protagonist that Kojima designed was made because a Japanese fan told him that she was tired of old men being video game heroes, so he was made intentionally to be more young, handsome, and slender. His skull suit was designed to be more bone-like and emotionally open, a lot more vulnerable. Even his underwater mask was inspired by ninja imagery. They openly said that they leaned into Raiden's beauty, so in other words, Raiden was aestheticized, right? His aesthetics was the main point of view here, which works really well for the reveal, because when Metal Gear Solid 2 launched, fans didn't even know Raiden existed. Konami hid him completely from trailers, replaced him with Snake in previews, and let people believe they're getting another power fantasy. So you don't just discover Raiden as the main character, you discover that you are Raiden, a younger, weaker, and more manipulative stand-in, and then the game slowly dismantles him because Raiden, Jack, wasn't trained young. He was made young. He was born in Liberia during the First Liberian Civil War. His parents were killed in front of him. He was then adopted by Solid Snake, the man who murdered them, and raised as a child soldier. Not metaphorically, literally, armed at 6.
Actually, do you know what I think would be very helpful for boys? Is to understand. Well, actually, this goes for rap. You know what I learned about rappers that I thought was really funny? Is there was this whole conversation about rap music and how modern rappers aren't even gangsters. They just talk about being gangsters. And look, I actually think that's better, right? Like, you probably just want people pretending to be gangsters than real gangsters. But more than that, anime is one of those things too. The nerd boys who write these animes, it's not like in real life they're fucking badass. You know what I mean? I think it would do well for boys to realize that these feelings are more to be experienced metaphorically. Like when you watch Vegeta go through his crisis of blowing up a planet after planet, you're not supposed to then go blow up a planet. You're supposed to metaphorically feel the feeling of wanting to destroy the earth because that's your like entitlement or place, or you're angry. You know what I mean? Like, you're supposed to use art to feel your feelings instead of inflict that pain on others. But I think we've lost the art of engaging in art to feel our feelings. Instead, we watch art and go to mimic it. That's what I did. I made that mistake when I was young. I watched art and then said, oh, I guess my life should look like that. And then I had a very toxic 20s. Oops. Art's kind of toxic. I got the wrong lesson, which a lot of boys do as well. They watch a lot of animes and take the wrong lesson from it and go, oh, my life should mimic that. I'm going to go fight people. Oh, my bad. I took the wrong lesson from the story. Okay, so I know I did that. I got to assume a lot of these boys are doing it. Right? So that's maybe a skill we can start teaching kids from a young age. This is not, because like, imagine guys, right? Okay, I'm not going to have my Bible here always. I don't even keep it here usually. I just have it here because I needed it the other day. But how many people read this fucking book and then go, yeah, I'm going to hit my wife today. Yeah, I'm going to hit her. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm going to beat the fuck out of that bitch. And I'm like, hey. Okay? And he's like, well, you know what I mean? How many people read this book and they're like, yeah, I'm definitely going to marry a kid today. I'm like, okay, hold on. Wait. You know what I mean? It's like, adults are doing it too. They're reading their holy books and they're like, yeah, I'm going to do that later. Like, but if you read the Bible as like more metaphoric, it's kind of nice. It's kind of cool. It's kind of interesting. Okay. So, okay. It's like Homelander and all these other shows we watch. Like, okay, really, hold on. Yeah. Men who watch Breaking Bad and identify with Walt. Literally, it's like, okay. Hold on there, buddy. Everybody wait. You know, that's exactly the problem.
Years old, captain of a unit by 10, forced to execute prisoners, fed food mixed with gunpowder to make him more aggressive and uncontrollable, shown violent movies daily for image training, conditioned to associate killing with heroism, glory, and necessity. By the time he was still a child, he already had nicknames, the White Devil and Jack the Ripper. He was efficient. When you look at other child soldiers, Robin, he was shaped by love. The Padawans were shaped by rules and a doctrine, and anime protagonists, a lot of them, are shaped by destiny. Raiden is shaped by very industrialized cruelty. After the war, he isn't saved in any meaningful sense. He is transferred, studied, and then reprogrammed. The Patriots implanted nanomachines, son, into his brain, manipulate his memories, and turn him into a living test subject for their S3 plan. So we see here his entire adult life, his military career, his relationships, even his identity, is engineered around a trauma he's been forced to forget. He's denied the right to even remember it on his own terms. And by the time we meet him in Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden looks like a clean...
By the way, this is actually why I wouldn't tell anybody if I had superpowers, because you know the government would just turn you into an experiment. The moment the government gets any... That's why I wouldn't want to fly. If I had a special power, I would never want to fly. Because how are you going to fly through these skies without somebody recording you? You know what I mean? That's why I always say I've watched enough fiction in my life. I know what the government's going to do the moment I come out here. That's why miracles stopped happening when the phone showed up. Jesus was like, if phones existed around Jesus' time, Jesus would be in some government bunker. It's a bit of a joke because he's like God and stuff, you know?
Inexperienced rookie soldier, but that is also a lie. Both to the player and to himself, underneath all of it is a child who was never allowed to grow up properly, only being repurposed for forms of violence. And the most devastating part, in my opinion, is that Raiden tries to be normal, he falls in love, he wants a family, but his body remembers what his mind can't. The violence comes too easily, it is instinct, the killing feels too natural, and when everything finally collapses and the truth about his past resurfaces, he discovers that he was always being used. Years later, Raiden uncovers that a private military corporation is kidnapping children, surgically removing their brains and placing them into cybernetic bodies and running them through VR combat training modeled after him. So what was done to him as a child has now become industrialized and scaled to a point of mass production. His entire life is a loop used by the institutions, taking broken children, weaponizing them, discarding them, and then repeating the process with better technology. Even when he tries to step away from violence to raise more money for his family, working private security, pretending he can even live a civilian life, the world drags him back in, using the same logic that it always has. You're too useful to not be a weapon. In effect, this is what makes Raiden the anti-Robin. There is no symbolic richness cushioning his story. There's nothing noble about it. There's no aspirational framing like in Shonen. There is only brutality. Raiden is still framed as a cool, stylish protagonist that we see.
It's okay, girls. I can fix him. I got this. Move over, girls. I can fix him. Tess says getting beat up by a bully looks like a fight, but it's a different experience from throwing hands with someone, for sure. Which is why if somebody was bullied, I wouldn't say I got into a fight today. I would say, hey, I got bullied today. Like, be specific with your categorization so people know how to react to you. If I came home, like my brother used to get into fights in high school. If he came to me and said, hey, I was bullied today, I'd be like, what the fuck? What happened? He's like, some kid beat my ass. I'd be like, why? He's like, because he thought I was gay. I'd be like, damn, bro. That's different than if my brother's like, oh, like we got in a fight today at school. I was like, why? He's like, oh, we orchestrated it because we wanted to see who could hit harder. Like, that's different, right? Or that same brother, who, by the way, is such a piece of shit, bro. He's so lovable, but he's a piece of shit. He was driving one time on the road, cut a guy off on the freeway, went to go pump gas. He's an asshole. Anyways, 4 guys jumped him, beat the fuck out of him. And I was like, that's bullshit. First of all, that's bullshit. 4v1? Come on now. They know, because he looks like Jason Statham, my brother. They know, looking at him, that he could throw hands. Because that's the thing. If they did one-on-one, he would have won that fight. 4v1? That's fucked up. He looked pretty fucked up after that, not gonna lie. But, you know, and I get it. Like, he cut you off. Okay, bro. Why do you gotta jump him like that? Anyways, the point is, just shows, you know, I told him, I was like, hey, just goes to show you that's how tough you are. Because honestly, you know, you could have taken, he could have. My brother's like, he really could, but that's not brag. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying it's very cowardly 4v1. Okay.
Through like Metal Gear
Men are cowards.
Rising Revengeance, fully clothed in memes.
Also, he shouldn't cut people off in traffic. Okay.
Even though, of course, while that is entertaining,
but they are not equal.
What's important to realize that this makes his version, the child soldier version of him when he was younger, the most explicit and morally unambiguous one we've talked about yet, and it's still being downplayed. And the problem with him is that he's thinking, what if there is no greatness at the end of this?
No. Chat said I found a video of you and your brother in members perks. Girl, not that brother. I have 8 brothers. That brother is not getting into fights with people. Yeah, I have some videos with my gay brother in members videos. They're really cute. They're very old. Not that brother. Okay. No, not farm brother either, you guys. No, fight brother. We call him fight brother. No, not farm brother, not tall brother, not gay brother. Fight brother. Okay. Fight brother got into fights.
What if all that's waiting for these kids is a lifetime of being repurposed by systems that never cared about them to begin with? This is not a power fantasy anymore. This is a dark reality, one that we even see played up in the real world. But yeah, guys, what do you think? Let me know your favorite. This is gonna sound crazy.
This is a great video.
Child soldiers. I can't be saying this in fiction. Let me know down below. Remember to like, subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you know when a new video goes live. And yeah, see you all.
Loved this. This was a great video. I'm gonna share it, of course. This was. Is it Natrix? Nate? Like Matrix, but Natrix? Nate? Cute video. I really liked it, Discord. Good job. How many brother archetypes you have? I don't know. We'd have to sit down and really go through it. You know what I'm saying? All of them are so different. All my siblings are so... None of us are the same. All of it, like Farm Brother and I are very similar, but we're not even the same. It's kind of cool, honestly. Right? Chad said, did you interview Farm Brother once? I thought it was a sweet video. I did, but I took it down for privacy reasons. But that was fun. Honestly, I should probably take down the videos with Gay Brother too. Just, you know, because people grow up and they change, but those were kind of fun. Yeah, Chad said, I remember when Farm Brother video came out and I was like, wow, Brittany's life is real. My life is real. I know it's weird. It is a weird, it is weird being so private and then telling all these stories, but yeah, I got real people in my life. I have a whole real ecosystem that I exist in outside of this job, which I love. Like, I'm so blessed. You know, who would I have been without all these stories and all these people in my life and all these adventures and, you know, all the ways we exist on the planet? Like, who would I have been without all those brothers and my sister who I love? Like, who would I have been without any of them? No matter how much shit I talk about them and how many problems they have, like, I never could have been me without them. No, I really love them. I love them even if they're being such a little, you know, it's like any anime guilds. You always got a couple of the members who are okay, but I love them. This is it, girls. We did it. Thanks for a great week. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow on the Discord, we'll be going through Avatar: The Last Airbender. We're, you know, deconstructing, dissecting every episode to have a more philosophical relationship with the series. I love a good story. So ask yourself, who are you in the story? Zuko Book 1 or Zuko Book 3? Very important questions to ask. Maybe Iroh and Korra, #goals, right? And with that said, like the stream before we head out. And, oh, Vanilla Mace, not autistic, honestly shocked. Not ADHD, honestly perplexed. Honestly shook. Honestly, thousands of dollars. Vanilla Mace paid like $2,000 to $4,000. I remember what she said. To get tested. It wasn't even, and I was like, really? Every time I see a streamer, I just assume. You know? Yeah, now she knows. Now she knows. She's just a weirdo. She's just weird. Love that for her. Love that for her. I just thought it was really funny, and I thought you guys would find that funny. Anyways, okay, bye.